WIFTBPM.
Hey y'all, this is Salim Muwakil from Muwakil's World. In case you missed the last discussion, this is what you missed.
There was a time when there was a large-scale mythology that African people had no endurance. We were only good for sprinting.
Right.
And that was our forte. Other than that, we were useless in marathon races. Establishing your patrimony on the land. If you bury the dead, that means that this land is forever in your family.
Who are our ancestors, really? We are the living ancestors to a whole genealogical line going back hundreds of thousands, millions of years that we carry within us living today. Everyone who preceded us. Mm-hmm. However, that conception took place, whether it was violently, with rape, or whatever the case, but we are them living today.
That's why it's important to understand our capacity, man. Our capacity is unlimited. We have unlimited potential.
Absolutely.
So make sure you tune in Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 11 to 1 p.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
WIFTBPM.
Live from What's in It for the Black Media Studio. You're listening to I Said What I Said.
Wait, what did you say?
I said you're listening to I Said What I Said.
I just said that.
I know you just said that.
That's what I just said.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Exactly what he just said.
With Herb Howard and Toussaint Werner.
That's about one of the nicest things you've ever said.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Great afternoon to you wonderful people. Welcome to this Monday edition of I Said What I Said. We are live from the What's in It for the Black People Media Studios every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. Myself, Herb Howard, and my esteemed co-host, his name is Toussaint Werner. We get together right here with you and we discuss issues that are impacting the black community, how those things impact us as individuals, and how they impact us as a collective. And along with your help, we try and talk through many of these issues in hopes of finding the best solutions for overcoming many of the obstacles that we face in our community, overcome them again as individuals, but more importantly, overcome them as a collective. Thank you all so very, very much for choosing to be a part of the conversation. It means a great deal to us. As always, your input is valued. It is certainly appreciated. Anything you want to add to the conversation as we go through, just leave it in the comments. We will read through as many of them as possible as we go through. Also, we would kindly ask you to take a quick second to share the conversation, share it on your personal page, share it even within your personal network. Anyone that you think would either add value to or find value in this particular conversation, we welcome them to be a part of it. It is our sincere belief that the more like-minded individuals that we can have be a part of this conversation, the better the opportunities that we have of coming to the best solutions going forward. So again, thank you all so very, very much for choosing to be a part of the conversation. If you want to contribute to the show, you can do that as well by clicking on the little gold stars in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. That is something that you can do as well. Or you can cash app us at $Herb Howard if you want to contribute that way as well. Either way, this is I Said What I Said. It's intellectual thuggery at its finest. We think this is the blackest conversation in America. My name is Herb. His name is Two. What's happening, good brother?
What's the business, Charlie? I'm blessed and highly favored.
Good, man. Ain't nothing to it. I'm feeling pretty good. The Bears won again yesterday, 3-0, handling business out here in these streets.
I saw that. Look, I've been anti-football. I accidentally turned on the Bears game yesterday.
Well, it worked.
And I accidentally turned it on. I think it was in the beginning of the third quarter.
Okay. And we was getting smacked.
Getting smacked. All they was ass. All they was so ass. And I was sitting there reveling in the happiness of just seeing how ass they were. And then, like, near the end of the fourth quarter, when they got rid of Trubinsky ass, they start coming back. I was like, look at this.
Look at this shit.
Bullshit
look
here.
At this shit.
This shit is the luckiest Ghost of Walter Payton ass team.
Ghost of Walter Payton.
In the history of all time ever.
Shout out to Sweetness, man. Last week, Gale Sayers passed away too. Another legendary Chicago Bears running back. Two of the top 5 running backs to ever do it, and they both played for the Bears. And the Bears haven't. 3 games in, they 3-0. They've played 12 quarters, and they've probably played maybe 4 good quarters of football in all 12, but they 3-0. That's all that matters. I was out there on 63rd Street in the park again watching it yesterday. We had a really, really good time. Some really, really cool people out there. Everybody be all decked out in their Bears gear and grilling and cooking and crab boils and everything else, all kind of food and set up. It was a good look. We had a real, real good time, and the Bears pulled out the victory. So I'm feeling good, man.
Yeah, salute to the Bears, man. You know, this weekend was an interesting weekend for me, too, man. I went to, first of all, that Saturday I did some work for the census. We had a census contract, so we did some census sign-up and some voter registration sign-ups over at Josephine's, which was a good day. But the day before, because I didn't have, it was like kind of a rushed kind of deal, I had to do some work with the census, and it forced me to kind of like walk 2 miles. And you know my hip is outrageous, right? So that shit was having me in pain for the duration of the rest of the weekend. So you know I'm anti-drug, anti-alcohol, all that shit. And you know I ain't nothing against it, just my body.
That ain't your thing, right?
Yeah, my body don't take to that shit. But my partner hit me with some gummies for the pain from my hip.
Okay.
And I told you last time I took one, I took a whole one.
Right.
And I was like high for like a week.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that wasn't my thing.
Right.
But I took like a quarter of one because I was in a lot of pain. Gee, I was high from Friday afternoon
to right now. I knew you was finna say that. Hey man, I don't indulge in the gummies, right? I'm all good for hitting the joint a little bit. I'm not a big smoker though. Like it's not really my thing. I'm more of a drinker than I am a smoker. But I'll hit the joint or whatever a couple times, put it out. I could have one joint for like a week. But I don't do the edibles because I don't know how much weed I'm intaking. Like, you know what I'm saying? If I'm hitting the joint, I know, okay, I hit it once, I hit it twice. I know exactly how much weed I've smoked. I have no idea how much weed I'm eating when I eat a gummy. So, and I've done it before, and you get so stupid dumb high, and it's like, God, please, I just don't want to be high no more. Please let me come down. I'll never do this again. Like, and so I don't really indulge in the gummies like that because I just can't control my intake, and then you be high as fuck for a long ass time. So I don't rock with it. I knew where that story was going as soon as you said gummies.
Yeah, it's an uncool feeling, but at the same time, it gives you the opportunity to sleep because being in pain like that is uncool too.
Yeah,
so
no, that's wacky as hell too.
Just, I needed to sleep.
Get you some tops or little raw papers or something like that. Just roll up a little bit because you don't want to be high for 3 days.
Yeah, I don't even know how to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but
that's a shame.
I got to learn. You know what I mean? Because it's getting tough. I got to go get a surgery. That's the fuck I got to do. I got to go get a surgery.
Yeah, that too. You need
and
a whole
I'm
new hip.
paranoid. I don't really want to do that. You know, I'm not really for getting my body cut on.
What you say, Esco?
Oh, you can hear me?
That's going there talking smack.
I'll pick you up.
She said,
Get you an Uber.
I feel so special. But I really wouldn't have did it if I had other opportunity, right? I would have hired a street team or something to go handle the business. I had to hire, but it was all rushed. And I didn't want to miss out on the money, so I just went and did it myself.
Yeah. Capitalism cost.
Capitalism cost, bro. And it cost my ass my health for that weekend because that shit hurt. Also, man, my son had his first high school tournament game, per se. Got busy a little bit.
What is a damn quarter of a gummy?
It's like a fingernail tip. You know what I mean? It's like Priest and Sugar Fly when he was tooting the cocaine. That was fingernail tip. Yeah, that was a fingernail tip.
That is absolutely hilarious. Hey, man, I hope y'all been tuning in to What's in It for the Black People Media all day long. It's been a phenomenal day of programming here. Started out this morning at 6 o'clock with the Maze Jackson Show. They got into some really, really deep discussions in Tucson. I saw you heavily engaged in the conversations with the Maze Jackson Show this morning.
Yeah, I had to call in this morning, man. Ruthie got beside herself. I just had to set some things straight. You know what I mean?
Listen,
but that conversation they were having about the disconnect between black women and black men and just how black women have a certain perspective of what's going on out here, I think that's a conversation that we do need to have collectively. That's really was the impetus behind doing the relationship Fridays that we do.
Exactly.
You know, sometimes those conversations are way more surface, but until we start to understand our social dynamic, our political dynamic, our economic dynamic, all that shit is hearsay in my opinion.
Right.
Right. It's like you're making a definitive of how you feel about some shit without having the information about it. So, you know, I called in and I was, you know, cordial at best or jovial at best. But that's a serious conversation that needs some deep dives, and we need to be having that conversation. So.
No, it's a very, very serious conversation. We were out there outside the studio just a minute ago. We were going over the idea with Maze, just talking about the possibility of like having that conversation, you know, as an entire, you know, media network family, like, because I think that's a real conversation that needs to be had. I think that, you know, I would for that conversation I would have you, Maze, Salim, Ruthie, right? You gotta have just get y'all in a room and a special edition of one of the shows and just have that conversation. I think it's an absolutely necessary conversation. I don't think that anything else that we want to do can be as effective as possible until we figure out this relationship dynamic between black men and black women. I think that's a critical component that we got to get that thing solved. And I think that, oftentimes when we have those conversations, it's about the symptoms of a greater issue, right? So we talk about, men aren't this, or men aren't that, or women aren't this and women aren't that. But I think that until I was so surprised that you didn't drop the Neely Fuller quote on him this morning. I really thought you was going to hit him with
I knew Maves was going to hang up on me, right? I was taking too much of his steam away. So Maves hung up on me when I got too deep for him. Like, all right, hang up. This nigga get too smart.
I thought you were going to hit him with the Neely Fuller quote that says, until you fully understand white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you know will only confuse you. And I think that is absolutely correct when you talk about the relationship dynamics between, black men and black women. I think that we look at these surface level things and say, well, is he a provider? Is he a protector? Without really considering the aspect of how much attack the black man is under in this country in general, right? And so I think that always has to be a part of the conversation. Again, it's not to excuse any shortcomings because there are many, but it is to say you have to look at the picture in totality to have a full understanding of exactly what it is we're dealing with. So I'm looking forward to that conversation being set up. Also looking forward to the conversations that we are going to have today. We are scheduled to talk to former NBA player, former Chicago Bulls NBA champion, and one of the best shooters of all time, Craig Hodges, is going to be joining us. We were expecting him to come into the studio. He had some circumstances that were beyond his control, so he couldn't come into the studio, but he's going to join us here on the live line. Craig Hodges, before there was a Colin Kaepernick, there was a Craig Hodges. He used his platform, again, as one of the best pure shooters in the history of the NBA, to raise awareness about social injustice and to try and shine some light on things that were happening in this country. And he was blackballed, right? He was blackballed out of the NBA. And so before there was a Colin Kaepernick, there was a Craig Hodges. And so we're looking forward to having the conversation with him, letting him tell his story about what that process looked like, why he felt it was so important for him to use his platform in that way, and then ultimately what it cost him and why he was willing to pay that particular price. Or maybe he didn't even know that
Craig
price.
Hodges before Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf?
Yes, he was. Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf came maybe just a little bit later, right? So I'm sure they may have spent time together in the NBA, but I think he was just a little bit younger than Craig Hodges was, and so he came a little bit after. But the same thing happened to him as well.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't remember. I was just trying to provide some context for myself in the conversation.
Yeah, no. So cussing fun contribution. Have we cussed yet?
I opened the show up with a quick motherfucker. You know how we do.
gotta drop it in there.
Gotta
right?
drop the motherfucker.
Gotta drop it in there. So we're absolutely looking forward to that conversation. We should be hearing from Craig Hodges right around 1:30 or so when we come back from that break. We're expecting to hear from. Matter of fact, let me make sure that this thing is up because he fuck around and pop in and I missed it. But we're looking forward to talking to Craig Hodges about that particular conversation. I'm also I don't know. I am so much looking forward to the presidential debate tomorrow, bro. Like I can't wait. Like the shit should really be on the shit should really be on it should really be on like Comic View, right? I think it's gonna be absolutely hilarious to see these two particular dudes have this debate tomorrow. I think it's gonna be absolutely hilarious. Are you looking forward to it or not?
I don't think it's gonna be hilarious though, man. I think it's gonna be sad, right? I think we got to be honest about Joe Biden having dementia, and I think we got to be honest about Trump being insane. But what's more insane is that how insane we are. I heard Mays talking about the platinum plan that Trump just released the other day, and when you start, juxtaposing that to the plan that Biden released, what was that, maybe earlier this month, the Lift Every Voice and Sing plan, or whatever the hell name it was. But it essentially breaks down to the Hennessy versus the Patron plan. It's that conversation about get to the polls with the stripper commercial. Like it's really a diminishing of black society, and I think because we have so little being offered, we jump at the bit for anything that seems to be offered. But we got to weed through the bullshit too, and because we don't weed through the bullshit, it's like we're voting up on the same issues all the time, and those issues are usually relative to personality archetypes. I don't know verbatim what the Platinum Plan says, but it's something in there like creating 300,000 new jobs for black people. Well, motherfucker, in the COVID America, we just lost 60 million jobs that they just said 60% of them ain't coming back.
Right.
So where do you assume you're gonna create these new 300,000 jobs from? Like, all this shit is just out of his ass, just out of thin air shit, and we're actually biting at the bit like it means something. You know what I'm saying? And it's get the fuck out of here. You've been in office for 4 years and didn't offer you shit. Now all of a sudden during the election cycle he's gonna offer you some shit, but it's the same strategy the Democrats use.
Of course.
So it's the same shit I've been saying from the jump, right? We should go vote, but we should all vote Democrat down ballot. I don't even want to say Democrat down ballot, really. You know what I'm saying? It might be independent down ballot. I don't know. But, you do need to be voting locally. But for me, I think we should avoid this presidential election, in my personal opinion.
Yeah.
I think, the Democrats, of course, have much more to lose if we hold out.
Absolutely.
But that's where our power lies, right? So what we'll do is we'll have to bite the bullet, take some sacrifices for the next 4 years of some more Trump, possibly. But I think we're gonna get more Trump anyway.
Yeah.
Right. But if we take more Trump and we recuse our vote, what has to happen is the Democratic Party have to respond to our desires and our needs at this point. It can't just be lip service no more, or you'll never have power again. It's just a basic math game.
Yeah, I mean, they're fully aware that, they are dependent upon the black vote, unlike the Republican Party is, right? And so if you understand that you're dependent upon the black vote, then you need to be ensuring that you can actually get that, right? And making sure that our needs are being met so that we can continue to support you, because otherwise you can't get into those offices that you want to get into. So stop ignoring us. Hear our demands and meet our demands, or else, right? Or else we're not fucking with y'all, right? And so if that costs us, another 4 years, I don't really give a fuck, really. I've been on record about like I don't care, right? I want the whole thing to come crashing down. I think that Donald Trump is uniquely qualified to bring this American system of racism and greed and all the rest of this bullshit crashing down. I think he's doing a phenomenal job. He's well on his way to crashing this shit down. I hope he continues to drive this motherfucker straight into the ground. Now, does that mean that things could get worse before they get better? Absolutely. But this idea that Joe Biden is gonna change the circumstances for black people in this country, that's not real shit. Like that's not real at all, right? No, I haven't seen anybody change the outcomes for black people in this country from the Oval Office. Not Joe Biden, not Barack Obama, not Bill Clinton, nobody. That shit is not happening, right? And so I would prefer change to come in form of like positive legislation, those types of things. But if it has to come just because there's an idiot, racist, sexist bigot in the White House, then that's fine. Let his ignorant ass be in office and let it come crashing down. Now you have to understand, like, things are gonna get bad. And I was talking to you before we hopped on. It was just like, look, I was driving around today and I see more homeless people sleeping on bus stops than I can recall seeing at any other point. Like just people just sleeping on bus stops, like homeless. And so I understand the gravity of what I'm saying here, right? But sometimes things have to get a little bit worse before they get better.
I think there's levels to worse, though, right?
Absolutely.
And I don't think we've seen the bottom. Like, when you think about the math of it, most Americans don't travel more than 8 blocks from their home.
Truth.
Right? So when you start thinking about like world levels of poverty, most Americans have never seen it. You know what I mean? I got homies that grew up around my crib who've never seen downtown. We got to be honest about that, right? So, at some levels they've never seen greater levels of wealth, but they also don't fully grasp what poverty can really look like as well, right? And what America's doing is moving into the purview of the rest of the world, right? We kind of think of America as being special in the sense of the level of wealth that America has, and it is in that context, but in how we view it, that specialty comes through the lens of the middle class.
Absolutely.
Right? So every country has wealth. It's just no middle ground. It's either uber rich or uber poor, right?
That's
so
it.
that middle class stabilizes contextually how we view ourselves and how our understandings of wealth and poverty, right? But if you go to, let's say, a Haiti or to Puerto Rico, all them places gets uber wealthy.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's just it's no middle to harness the bottom.
No.
You know what I mean? And what America's doing is it's just moving into that same space and place. And it's almost inevitable that we're going to get there. And in that vein, You know, the bottom could be devastating.
Oh, absolutely.
But in order for us to get the kind of residual change that we want to see, we're gonna have to take that risk. You got to shoot the motherfucking dice.
We're dying anyway, right? And so this idea of, oh, you know, it could be catastrophic and we could die. Like, we're dying anyway. Look around you. Like, we are fucking dying anyway. And that don't matter if we talking about the hands of police, you talking about miseducation, you talk about being locked out of financial opportunities, whatever aspect of society you want to look at in American culture, we are fucking losing and dying in that arena. And so, you know, whether you want this long, slow death or this quick death doesn't really matter. Death is death, right? And so I think that you have to be willing to, like you said, kind of take that leap and say, okay, I'll tell you how I'm not gonna die anymore, right? I'm not gonna continue to die like this, right? And so if I'm gonna die because I'm gonna stand my ground and say, no, I'm not putting up with this shit no more. I'm gonna react to it this way. I'm gonna respond to it this way, and ultimately that's what takes me out. Whatever, right? I'll take that L on the way out of here, right? But I'm not gonna continue to take this long, slow death because it's inevitable.
One of my favorite poems coming up was this poem by Conti Cullen called "If We Must Die."
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And one of the strongest lines in the poem is like, "If we must die, let us not die like hogs at slaughter."
Let's go.
Right? Let us die with our backs against the wall, fighting tooth and nail.
Let's
you
go.
Know what I mean? And I kind of got that belief system. And what was interesting about the conversation we was having on the way here, you was talking about the levels of homelessness and the amount of people you seeing laying around at bus stops.
It's crazy.
And then what I responded to you was, and I said, man, this shit is happening in our face and we don't recognize the severity or what's really happening.
Yep.
That's Chicago. Man, I told you earlier this year I went to Seattle, like right before COVID. I went to Seattle and Portland.
Mm-hmm.
And when you start thinking about Seattle and Portland, those are white bastions. Ain't no black people there.
No.
It just ain't there.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And what you see there is that them people are being moved out, but they're living in campers and homes like that.
Mm-hmm.
Shit that we don't even have access to. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Right.
But capitalism is failing. It's falling to the ground as we speak.
Yeah.
So it's not that,
as it will do every 70 or 90 years or so.
it's not that, it's just us being affected, right? So it's how the game gets played. After, just like you think about a catfish, right? A catfish is a bottom feeder. You put a catfish in a pond, he gonna eat everything in that motherfucker till eventually there's nothing left to eat, and you gonna starve yourself out.
Right.
That's just how it works, unless you rekindle the pond with some new shit, right?
There's a saying, there's a belief, right? A school of thought, and we got to take a break here, but there's a school of thought that the bottom class previously was put in place, right, to scare the hell out of the middle class, right? You don't want to be them, right? Nah, you ain't us, but you don't want to be them. And so what that does is keep the middle class constantly churning, constantly on that hamster wheel, constantly working for that upper class, right? And now what's happened is we don't fucking need the middle class no more, right? There's no use for you anymore. We got robots, we got artificial intelligence, all these things where these other industries are not needed anymore. And so now I don't really got to motivate you by scaring you into not being them. Motherfucker, you can go be them, right? We don't need y'all in the middle no more. And so you're starting to see that gap widen further and further. And, you know, if the game is to vote our way out of that gap, then okay, if that's the plan. I haven't really seen that plan work yet. And so I think we need to come to the table with something else. We got to take a break. When we come back, going to continue this conversation. We'll continue to read you guys' comments as well. This is I Say What I Said. My name is Herb Howard. His name is Toussaint Warner. We'll be right back after this.
WIFTBPM.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality Black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe Black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of Black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
Chicago Famous with Mike Love and Diz.
the destined legend himself, Leon Hodges.
Yeah.
What's going on, Playboy?
Man, listen, honored to be here with radio legends, man. Two brothers I looked up for and patted my success.
You walked away from your day job
I said, what?
and you went straight in the
Man, brother, first time somebody called me to do the gig, they was like, hey, I got my grandmama's 85-year-old birthday party. She's turning 85. She has a brain tumor. I mean, now she's not going to be able to hear because she's in a coma, but she'll be laying in the room and we just want the good vibes. Well, what is it? $75. We need you to do an hour. I'm there because of the passion. I wanted to do the comedy. So I quit. But when you quit that job, and the job I had was decent. My father, every young black man should have a dad or a father figure in his life.
Yes.
When I say he went off on me.
My son works.
When I told him I quit to do comedy, my mom, mamas is always like, well, that's good, baby. You spread your wings. You realizing what God wants you to do.
Right.
My father like, you got to be the dumbest son of a bitch in the world. I can't believe you came from my ball sack. $65,000 a year. Me and your mama combined only make 80. You dumb mother. I mean, going off. Like me and my pops actually kind of fell out.
Old school black fathers, old school mindset. They came up working. They know how hard it is.
Hands knuckles black. Hands look like he worked at the steel mill, like he was dipping them in the lava. So he pissed. My hands manicured.
He's super cool and he know kung fu.
I'm clean. I work on computers.
Drives a $5,000 car and wears a $100 suit.
Right.
He like, I'm out here getting lung poisoning from inhaling all these steel mill fumes and touching people's mail. Look at my hands. I can't even pick up a fork and knife. Your mama got to cut my food for me. And you want to quit to do some damn comedy. He hell.
Chicago Famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media. Hey y'all, this is Salim Muwakil from Muwakil's World. In case you missed the last discussion, this is what you missed.
There was a time when there was a large-scale mythology that African people had no endurance. We were only good for sprinting.
Right.
And that was our forte. Other than that, we were useless in marathon races. Establishing your patrimony on the land. If you bury the dead, that means that this land is forever in your family.
Who are our ancestors, really? We are the living ancestors to a whole genealogical line going back hundreds of thousands, millions of years that we carry within us living today. Everyone who preceded us. However, that conception took place, whether it was violently, with rape, or whatever the case, but we are them living today.
That's why it's important to understand our capacity, man. Our capacity is unlimited. We have unlimited potential.
Absolutely.
So make sure you tune in Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 11 to 1 p.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
WIFTBPN.
Live from What's in It for the Black Media Studio. You're listening to I Said What I Said.
Wait, what did you say?
I said you're listening to I Said What I Said.
I just said that.
I know you just said that.
That's what I just said.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Exactly what he just said.
With Herb Howard and Toussaint Werner.
That's about one of the nicest things you ever said.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
We are back. We are live from the What's in It for the Black People Media Studios. This is I Said What I Said. Herb Howard, Toussaint Werner here with you every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. Thank you so very, very much for choosing to be a part of this conversation. It means the absolute world to us that you are spending your time tuning into this particular conversation. I told you guys at the top of the show that we were expecting to hear from Craig Hodges, former Bulls player, but also I would say more importantly, someone who chose to take his platform and raise awareness about racial injustice, and ultimately he was blackballed from the NBA for doing so. He wanted to come on and tell his story about that. Unfortunately, he has some things that are happening in his day right now. He's not going to be able to join us today. He is going to come in studio on Wednesday. So we'll have him in the studio with us on Wednesday, as opposed to trying to get him to hop on this, to come through on the live line virtually right now when he's not really in a settled place and it'll kind of be a little choppy and things like that. So as opposed to having a less than quality interview with him online, we'll have him in studio this coming Wednesday. So we will table that particular conversation until Wednesday. Sorry for the switch up. Appreciate y'all for being flexible and rolling with us anyway. Did you catch Book of Dawn today?
I caught some of it, not the whole thing, though.
So the Book of Dawn was dope today. She had her husband Wilbur Millhouse come in, and he brought all the executives from his engineering firm, right? He's got a very successful engineering firm. They work internationally, and they were all in here. And what they were looking for were people to pitch them a good idea that they could help take from concept to creation. And they had a really, really good conversation. But I'm used to turning on Book of Dawn, and between Dawn and Lisa and Esco, it's this loud, like, rowdy place, right? And they was in there, and they were talking this talk, and their voices were so calm and docile. I lit some candles while I was watching Book of Dawn today. Just lit me some candles, did me some meditation. Like, the voice of the sister's name was Dala. She's like the president of everything over at Millhouse Inc. Like, she does like she's like, I'm over 8 departments and 296 people. I'm like, damn, this lady is on top of it, right? But her voice, and then Wilbur Millhouse and Don. Listen, I don't know if Don is in here right now, but Don was flexing, right? Every single day, she in here, Mr. Millhouse, Mr. Millhouse, Mr. Millhouse. Today, he was Wilbur. I say, you better call this man Mr. Millhouse like you do every other day on this doggone show. But the show was really, really good. It was super informative. But between Dala and Wilbur, like their voices, man, it was so.
Money doesn't have to yell.
Money doesn't have to yell, right? Somebody said he got a money voice, right? His voice just sounded like he gets to the money. Like,
yeah, Wilbur After Dark was one of the comments.
Yeah, that shit was hilarious. They was calling him like Barry White and Teddy Pendergrass. Like that stuff was funny. That dude, his voice, he don't look or sound like he laughs. And when he does, it's like, ha. That's funny. Like, what? But it was super, super dope show. If you didn't get a chance to check out the Book of Dawn, and again, Book of Dawn comes on every weekday from 9 to 11 a.m. If you didn't get a chance to check it out this morning, go back and watch the show. It was really, really, really good. Yeah, I'm sorry, Zakiya. Craig Hodges won't be in today, but he will be on Wednesday. Sorry about that, you guys. If you came here to tune in to Craig Hodges, come for Craig Hodges, stay for Herb and too. It's going to be a great conversation.
So I didn't get to see the whole Book of Dawn, but the little pieces that I did see, it was interesting to me to see how Don's energy changes up when he's around in the room.
What are you talking about?
Right.
Was she on her best behavior or what?
It's a different kind of energy. Right? It's a different balance.
Unpack that a little bit too. Don't just say that. You got to unpack that.
It plays into that masculine, feminine energy working in concert. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which also plays into kind of the conversation that Ruthie Moe had this morning. And since Craig Hodges isn't coming in today, I'm going to do exactly what the fuck I said I'm going to do in the comments. I'm about to take this whole time to obliterate what Ruthie had to say this morning.
Let's go get Ruthie on the line.
Let me down more.
But Adrian Anderson, who was an Is OG, said that's a t-shirt song. Your money doesn't have to yell.
I'm looking at him like, hold on, let me see this.
Okay, monetize that. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah. But one of the things that Ruthie said this morning is that black women don't feel protected by black men. And one of the questions that I asked Ruthie was that
Adrian said, "Here we go."
Yeah, goddamn it, I'm going. So,
and he's off. Let me just send this camera straight to you.
One of the questions I asked was that if you got a brother or cousins or nephews or any of the men in your family, if you feel protected by them, then who is it that you're looking to feel protected by, right? And unless we can answer that question, I don't know how you can make such a glaring statement. I don't think of any ethnic group that you can name that says some random stranger in the streets is going to protect you. And what does protection look like?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And I think sometimes we don't fully value or fully understand, like I said earlier, the social, economic, and political environment in which we're in. So, some of the stuff Ruthie was saying was like, and this ain't even Ruthie. I'm not going to put this on Ruthie because this is a conversation that expands way beyond Ruthie about how black men are not like black men of the past, right? And essentially, socially, we're exactly like black men of the past. But economically, you're right. We're not, right? Because there are no more factories that can take care of a whole family. That's not a reality anymore. So when you say, I heard this in the chat a lot, like, because I said something about you don't hear other races of women or other ethnic groups of women parading around the fact that they're strong and independent.
Sure.
And I wasn't using that as a diss or as a moniker, but it goes back to the Neely Fuller code. Until you fully understand white supremacy, everything you think you understand will only confuse you. The reason why you parade that around as a moniker is because you've been put in a position where being strong and independent is your only option. Right? So now you wear that shit like a badge of honor when it's really not a badge of honor. And that's what goes back to the Don conversation. When the energy of that masculine and that feminine is working together, it is a balance.
It's the balance.
It's not that I'm above
that.
you or I'm on top of you.
DS
it's
said
a
that.
fucking balance that gives you the energy of God. Right? But because there ain't no balance in our community, a woman to run around here like men saying, God damn it, I'm the breadwinner. And they proud of it. And they finding value in it. Wow. And it's not even consciously, I don't think, but unconsciously diminishing the men in the community while not giving any credence to the economic factors that create the kind of men that they diminish. You know what I'm saying? So to be in a real conscious perspective, any man that is taking care of those kind of responsibilities in his house is not the normal. He's the exception.
Right.
He's a fucking special guy.
Right.
Because he's been subjugated to not being able to have that kind of access at any level, and he's still cut through.
As opposed to like the baby boomer generation where there were other opportunities.
As opposed to the baby boomer generation. One of the things I say about the police office, right? But police officers, for us, being a police officer is like it's a good gig. Right, those are like some of the highest paid people in our community, if you know the numbers, right? But for a white man, a police officer is a failed opportunity. That's if you don't make it in shit else. Here's what you can fall on.
You can come be on the
if
front
you don't
lines
make it
of
in
racism.
shit else, you could fall on the fire department and make $100,000. If you don't make it in shit else, you could fall in the police department and make $100,000. Right? No, that's the best of us that are making it to the police department.
Right.
So we don't understand the economic engine, and then we saying, well, why ain't you like my granddaddy? Well, because goddammit, there ain't a Ford plant and a metal plant and a steel plant and a lawnmower plant and a John Deere plant on every fucking corner.
Sure.
That world don't exist.
Sure.
Right? So here you are working in a world that's only offering gig fucking economies. So you're a goddamn Uber driver or a grocery shopper. Ain't no insurance there. Ain't no insurance on wear and tear on your body. Ain't no motherfucking capital being made. But then with only this little bit of smidget of money, you want the same amenities as a motherfucker who was making enough to take care of a 6-member family off one salary. The world is shifting. You got to fucking adjust. And what's happening is because they propel black women into a space and place where they do make more money than us. They beat us in every measurable outcome. Everyone. And then say, well, what are you doing for me? If you're being raised above us in every measurable outcome, then we got to understand that the paradigm is shifted. And how do we adjust to the paradigm?
Right.
Is that still my role?
Right.
Not to say it's not. If I'm a man's man, right? And I'll give my last dollar that everybody in my family can eat if I got to starve. It is what it is.
Sure.
But I'm not ignorant to the paradigm shifting. I also know I was born above the scratch line. I also know I was blessed. And even me saying I was born above the scratch line really just break down to some motherfuckers who cared about me that could read. Because there's a whole lot of motherfuckers out here who was born to families who don't care about them, who can't fucking read.
Right.
It just is what it is.
Right.
So my scratch line wasn't all that much more advanced, but that little bit of a head start pushed me and propelled me in ways that a lot of people, I know motherfuckers that live next door to me that had what I had.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we just got to give some purview and some understanding to the world that we are in. You cannot have the same expectations of a motherfucker in the world that don't exist.
Right. We're not living in that
It don't
particular
exist.
time right now.
It was one group of black people that made money. Them motherfuckers that you talk about, he ain't like my granddaddy. Your granddaddy was the only generation of black people that ever made any motherfucking money. None before him and none after him. If you was born before your granddaddy, you would have been like, what the fuck is happening with my granddaddy? Because he'd have been an amazing motherfucker. Because that world didn't exist before him. And we don't grasp that concept. We make these half-hearted ass objectifications of each other based on the narrative of white people. They're creating this narrative over and over again, and we come to our households and we perpetuate the shit.
Yeah, and it doesn't make sense, right? I think that if I can ask you in your personal life, is this your experience with the men that are in your life? And you say, no, that's not my experience. Then who are you talking about? Like, who are you talking about? What men are you speaking of? Same thing. Sometimes you'll hear sisters
that
like
mythical motherfucker that the white man keep telling me about.
Right. Like who is that you're speaking of, sweetheart? Like I don't understand it. Right? Ain't no woman around me like touching doors and all this kind of goofy shit. Like I don't. Who are you talking about? Right? Ain't nobody finna come in and approach them or accost them in any kind of way if I'm around. Who are you talking about, right? And if these people exist,
Man, listen.
Where the fuck are they at? Just like you have some sisters like, oh, I ain't never met a good brother. You 45 years old, you mean you ain't never met a good brother in your life? Where the fuck are you meeting brothers
I'm
at?
44 years old, and I am the patriarch of my family.
Right. I realized I'm 34, and I realized that last month after my little cousin died.
And I say all this shit to say not to and I'm not. I know how this sounds, but it's not a defense of black men, because I also am a student of Amos Wilson, and Amos Wilson says, and you don't even become a man until you overcome whatever the environment creates for your ass to overcome.
Sure.
And part of what we have to overcome is how white supremacy masters and keeps us out of capitalism. So in that vein, yeah, we supposed to be warriors. Period, right?
Warriors.
That's where can you whoop my ass comes from.
Right.
The whole goal here has to be taking over the government.
Period.
Not by voting by any means fucking necessary.
Period.
Malcolm X style, right?
Right.
That's really what the shit breaks down to. But here again is the juxtaposition, right? A motherfucker get online and say, I'm voting because my ancestors died for me to vote. But ain't a motherfucker out here picking up arms because Nat Turner died for me to have the right to vote.
Mm-hmm.
So you only take that shit as far as the narrative lets you go.
Yeah, you take it as far as you see yourself being able to assimilate into white
as
culture.
As far
with
as
it.
you're comfortable with.
That's it.
Right? So it's comfortable for you to be a black woman in a space and place where everything around you is failing and you need somebody to blame.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, here's a motherfucker that's easy to blame. Because you are less than me on the totem pole. But if you look at the totem pole, goddammit, it ain't nobody else under you but me.
Right. Right.
That's it.
Right.
You got to start thinking for your goddamn self.
Right.
And we got to stop proliferating these, I'm sorry, but they some very dumbass messages that we proliferate amongst ourselves.
We got to take a break. When we come back, we'll continue to unpack this conversation about what it looks like, you know, in terms of being able to elevate ourselves above our current set of circumstances and the unity and cooperation that is necessary for us to be able to do so. This is I Said What I Said. His name is Toussaint Werner. My name is Herb Howard. We'll be right back after this.
WIFTBPM.
When you need vibrant, colorful gear that offers high-performance material that keeps you cool, call Agent Huff Custom Gear. Let us take your expressions and create something new for your everyday wear, your bedroom, or bath. For all your needs, we offer custom sublimation, silkscreen, vinyl, and embroidery. You can reach us on all things social at Superhero Huff. www.superherohuff.com or 630-476-9191.
Hi, I'm Dr. Willie Wilson, and I'm running for U.S. Senate for the state of Illinois. I will never give up on inclusion and equality, prison reform, reduced property taxes, and economic opportunity for all. I want to get to know your neighborhood and the problem that you face every day. And I want to serve every man, woman, and child in the state of Illinois. A vote for me is a vote for you.
Paid for by Willie Wilson for Senate 2020.
WIFTBPM.
Live from What's in It for the Black Media Studio. You're listening to I Said What I Said.
Wait, what did you say?
I said you're listening to I Said What I Said.
I just said that.
I know you just said that.
That's what I just said.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Exactly what he just said.
With Herb Howard and Toussaint Werner.
That's about one of the nicest things you ever said.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Welcome back. This is I Said What I Said, live from the What's in It for the Black People Media Studios. Herb Howard, Toussaint Werner here with you, with Sonia Escobar doing all of the hard work behind the glass. Sonia, do you work 12-hour days every day?
It's just about, but listening to two go off gets me going.
Nah,
It's provocative.
Gets the people going.
Like, you so smart.
Listen, I think you're on point. Beulah just made another point that you often make too, and Beulah says that we attract who we are, right? Like that's kind of a real. You often say, you know, whoever you're dating is really just holding up a mirror to yourself, right? And I think that there's some truth to that, right? And so you talk about, you know, I ain't never met a good man. Every man I ever dated was a dog. Like, well, ma'am, stop going to the fucking kennel to find a man. Like, that's not real. That's not real shit. Like where are you meeting these people at?
But part of what we don't understand either, though, is because we've been subjugated to being a caste in a capitalist country that thrives on materialism. Damn near 90% of our communities walking around in a state of depression.
Big fact.
So all you get is a bunch of motherfuckers who depressed.
Everybody's upset.
Everybody's upset because you've been cut out of the caste of America. You're American than a motherfucker and can't participate in America.
And instead of creating a new paradigm for us to not only survive but to thrive in, Instead of doing that, we keep hitting our head against this fucking wall, trying to assimilate ourselves into a culture that for 400 plus years has told you, motherfucker, you are not welcome in this place. Like you aren't welcome here. We were having a conversation on the way here about Kanye, right? And you got some insider information, coming from his camp. And Kanye is trying to get on the board of Adidas. Now, since he signed his deal with Adidas to produce the Yeezys, and the Yeezys are one of, if not the most popular shoe across the fucking globe right now, right? And he's bringing in Adidas a whole lot of money. And so he feels, hey, I should be on the fucking board of this company, all the bread I'm making out. And Adidas feels, I don't give a fuck how much money you bring in here. You still a nigga, right? You don't get a seat at the table. Just because you bringing all this fucking bread in here, don't matter. You still go around the fucking back door, period. And you can talk this shit all you want to, but this is our company. This is our table. We better start building some motherfucking tables.
Man, let me give you some game. Like last week, there was a large conversation happening on the internet per se. It was large in regards to like hip hop and business. Mm-hmm. Joe Budden just got out of his contract with Spotify. Mm-hmm. Joe Budden fully grasps and understands Joe Budden's value, right? And Joe Budden is willing to take the risk on Joe Budden.
Yeah.
Right? Now, Charlemagne, another largely reputable dude in black media.
Sure.
Just the other day also mentioned that he's launching his own network, right? And there was this back and forth conversation between Joe Budden and Charlemagne, right? And Charlemagne was basically saying, Joe Budden was laughing. They was laughing at him saying he don't understand negotiating. He went in there and asked for something outrageous. And Joe might have went in there and asked for something outrageous. But that's because Joe understood his value, right? Now, Charlemagne came out and said, I'd rather just work. It's the same conversation Dame Dash had with them in the beginning where he was on their show and he said, y'all, I hustle for my last name. Y'all hustle for y'all first. Right, and we're so fucking wrapped up into the concept of American values that we don't even understand what the fuck that means, right? It's about selfishness in a world that we have to provide a level of selflessness. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And it has to happen in our households. It has to happen with our children. It has to happen in our community. So when
Everywhere.
a black woman says, I'm not feeling protected, I get it. In that euphoric place, we would all be operating in this selfless space, right? And I'm going to keep it a buck. I know that's bullshit because I done put myself on the line for a bunch of black women. And I know I ain't no motherfucking anomaly. It's a whole bunch of black men that's out here just like me. Yeah. Now, they expect that of all of us. It's kind of insanity, right? But my point is that's based on us not understanding the social environment in which we're in. Social, political, and economic environments in which we're in. But getting back to the Joe Budden and the Charlemagne conversation, there was this back and forth. And it got to be, some nigga shit after a while. It started being an argument instead of a conversation. And really all it was that Joe Budden's has an understanding of independence that Charlemagne just don't have.
Right.
It's really goes back to even the conversation about when I say go in the vote booth and vote down ballot. You're going to get a whole bunch of people saying, man, what the fuck wrong with you? We got to vote for one of these motherfucking white men. We got to. It's just what we supposed to do.
Right.
We have to mature our understanding of the fucking world.
We do.
Right? In order for us to get beyond the constructs of white supremacy and white supremacist-led capitalism, we got to let go of their fucking value system, man.
There it is right there.
It's just that simple.
It's about what you value, right? And so for you, for me, for Joe Budden, for everybody here at What's In It for the Black People Media, what we value is the freedom to move how we choose to move, to say it how we feel it, right? To own our creative content, right? To own our own ideas and not be told, okay, you got to talk about it like this. Or if you're going to talk about this particular person, you can't really say this. You can't really say that. I'm going to say whatever the fuck I want to say. And I think that there's that's where the value is for me. Other people, Charlemagne or whoever, right? They're going to see the value in the bigger check. And so for me, it's like,
but it's not a bigger check. And this kind of what I'm getting at, right? It's the illusion. So there's a whole group of motherfuckers that's going to align themselves with Charlemagne, right? Because he's saying, I'm a partner in a network, right? Well, the very nature of becoming a partner in anything, I don't give a fuck what it is. You got to put some skin in the game.
Yeah.
Period. Right? You look at that paperwork, he ain't no motherfucking partner because he ain't got no motherfucking skin in the game.
Right.
What he is he's licensing his name, which don't mean ownership of shit.
Nothing at all.
It don't mean ownership of shit.
No.
But we ain't going to research that far, and we're going to look at it and say, well, Charlemagne's name is attached to the white man's name, so he must be right. But more importantly than all of that, The week after they had this conversation, a whole smear campaign online gets attached to Joe Buttons about him beating up on women. I'm talking about shit that was 15 years old. Some of the shit was just flat out like, that's a flat out lie. Yeah. But this is conversations that's happened before, right? You've heard these conversations before, but the minute he shits on this white conglomerate,
right?
There's this whole smear campaign led by us.
Yeah, of course.
Led by us,
of course,
to diminish the shit he's doing.
It always comes from us. The same conversation we talk about with black women and black men.
But it's
not strangers coming to our front door to attack us. It's us. They gotta send us.
Until you fully understand how white supremacy. As soon as I saw that smear campaign, I said, "Oh, this is interesting. Where did this come from?
Yeah.
Oh, this is odd.
Yeah.
Why now?
Yeah.
Who was Joe Buttons yesterday?
Yeah.
Was he important yesterday? Because this shit wouldn't have came out if he did not said this shit about this global conglomerate.
Right.
If he did not say this shit about this global conglomerate, Charlamagne wouldn't have had shit to say about Joe Buttons.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, Joe Buttons and Charlamagne do shows together,
Right.
And I know this, but Joe Buttons was like, when I hire you to do XYZ, you don't got shit to say. Which right there in itself presents a perception of power.
I hired you.
I hired you, motherfucker.
Right.
It ain't the other way around.
Right.
But from the outward looking in, you would assume Charlamagne's a bigger guy within that industry. Now I know it's bullshit. It's kind of how I move through the world, right? You know a little bit about it, but I don't perceive or present myself as this kind of guy.
No,
but best believe I'm moving through them corridors.
Right.
I remember one time, this is true shit. I put my son in a Montessori school, fight with my wife. I was a young parent, and I was fighting with her. She wanted to do this shit, and I didn't want to do this shit, but it was just uber-ass white school, right? And I had to make amends with my wife because happy wife, happy life, had to deal with that shit.
Absolutely.
Right? So I put my son in this uber-ass white school. And I'm at a breakfast one morning, and I'm sitting down talking to somebody. And that day I had a meeting at City Hall with, I had a meeting at CHA with the president of CHA. Now Eric is 3-4 years old. So this 10, 12 years ago, right? And I'm sitting, and these are some five black people that's in the room who deem themselves as better than the rest of the motherfuckers. Now, you know, they uber white, so I come in this motherfucker every day with Tim's on. Right. I got NWA.
You got to show up black than a motherfucker.
I'm being an uber nigga. Right. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm sitting here having this breakfast with these motherfuckers, and they was like, well, where do you work? And I was like, I work for myself type shit.
Right.
I not going any more in depth than that.
Right.
And somebody was like, oh, I know your father. My father was still living at this time.
Right.
So she was like, man, your dad's this and your dad's that. And then the lady was like, he does a lot of work for my company.
You're not my dad.
So when she says that, he does a lot of work for my company. Now I'm intrigued because if my father does work for you, I can get money out you too. I say, well, what's your company? And this motherfucker says CHA. That ain't your motherfucking company.
No, it's not.
Right? But it's this uber ego shit.
Oh yeah,
going on.
I need to be associated to this shit.
Shape our understanding of value.
Absolutely.
Bitch, I'm going to meet with your boss.
Right.
You can't talk to your boss.
Right.
When I leave here in these Timbs and jeans on, I'm going to talk to your boss.
Right.
A motherfucker that you work for that you can't talk to.
Right.
If you don't
don't even know your
my
name.
goddamn face.
We got to take a break, man. When we come back, I want to expand this conversation into something that we were talking about in the green room before we came into the studio, was just this concept of how do you go about protecting someone who don't really think they need to listen to you, right? I'm in control of this situation. I do what the fuck I want. How you protect a person like that? This is I Say What I Say. My name is Herb. His name is Tu. We'll be right back.
WIFTBPM.
Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Tuesday through Saturday, or you can find them online at solobeauty.com.
I was going to ask you, so growing up, did you ever have an old racist family in your neighborhood? Did you have one live next to you or one down the street? Just somebody's house that you know on the block, you didn't want to go nowhere near that house. The neighbor who was directly behind us had a real problem coming outside seeing my white mother and my black father.
We got us the gun line.
This dude built an 8-foot fence, more like 10 foot.
They put up the Huck Finn joint.
Exactly. That shit looked like a castle. You know, my dad, he's a big guy, football player guy, my dad guy who walks over there.
Old school
and then
black.
he's like, yo, I don't appreciate these apples in my yard. He's like, motherfucker, we don't even have an apple tree. These are your apples.
Do you like apples?
Your kids are throwing apples over here. Okay, there's that little space, but there's still a fence. So they're right there looking at each other.
Tell them about the gun line, boss.
And I said something like, yeah, Dad. And that dude said, shut up, you little monkey. Leroy stuck his hand over the fence.
You're gonna die, clown!
Grabbed dude by the neck.
Run.
And proceeded to pull him halfway over this fence. Like,
Finish him.
Mrs. Wheeler comes running out. Oh, Leroy, don't do that. It's not worth it. Blah, blah, blah. My dad was getting ready to kill this dude. And within 6 months, that guy moved away.
Don't cross the gun line, boss.
Right, the gun line, boss.
Chicago Famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media. Hey y'all, this is Salim Muwakil from Muwakil's World. In case you missed the last discussion, this is what you missed.
There was a time when there was a large-scale mythology that African people had no endurance. We were only good for sprinting.
Right.
And that was our forte. Other than that, we were useless in marathon races. Establishing your patrimony on the land. If you bury the dead, that means that this land is forever in your family.
Who are our ancestors, really? We are the living ancestors to a whole genealogical line going back hundreds of thousands, millions of years that we carry within us living today. Everyone who preceded us. Mm-hmm. You know, however, that conception took place, whether it was violently, with rape, or whatever the case, but we are them living today.
That's why it's important to understand our capacity, man. Our capacity is unlimited. We have unlimited potential.
Absolutely.
So make sure you tune in Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 11 to 1 p.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Biggest threat to Illinois citizens from Washington is health care costs and policies. Senior citizens have their Social Security reduced from Medicaid, and some of our senior citizens live off $3 a week for food allowance. Working families are facing bankruptcy over policy and limit and cost. Drug prices require decisions between food and Medicaid. I'm Dr. Willie Wilson. Vote for me and send me to Washington. God bless.
Paid for by Willie Wilson for Senate 2020.
He is joining Chicago famous Mr. Rick Party.
I remember meeting the Brat before she was big. We were going to Jack the Rapper conference in Atlanta.
Jack the Rapper again.
So she's sitting, waiting for a plane. She got her braids in her hair, got her overalls on, and she saw me walk up to the gate. She's like, Rick's Party, oh my God! She's doing all of that. I said, well, who are you? She goes, I'm the Brat. I'm a new rapper from I live on the West Side. I'm with So Def. I'm about to meet Jermaine Dupri. I did some on Chris Cross's song. I think it was the Bomb or something like that? Or
Right.
Yeah. She did some on there. So that was my introduction to her. So she would come back to my show every now and then and help me introduce the Coke Top 99. I remember we played a home jam and had people judge her song, right? And some people like, it's all right, it's okay. And she's like, yo,
Wow.
Straight West Side, man. It was great.
Straight West Side.
Yeah, so.
Chicago Famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
WIFTVPN. Live from What's in It for the Black Media Studio. You're listening to I Said What I Said.
Wait, what did you say?
I said you're listening to I Said What I Said.
I just said that. I know you just said that. That's what I just said. That's what I'm saying to you.
Exactly what he just said.
With Herb Howard and Toussaint Werner.
That's about one of the nicest things you ever said.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
We are back live from the What's in It for the Black People Media Studios. This is I Said What I Said. His name is Toussaint Werner. My name is Herb Howard. Thank you all so very, very much for choosing to be a part of this conversation. It means the absolute world to us that you are here as opposed to doing whatever else you could be doing at this very, very moment. If you have not done so, please take a quick moment to share the conversation. Share it on your page. Share it even within your personal network. Also, if you would like to contribute to the show, that is an option for you as well. If you feel so inclined, you can click on the little gold stars in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. We certainly certainly appreciate each and every one of those. Too, while we're on the break, I was reading through the comments as I try to do, while we're on break and try to catch up with some of the things that have been going on, because the Is Wiz chat always be cracking. Like, it always be some good stuff going on in there. So I try to catch up and see what's going on. But I came across a question from Sister Zakia, and Zakia asked if it was your daughter or mother or sister was out in public and was attacked, would you want other brothers to intervene on in defense of them?
Absolutely.
And it's my general belief that they would. Like, it's not like it's my general belief that they would. Now,
and they do.
And
right?
they do.
But again, it's context, right? So when the question was asked earlier to Ruthie, and some of the comments was like, "Help me with my bags" or "Walk me to the car."
Thank you.
Those
Anita.
aren't even extremities, right? Those aren't even extremities. But if you see a woman getting attacked on the street, Q is on the line right now. Q just told me a story about a woman getting attacked on 55th Street and how he jumped out and did Q. Right? So this was like a month ago. Listen. Right? This wasn't nobody that Q was related to. These are new stories. And then it ain't even got to be a woman. If I see a dude getting jumped on in the streets, I'm stopping the car. It is what it is.
Like, I think.
But and again, I don't want to paint with broad brushes, right? Because that's just not real in any society.
No.
We can't paint. It's some, but not all. It's never all of anything that does everything.
You have examples of egregious behaviors from men in these situations. You've seen shit like the video that came out like a month or two ago where the sister was smacked in the face with a skateboard. This fucking idiot swung a skateboard at her full with all his might and knocked her out. And his guys are sitting there. Not only they're recording this, but they're fucking laughing about it, right? He needs to fucking die, and they need their ass whooped, right? So there are examples. I'm sure you can find some where nobody did come to their defense, but I can come up with many more where people absolutely did. And this ain't new shit. When I was in high school, one of my classmates got killed at the White Castle that's on, what's that, like something like 67th and what would that be, like California, something like that, because he intervened with some dude was smacking his girl around, right, smacking his own girl around, and my man was like intervened. Dude ended up pulled out a gun and shot him dead in the driveway at that White Castle. But I'm saying that to say, like, people, like brothers have been standing in those spaces, right, like for a long time. It cost Lil Ron his life, but whatever.
But
like,
all this shit is anecdotal. All this shit is based on my experience, your experience, the audience's experience. Right. Anecdotal can go from this end of the spectrum to this end of the spectrum. Because one of the things about anecdotal conversations is they are based on your own experience, right? And again, going back to the understanding of our situation in America as black people, right? Those incidents that you're talking about, the vast majority of those incidents happen behind the construct of poverty. And the vast majority of us live in impoverished situations. You're not riding through Naperville seeing a motherfucker standing on the corner whooping anybody ass. Because that's not the culture when you got some goddamn money. Right? So because our communities are hyper in every sense of the word, you can find a group of hyper motherfuckers that do this and a group of hyper motherfuckers that do that. It is what it is. That is the basis of the hyperized understanding of poverty. It's not about a goddamn gender position though. It's how poverty works. Out of poverty breeds bitterness, breeds grief, breeds anger, breeds all that shit. And when you get to the number, even when you get to like interpersonal, what they call that shit? Interpersonal
relations?
No, there's a level for like when women and men get to beating up on each other, and it leads to death. Right? When you get to those numbers, even amongst black people, the numbers are very much the same.
Yeah, with domestic violence, everybody.
It's like very much the same.
Yes.
Right? And again, and this is not a blame either or, right? But if we're gonna use anecdotal answers, and we're talking about protection of each other, right? I can anecdotally name countless black men that have been ruined by countless black women.
Right.
But that could easily be a moniker that the black male in the black community could leverage out there all day long to disparage the brand of black women.
Yeah.
I could use it in my own personal experience.
Sure.
I could almost name every man in my community could use it.
Sure.
Because it's a narrative that keeps getting rotated over and over again. Because the more I grow up and start to look more and more like my father, the more you see him in me and the more you shit on me like you shitted on him. But the narrative has to be selfless in overcoming that. I got to love you beyond reproach, and I get it, Ruthie, I'm with it. But you got to love that way too. And if you going to love that way, goddammit, you cannot be branding us in the streets as less than.
Right.
It can't happen that way.
Words are powerful.
It can't happen that way.
Those narratives.
You create the paradigm that you want to see. If you say we ain't shit, guess what's going to show up?
We ain't going to be shit.
I ain't shit, nigga.
Right.
Period.
Right. No, that's real. I think that, we beyond the place where it's like, who's at fault here, right? Oh, black women did this. Oh, black men did that, right? Sure, right? We've both made mistakes throughout our existence here, right? But if we're going to get to a space where we're trying to build something else, where we're trying to build self-sustainable communities, this idea of continuing to, beat each other down, it's useless. It serves us no purpose at all, right? Especially when you're going to throw blanket statements across it and say black men. That's bullshit, because I'm a black man and I do not stand for the type of stupid shit y'all talking about people standing for. So if you want to say Darnell such and such ain't shit, then call that motherfucker by name. Don't call him black men, because the black men I know don't put up with that shit. So do not attack our entire group based off your personal experience with the fucked up niggas that you done ran into. Because as Tu says, and as Beulah pointed out earlier, you attracting water meets its level, as you say, right? You attracting motherfuckers that are on the same level as you. You attracting what you putting out. So if every motherfucker you've dated since you were 13 to 45 ain't been shit, ma'am, there's something wrong with you.
But that's also based in the trauma of blackness. That's also about understanding our position. So again, I want to be very clear that I'm not blaming women and I'm not blaming men.
I'm saying we got to get past the blame.
I'm blaming the goddamn culprit. And the culprit is the system that creates the paradigms in which we start to respond from. Who's written the narrative for us to live through.
Until you fully understand white supremacy, everything else you
got to understand the culprit. If you are only higher than me on the totem pole, you got to ask yourself why. You got to ask yourself, why is America a patriarchy and our community is inside a nation inside of a nation in that sense? If America's patriarchal, but black America's matriarchal, and black America seeps and reaps all of the failure in this country, why?
Right.
Why is that our design, but every other body else is operating under this patriarchal model, and their design seems to be flourishing?
Right.
Why?
It's because what you hear us say in the clip that Esco put together for one of our promos, that when we're talking about this idea of anytime you go into war, you got to get rid of the fucking men first, right? So if you're at war, I must do everything I can to attack the men. And so once they're under attack, then yeah, they're at the fucking bottom now. And then the person who's just above them is also finding value in attacking them.
The only motherfucker that you got any power over is us.
That's crazy. And then that leads me to this point that I raised before, right about the 2:00 break. How do you protect somebody who views themselves as better than or above you in terms of the power structure, right? I don't gotta fucking listen to you. How can I protect you if you don't gotta fucking listen to me? Remember on the movie Bodyguard? Whitney Houston was a badass in that movie. She didn't give a fuck. She marched to the beat of her own drum. How you gonna protect her ass? How can I be your fucking bodyguard when I can't even tell you don't go over there? Stop going down there in the crowd. Stop doing this type of shit.
The same kind of relentless love that I say sisters gotta love us with, we gotta love them with. Right, so we got to be able to look beyond the flaws and the narrative that they are us responding to as well. Right, so on some personal shit, like this is a personal story, right? Like I don't think I fully achieved manhood until my mom passed away, right? And I say that in the sense that there was a level of control that my mother had over me that I didn't even consciously recognize. But it was based in a value system that she had created based on the failures that she deemed my father experiencing. So I leveraged or levied myself up against women as to prove myself, prove my value to them, right? Never knowing, never consciously realizing I don't owe you that. I don't owe you that. I owe that to me, not to you. I owe it to me, right? Water meets his level. But the level that I got to meet is my level and not yours. right? But consciously, I couldn't even recognize that until my mother passed away. You understand? So when we start talking about it, and this is part of the conversation that I always have, a lot of this shit, or the vast majority of this shit, is spiritual. And until you take an internal look inside with your own traumas, none of this shit moves. None of it moves. And what we got to recognize is that being born black in America is to be born into trauma. So ain't none of you motherfuckers unscathed. So when I asked the sister what's her 3 most limiting beliefs about herself last week, and she said, I don't have none, I know you lying because you was born black. It's impossible not to have it. Just like it's almost fucking possible to be born in this system and not operate from the same paradigm as a white supremacist. It's
impossible. You got to unlearn that bullshit.
Because every institution aligns you to this thought.
Yeah. I want to raise a question about a comment that Lucretia just made. And Lucretia says, black men need to take responsibility for how white supremacy is damaging them. I think she's absolutely correct, right? I think that black men do need to, but I think the problem is that just like a lot of women in this conversation, a lot of men don't recognize that as being what's happening here. Because they just know that the world is kicking my ass,
it's
right?
Just normal.
And so I don't even know why I'm failing at every fucking thing. I don't know why I'm angry. I don't know why I'm targeted by this motherfucker or that motherfucker. They don't even understand it as such. And so to then be able to take responsibility for what white supremacy is doing to me becomes a step beyond what they can see, because they don't even see it as being white supremacy. They just know the world been fucking with me since I got here.
It's so convoluted is that we admire it.
We do.
We admire it.
We champion how resourceful we are, how resilient we are, our ability to survive in circumstances that other people wouldn't survive.
I'm so fucking sick of surviving. Not recognizing that the fact that they are billionaires because they are letting a whole lot of motherfuckers fall on their deathbed. That's the only way you get a billionaire. And who's at the bottom of that totem pole but us? So we champion this behavior.
We do.
Think about this shit. All of our wealth is pretty much in entertainment and sports.
Yeah, that's real.
All of it.
That's real.
All of it, right? And them brothers are becoming pushed, them brothers and sisters are being catapulted into a position of black leadership, right? Not because they've earned a position in black leadership, but because we champion their wealth. Because our whole value system is predicated on the same shit that the American value system is predicated on, which is only wealth. Character has no fucking value.
No.
Right? So when you say you want a man, no the fuck you don't. What you want is a motherfucking stable security blanket. That's what the fuck you want. See, because a man comes with certain personality, character, all that shit. It's some shit you got to deal with a man. And you don't want that part of it. You just want the security of it. That's it. You just want the check. So what does the state do? It provides you a fucking check by throwing that man in jail. It works all the time.
Yeah.
I don't really need you. I just need the check. Right? And that is the only level of power that they have in this matriarchal system. That's the only level they have. And again, it's not blame, because the black man has a responsibility here too.
Absolutely.
Our responsibility here has to be to overthrow capitalism. It has to be, right? But when you start aligning yourself with whatever that little level of security is, and that little level of security can convince you to devalue me,
right,
then this community will always be fractured.
There's no way around it.
It will always be fractured.
There's no way around it. I've been saying it, for a while. Like everything else that we're trying to build on top of the relationship dynamic starts with the foundation of that relationship dynamic. If we can't get that thing right, then we don't have a chance of getting, any type of sustainable systems of education or food growth, or you talk about community gardens or businesses, whatever. All of that shit is on top of the foundational level of the relationship dynamic between black men and black women. And that shit is so fucking flawed right now that it becomes almost impossible to build on top of it.
And what's more interesting to me is this, though. It's how effective this shit is. And I think about it, I compare it to like hip hop marketing, right? Like when 50 Cent came out, he was like the greatest or the largest gangster rapper of all time. Right. And the nigga's only claim to fame was being shot the fuck up.
The only gangster shit he's ever done. Was
in my community, it usually ain't the gangster that gets shot the fuck up. Not to say he don't. He might die behind it, but that ain't his old how tough he was. right? It usually works in reverse.
Respect the shooter.
You respect the shooter,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So I just think about how they created this paradigm where motherfuckers was legitimately scared of this dude. Motherfuckers was legitimately scared of Suge Knight.
Yeah.
Legitimately.
Yeah.
Right? Suge Knight was a goddamn college student.
Mhm.
Let's keep it a buck.
Mhm.
He wasn't a street nigga.
Mhm.
Right? But motherfuckers was legit. They created a paradigm where they were legitimately scared of this dude. And it always was amazing to me that every time you saw 50, he was smiling and happy and
Yeah, big, bright
jovial.
smile.
Never created this kind of energy of he didn't even his
didn't
own
even present himself like,
he didn't
"I'll fuck
present
you up."
himself like that.
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
But there was a marketing campaign that moved through the muck with that imagery.
And it was brilliant.
Right?
It was brilliant.
And you start to see that how powerful marketing is.
Very few people have debuted.
And when you
in
think
hip-hop
about
like 50 did.
racism, the construct if you think about it from the standpoint of it being a marketing campaign, think of how successful this shit is. And what does marketing do?
Right.
But condition
There you
your
go.
fucking brain.
Tells you what to think.
It tells you what the fuck to think.
So never mind that what we know about 50 Cent. He got his ass shot.
Never
That's
mind
it.
that you live in these communities.
Here's what we're telling you to think.
Never mind that you live in these communities. There was a study done not too long ago where the data came out that said black fathers are the most active fathers in the lives of their children on this fucking soil.
Yeah, but the narrative tells you black
But
fathers
the narrative
don't
tells
exist.
you they don't fucking exist.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mhm.
I know a bunch of black fathers.
Mm-hmm.
I know a bunch of black fathers.
Mm-hmm.
I can't name one in my circle that ain't active in their kids' lives.
Yeah.
And I ain't saying that motherfucker don't exist, but I'm saying in my circle,
Yeah.
I can't name one.
I grew up without a father, and so like now to even fathom being cool with a motherfucker who got kids around here that you won't even see or talk, that like nope, hell no, he ain't my partner. I don't know that fuck dude. You know what I'm saying? Like hell no, we can't be cool, bro. Because I'm always gonna be like, hey, what's up with your shorty? And you gonna get sick of me saying that shit. What's up with your shorty? Every time we fucking talk, we talk about your kids. Every fucking time we talk about whatever the fuck, your kids come up in that shit. So I don't understand this idea of, and that's, again, it's not to say these motherfuckers don't exist because we do know that they are out there, right? They are some
They absolutely out there, right?
Right.
But it's also, I'm from the village concept.
Yep.
And because I'm from the village concept, I know my boys is from the village concept.
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
So at my father's funeral, you got Fortune 500 business people there and Chief of the Foes there. Because that was all part of the village.
The village, right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
But again, man, what I'm saying is there's a narrative that exists and then there's data that exists.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Now, we can look at the narrative all day long.
Yeah.
But the data is where the truth usually lies.
I always say, man, when you talk about arguing with people who just want to win, never let a small thing like the truth get in the way of you winning an argument. Right? They like fuck. I'm not trying to hear the truth. I'm trying to win this fucking argument, and this argument is telling me that you ain't shit. And it's like, hold on, I actually am shit. Here's why I'm shit. Look, I'm shit. No, the fuck you ain't. Fuck all that data and all that goofy shit. You ain't shit.
Man, look, to be in the top 1% of black earners, to be in the top 1% of black earners, all you need is $120,000 a year. Right? To be in the top 1% of black wealth, all you need is $360,000 hard. Right? Not on no braggart shit. The home that I live in,
brag,
appraises at about $350,000.
I don't mean to brag, but
that I got a rental property too, so that puts me and Oprah in the same percentile. Motherfucker, that's insanity.
It's crazy.
It's insanity, G.
It's crazy.
It's insanity because I recognize it, and when I speak to these people on this platform, I tell them I'm poor all the time.
Poor as fuck. Right? We all varying degrees of poor.
I understand the positioning that I'm in, but I am in the top 1% of black earners and of black wealth. What the fuck does 50% look like?
That's how wide that fucking gap.
That's how
from
wide
$1 billion
that fucking gap is
to $120, 120,000,
all in the same percentile.
Same percentile.
That's how little money we have circulating in our community. And you want a motherfucker that you can stay home and make cookies all day with. Where does that happen at? How can that happen when there is no wealth circulating in our communities? I just if you answer me that, I will shut the fuck up.
So then it becomes imperative that we find another way of existing. It can't be about the bag because we
shift what the fuck we value, right? Because if that man, Lil Ray Ray, who ain't been the daddy to his baby because he ain't financially secure enough, but he's a good dude. He's got character. He's shooting his shot at life. He's trying. Right? Then he deserves a shot at being in that baby's life.
Mm-hmm.
He deserves that.
Absolutely.
Right? And he probably deserves to be in your wife as a woman too. And maybe if you change the modicum of what you value, y'all can actually build some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Mm-hmm. Right? Because you might be the first motherfucker Lil Ray Ray whoever believed in Lil Ray Ray.
Right.
Ever.
Right. And just that little bit of belief. Just one motherfucker just believing that you can do some shit.
And it also amazes me how fast these value systems shift. Right?
Because they not
Malcolm
real.
X died poor.
Right.
Malcolm X was poor. Right. Martin Luther King died poor.
But they're held as the two greatest black men in history.
In history.
Mm-hmm.
History.
But now, even though the two greatest black men in history died poor, now the only thing that matters is how much money you have. How fucking crazy is that?
What do you think? You know, the Boondocks did a segment where they had
right.
Martin come back and he was like laughable. He was laughable. Think about how the word activist has been bastardized in this society. Motherfucker, what you think Martin Luther King was? What do you think Malcolm X was? That was a fucking generation ago. Martin Luther King's grandchildren are younger than my children.
Right. Right.
That was this motherfucker would have been in his 80s?
Would he even be that old? 68? He was like, what was he, like 32, 33?
In one generation.
How old was he that?
The paradigm shifted to where this has no intrinsic value. That shit was all the King, Malcolm, Stokely's of the world. All them motherfuckers died broke. Huey Newton.
Yeah.
All of them died broke.
Because they valued other shit.
But you couldn't deny their impact on society.
Yeah.
Right? But we've created a whole convoluted ass identity where
your value is only based on
value no more.
What you drive, and like,
it has no value.
It's complete bullshit.
That's insanity to me.
It's complete bullshit.
Gee, we legitimately two grandmothers away from slavery.
Right.
We go in your family history, and when you get to your third grandmama, she was a fucking slave.
Period.
A slave.
Right.
And in that amount of time, your whole value system has shifted to the motherfucking slave owner's value set.
That's it.
And then you blame motherfuckers who don't align themselves with the same slave driver mentality.
And given the opportunity,
boy, you sick as shit.
Given the opportunity, you would treat us in the very same manner that the slave owners did. I have these conversations all the time.
But it goes back.
Fuck them
that's
niggas.
where
they
the spiritual conversation comes into context.
Like, no.
Capitalism forces everything to be transactional. So you don't really want a motherfucker with character because you don't want a partner. You want a motherfucker that you can own.
You want
to
control.
It's the same for men. You don't want a partner. You want a motherfucker you can own. That's what you want because that's what transactional behavior forces your ass to do.
Gotta take a break. When we come back, gonna continue this conversation about ownership and partnership. Which one do you really want? I know what you're gonna say. I know what you're gonna say you want. What is that you really want? This is I Say What I Said. We'll be right back after this.
WIFTBPM.
Funeral expenses are costly. The Casket Store wants to help you save hundreds of dollars. You do not have to purchase a casket from the funeral home. Call now for a free in-home consultation. Call 773-445-6900. 773-445-6900.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
Are you curious to explore the intellectual currents that channel our thoughts and frame our reality? Have you ever meditated for relaxation and accidentally discovered the universe in the process? These matters and many more you may never have even thought of will be yours to explore as you come with me into Muwakil's world. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 11 to 1. Right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
We fun guy.
What's tomorrow?
Fun guy, what's up, baby?
What it do, baby?
Yeah, yo, what do you know?
You know what I'm saying? So I'll be telling you.
What's going on, Chicago? What's in it for the Black People Media presents?
I want to go higher. Oh my God.
Call your sons, call your daughters, call your friends, call your neighbors.
The big Tuesdays and Thursdays, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. with Eugene McIntosh and Terrence Tomlin. We got what you need right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Hi, I'm Dr. Willie Wilson. People in Illinois have been crying out for justice, equality, and fairness from their government for years. And it keeps getting worse. Unfair taxes, laws that unjustly imprison nonviolent offenders. The rich get richer, and the everyday people suffer. It's time for a change, and with your help, I'm here to do it. I'm asking for your support as I run for U.S. Senator in 2020.
Paid for by Willie Wilson for Senate 2020.
WIFTBPM.
Question too. This is I Said What I Said. We are live from What's in It for the Black People Media Studios. My name is Herb. His name is Tucson. Thank y'all so very, very much for being a part of this conversation today. We had intended to speak to former NBA player Craig Hodges about his story as being someone who used his platform and was ultimately blackballed from the NBA for trying to raise awareness about social injustice. Before Colin Kaepernick, there was a Craig Hodges and others. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to join us today, so he's going to be in studio with us on Wednesday. Craig Hodges will be in studio here to join I Said What I Said. So we kind of got on a conversation about relationship dynamics in the black community specifically, and judging by it, everybody's got an opinion on it. I think it's a conversation that everybody has an opinion on because it's something that everybody has experience with. Everybody's been in relationship with somebody, right?
I don't think this is a relationship dynamic conversation though. That's not what I think this is. I think this is a communal understanding of each other. This ain't about no fucking relationship. This is how we deal with each other at every level. This is how we deal with each other in the social context. This is how we deal with each other economically. It's why we don't have shit now, because we don't trust each other. We don't talk to each other. We don't fucking commune. Mm-hmm. We don't have a community. That's why it's called the hood.
I agree with you. Yeah. We don't commune. Neighbors. Ain't no neighbors.
We don't commune. Right. So it ain't about no fucking relationship. This ain't got to be that. I ain't got to be, because Ruthie said, I don't feel protected. Right? I don't have to be in no fucking relationship for you to feel that way. Sure. And I'm with that. Mm-hmm. So we don't got to make the shit about no intimate.
You can definitely extrapolate it across our entire, non-community, right?
It could just be about how we commune. Right. And it's gonna be the same fucking result because the narrative don't stop. It's not sectioned off for this part of your life. It ain't this who the fuck this person is. He ain't shit. She ain't shit. And that's how we gonna move through our life. When a motherfucker come to your door and he's black and he say, I got this business opportunity, the first thing your mind says, what's the catch? Because why? Because the narrative is already he ain't shit. Because if a white dude came in with a suit and tie and did the same shit, you'd be like, damn, that's interesting.
Right.
So it ain't got to do with no fucking intimate partner relationships. It's got to do that we don't fucking commune. Because the narrative has shaped our own narrative. We've bought into the white supremacist narrative. Lucretia asked a minute ago, do black men got to take responsibility for the way white supremacy is damaging them?
Sure.
That goddamn statement itself bothers me because it assumes black women ain't being damaged by the same fucking narrative. How is that plausible? How is that plausible?
It's not. I think everybody's impacted by it. It's impossible to grow up in this country and not be infected with the disease of white supremacy. It's something that you can unlearn, right? But it takes work. You have to be very, very intentional about it. You have to be intentional to see it, right, in all aspects of our society, and then be intentional about overcoming it. And so I think that it's on everybody. It ain't one side. It's not just men. It ain't just women. It's all of us, right? And we got to look at it. We got to look at it that way. But I think that there. To the scenario that you were just giving about the black businessman or the white businessman, instantly his whiteness validates him.
It
right?
validates.
And we don't validate each other in that same way. We look at each other and it's like, oh, fuck him, right? He's not validated until some other source outside of me, outside of this community, validates him. And now he's valuable. That's why Charlemagne being connected to a large white organization is more valuable than Joe Budden starting, operating, and owning his own, right? There's nothing to validate him because he's just black.
Right. That's why you congratulate a motherfucker when they get a job, and when they get start their own business, you don't support it.
Right.
Same fucking narrative across the board. It goes across the board. It's a level of self-hate that permeates in our community. Mm-hmm. And again, I don't want to just keep throwing shit at the fire. These are all factors that are real and honest, right? Mm-hmm. But in order to get to a solution, it's just like anything else, G. You got to start at the motherfucking root. You can't fix cancer once it's metastasized. Once the shit is metastasized, you can't go over there and find a blip of the shit and think you've cured it.
I got a little bit.
You got to find the root, right? And if we're going to find it or talk from the root, one, we got to be honest first about the goddamn problem, right? And the problem ain't that black men is this and that and the third. It's just that's not honest, right? The problem is that we're prisoners of war. That's the problem, right? And we've been slated to be in a caste system in the country of our origin, in essence, because what motherfuckers bought here was a hodgepodge of motherfuckers, and a culture got created out of that. So with that makes us, this is our country of origin. Ain't no motherfucking back to Africa shit, because what was bought here was a hodgepodge of motherfuckers, and they grew a culture out of that. Hence, this becomes the origin.
Yeah.
Right? And if this is the origin, and the narrative of the origin was to keep us in a subservient position, for the powerful to have a playground of enormous means.
They want to create their utopia. And ours does not exist within it.
And ours doesn't exist within it. How do we then adopt their value system and then begin to judge each other based on that shit?
Yeah, listen.
What they call that shit when the lady got kidnapped?
Lucretia said earlier, she did say that all of us are affected by white supremacy, not just men. But I think that we have to get to a space where we validate our own selves based off our own understandings of what's valuable, right? But I think as long as we align ourselves with white supremacist ideals, white supremacist thoughts, white supremacist aspirations, then we don't have a chance, right? We have to be about the business of creating something completely different. We should have business showers. You talk about like not supporting people's business, like, oh, you got a job working for the white man? Yay! You starting a business for yourself? We should have fucking business showers. Just like you have a baby shower. Hey, I'm starting a business. I'm having a business shower, right? Come to my business shower. Here go a list of shit I'm gonna need to start this business. Who can help, right? What can you bring? Whatever the fuck it is. I'm starting a photography company. Who can give me a fucking camera? You know what I'm saying? Same shit we do for baby showers. We should have business showers, but we aren't all excited about that shit for whatever reason. And I think it's just because we don't see ourselves as being validated in any real way, shape, or form.
So look, Zakiya Muhammad says Ruthie's right. In some circumstances, I don't feel protected, and that's real talk. And Lucretia responds and says Ruthie is right. Look, I can't deny y'all feelings, right? Y'all, how you feel is how you feel.
I don't know there's
circumstances. But the argument that I'm making is that imaging and messaging dictates behavior. Imaging and messaging dictates behavior, right? Black makes you feel a certain kind of fucking way. The color itself makes you feel a certain kind of way. Red makes you feel a certain kind of way. There's a reason why at every fucking presidential debate, and since we talking about this shit, you watch tomorrow, and you gonna see both of them motherfuckers wearing blue suits and red ties.
Yeah.
Because those colors affect your brain in a certain kind of way, right? You can create whatever paradigm you fucking want to create until you educate yourself enough to separate yourself from the fucking paradigm. It just is what it is, right? Nike sold your ass on $100 gym shoes in the 80s because they told you the air bubble could make you jump higher.
Right.
They're still selling you same fucking gym shoes made out of cheaper products today for double the money.
Yeah.
There's a reason why those strategies continually work.
Yeah.
They are scientific. They're fucking
proven.
Guessing.
Right. It's not art.
Right?
Science.
It's not hard. But in order to move beyond that paradigm, you got to be like liquid, though.
You got to be fluid.
You got to be fluid in thought. right? You cannot be a haven and attach yourself to religious ideas or connotations in the way like religion, because the shit ain't religion, right? Law is only effective for those people beneath it.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Right? So you get motherfuckers carrying these book bags worth of honor for some shit that they didn't create.
Yeah.
It's silly.
I create
That's
the laws
all
for
I'm
you.
saying. You right, Lucretia, you could feel that way. You right, as a kid, you could feel that way. You could, right? But as a black man, I can say at the same time, right? The amount of black women that I've seen in my life that just respect me off the shit fact that I was a black man is non-existent.
Yeah, I think that. Listen, I think that by and large, you are protected in our community. Are there other instances? Absolutely, right? I feel safe in my community. I move around this city like I own this motherfucker, right? In any neighborhood.
Well, here's the argument I'm going to make, and this is why I keep saying we're all at fault here. They aren't protected. They aren't. But they aren't protected because we aren't protected.
That's what I was about to say.
Right? We all are in powerless positions.
Yeah, like
right? Up until a point that we can serve you, we gonna serve you, right? My man, Breonna Taylor's boyfriend shot out the fucking door. Didn't save her, but he tried, right? The dope dealer. I ain't finna shit on her name, even though you might give me more time, right? I ain't finna shit on her name.
Right.
Trying to protect her,
right?
But what the system does is what the system always does.
Right.
It leverages those same motherfuckers to demean those same people. So now the boyfriend who's the dope dealer, instead of us honoring his level of valor, we shit on him as putting her in a position as if there goes the metaphysical shit, right? There goes the spiritual shit. Something in Brianna attracted her to this nigga who was living like this.
Right.
But now that she's gone, she has no responsibility in that. He was just a shithead that brought her down in life.
Right.
How you figure?
Right.
But did he bring her down when your whole value set is only capital in the first fucking place?
Right. That's what you value.
That's what you value.
Right. I think that, like even me, I feel very fucking comfortable here. That's not to say that nothing would happen to me. That's not to say that nothing ever bad, nobody's ever like brought that type of energy to me. Yeah, right? But I still feel safe here, right? I still like to move around. And so I think that, to take, this given experience or this given experience and then try and, apply that across the board, I think it's irresponsible and I think it's damaging to our overall pursuit of improvement in terms of the outcomes that we see in our community. My wife is interesting, right? My wife from Inglewood, right? She ain't really scared of shit, right? But shit has happened to her still, right? But even now, and I live in South Shore, right? I say that all the time. I love South Shore. I'm hanging out with her the other day. We gone for hours, right? We come back, it's late as fuck, it's dark as hell. I walk up to the door. That motherfucker is open. Not unlocked. It's open, right? The screen door is closed. The actual door is wide the fuck open. I'm like, Shanita, you left this door open? Like, because I wasn't there when she left. Like, we either met out or I picked her up or some shit like that, but I wasn't in the house when we left. And so I'm like, you left this door open? She's like, yeah. I was like, why would you do that? Like, nobody's here. Like, why would you leave the door open? Oh, I was just trying to get some fresh air in the house. Like, girl, like what the risk reward is not on par there. But I'm just saying, like, even there, right? She's like, no, I feel perfectly fine. Nobody here gonna do shit. Now she's pro-black as fuck. She's super community, and so she like everybody is her brother and everybody is her sister. Ain't nobody gonna come in here and do shit to her, right? That's how she feels, right? I think that's extreme. I would rather she close the fucking door, right? But I appreciate the belief that she has in the community because to her credit, nobody went in that motherfucker. Nothing happened, right? So clearly she was able to fucking do the shit. But I just think that we have to get to a space where we are more dependent upon what we actually see than what the shit we're told.
Nyla asked a very dynamic question in the comments.
What is Nyla's dynamic question?
A very dynamic question. She says, Toussaint Werner and Herb Howard, do you as men feel you can actualize yourself in a captured, imprisoned state of being in America? In other words, can you psychologically evolve to a point of feeling empowered and safe enough to navigate this as an individual and then be equipped to be responsible for other people's need to do the same, be it children or a partner? I think that is a brilliant fucking question, and I'm going to answer that question with absolutely yes. But the way you do it, at least the way I've done it, is to separate myself from all of the constraints of white supremacy.
Let me pause you, bro. I know you finna go off, and it's a brilliant question. We got to take our last break. When we come back from our last break, we are going to unpack Nyla's dynamic question. Tu will give his response. I will give mine. This is I Say What I Said. We got to take one more break. We'll be right back after this.
WIFTBPM.
I was going to ask you, so growing up, did you ever have an old racist family in your neighborhood? Did you have one live next to you or one down the street? Just somebody's house that you know on the block you didn't want to go nowhere near that house. The neighbor who was directly behind us had a real problem coming outside seeing my white mother and my black father.
We got us the gun line.
This dude built an 8-foot fence, more like 10 foot.
They put up the Huck Finn joint.
Exactly. That shit looked like a castle. You know, my dad, he's a big guy, football player guy. My dad guy who walks over there.
Old school
and then
black.
he's like, yo, I don't appreciate these apples in my yard. He's like, motherfucker, we don't even have an apple tree. These are your apples.
Do you like apples?
Your kids are throwing apples over here. Okay, there's that little space, but there's still a fence. So they're right there looking at each other.
Tell them about the gun line, boss.
And I said something like, yeah, Dad. And that dude said, shut up, you little monkey. Leroy stuck his hand over the fence.
You're gonna die, clown!
Grabbed dude by the neck.
Run.
And proceeded to pull him halfway over this fence. Like,
Finish him.
Mrs. Wheeler comes running out. Oh, Leroy, don't do that. It's not worth it. Blah, blah, blah. My dad was getting ready to kill this dude. And within 6 months, that guy moved away.
Don't cross the gun line, boss.
Right, the gun line, boss.
Chicago Famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
WIFTBPM.
And we are back. We are live from the What's in It for the Black People Media Studios. This is I Said What I Said. My name is Herb Howard. His name is Tucson 1 or 2. Before break, you were reading a question from Nyla, and it was a very, very good question. And you were about to get into your answer. And I could tell it's going to be like a 2-minute drill.
It's really not that deep.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I am self-actualized, right? And I've been trained to be self-actualized all my life.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's part of that being born above the scratch line shit that I talk about.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also a spiritual connotation, right? There's universal law, then there's man law. I don't say it all the time on here, but I think I'm God. I don't hesitate to say that shit. Mm-hmm. In real life, I tried to name my baby Jesus. My wife just wasn't going. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, bullshit ain't nothing. I tried to name Eric Jesus.
I don't think you're bullshit.
You know what I'm saying? And since she wouldn't go, I gave him the second closest thing I can get to Jesus, which was Eric, which is the name of my father. Because I was born to be self-actualized.
Right.
It is what it is.
Right.
And really what that breaks down to, G, is that I don't create my value set based in the confines of white supremacy. Universal law versus man law.
Right.
Don't none of this shit make me, homie.
Right.
Not the dollar amount, not the clothes I wear on my back. Don't none of that shit make me.
Right.
It don't make me.
Right.
I'm going to be great with it or without it. It don't define me.
Period.
I could play with it or without it.
Period.
It don't mean shit to me.
Period.
Right? I don't brag about my cribs. I don't brag about the car. I ride my bike every chance I fucking can because that's what I value, not because that's what I'm deemed to.
Right.
I told the joke a while ago about the chick who saw me on the bike. Like, baby,
that was real shit.
You too cute to ride a bike. Baby, my bike costs more than your car. But contextually, you don't even grasp that because you are confined by the constraints of white supremacy.
You a low bottom.
But see, I value what the bike gives me, right? It gives me a level of awareness of my environment that you can't get in the car.
Right.
It gives me a level of peace that I can't get in the car navigating the streets.
Right.
So every chance I get, I'm on that goddamn bike. But somebody who defines themselves that bike riding is it's
trendy right now.
It's trendy now and it's catching on and everybody's doing it's the cool shit. But I've been doing this shit for the last 10, 15 years. So I was in it when it wasn't cool, but it was cool for me because I don't define me by your fucking norms. Because I know your norms ain't shit.
Yeah, I think that I also think that I'm God. Like not, lift me up in a church type shit, but like divinely and spiritually connected to this earth in a way that allows me to move in a way that's like separate from the shit that we seem to value here in this space, right? I don't give a fuck about none of that shit, right? I've been that nigga since I was a kid. I was always that dude, and so it don't matter what the fuck I'm wearing or like that shit don't mean nothing to me, like, and it's just like people talk about like platforms, like people like everywhere we go, like somebody like knows me, and that don't have really shit to do with I say what I said or nothing really, not radio or nothing. It was just kind of like that. Like I went to schools where a lot of people were, and I whatever. Anyway, my point is that none of that shit really motivates me. The only thing that motivates me is, does this feel good, right? Does this feel good? Does what I'm doing feel good? Is the person I'm talking to, does this interaction feel good, right? Do I feel good about this experience that I'm having with this person, or this experience that I'm having with this earth even, right? Like that's the kind of shit that moves me. I do want to clarify something to my brother Gardis, who is Wiz OG and been rocking for a long time. Gardis, when I mentioned the idea about business showers, you said, isn't that the same as a grand opening? And no, it's absolutely not, sir, right? I'm talking about coming from the concept side, right? And then getting people around you to then help you get to the point where you can have a grand opening. So to stick with the analogy and talk about baby showers, business showers, right? The business shower would be the baby shower. The grand opening is the delivery, right? That's in the delivery room. That's when the baby's being born. But the baby shower happens before that, right? So I think that, I want to clarify that, because we'll fucking throw ideas away like they aren't valuable because we misconceive them.
So I want to say something about that self-actualization question too, right? When you start thinking about the context of being black and being male in America, there's almost no level of success that you can achieve without some level of capitulation. Right? And for a self-actualized man, it is very difficult to capitulate.
It's hard,
right?
Man.
So this is how fucked up the narratives are. The shit that our women deem as valuable looks like security. And in order to have security, you got to be a capitulator. Mm-hmm. And I said it right when I said it like that.
A capitulator.
Mm-hmm. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So in the big scheme of things, you got to capitulate to the world to make this level of security at your household. Mm-hmm. But when you capitulate to the world, you can't be a self-actualized man in your house, because she sees you as a bitch once you leave out that door.
Period.
Because that's really what the fuck you are anyway. That's really what you are anyway.
That's a fact.
That's why it's a cyclical thing. It don't never fucking work. So you might be bringing home the bacon, but little folks is hitting her, because little folks look like a man.
Right. Yeah.
It's some wild shit, man. No, it's wild, bro.
That's very, very real. And then again, it returns us back to the question that we posed maybe a few breaks ago. What is that you really want? Right? What is that you really want in a partner? But you cannot live within the confines of the standards of this narrative. Because this narrative is designed to not allow you to reach masculinity. It is why, and we ain't got into this shit, right? But I happened by accident to run up on Ghost Power book the other night too. Mm-hmm. Little black boy in there kissing and hugging on another little black boy, hoop squad black boy, the masculine dude, the athlete. Right. Now they did the gay scenes here. Do we ever just stop and say why? Right. What's up with this?
Why every TV show that got black men in it, they got to be homosexual?
Because which one was we talking about recently?
Don't nobody just wonder why?
Which ones we talking about recently about the scenes like being gay or whatever, and then somebody was like, well, in the actual thing, like the person wasn't even gay, like in the book or whatever.
In the Lovecraft,
is that what the Lovecraft?
In the book, the dude that they got
ain't gay at all.
He ain't even gay in the book.
Y'all just wrote this gay shit.
They wrote this shit in there just because.
Just because.
And it ain't just because.
No,
it's just conditioning. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's been an attack on black masculinity since we approached the shores of Jamestown, Virginia. If you are in denial of that, you are a flat out fool, and I can't have a conversation with you. Mm-hmm. Right now, the difference is you are a participant. Mm-hmm. You are a participant in that destruction, right? Yeah. And then you wonder why we don't move forward. This shit, can you beat my ass, ain't just some cool shit to say.
I gotta send the
it ain't just some cool shit to say. It is the measurement, is the metric on what masculinity looks like. And be clear. Be clear. The motherfucker that will prompt you and give you the energy to go to war is your woman. You will go to war over your woman first and fastest, unless Your woman don't understand she a woman, and you don't understand you a man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and listen, in terms of, why would you send the woman, right? Why would you send the black woman to attack the black man? You gotta send the person closest to him, right? You look at any fucking criminal organization ever, any gangster ever in the history of the fucking world, that motherfucker got killed by the motherfucker that was next to him, right? It ain't easy to just run up on it. Like, you can't just catch the motherfucker slipping. You got to get the motherfucker that's next to them to be able to do that. And so once actual slavery was over, where they could just do whatever the fuck they want, then I can't really run up on you like this and do this to you, but I can tell you how I can get somebody else to do it to you. The motherfucker sitting right next to you, right? That's the warfare that's happening here. And I don't think many of us don't even realize that we're at war. And so we can't see these war tactics playing out, right? It's like, no, that's not really a war tactic. No, yes, the fuck it is. It absolutely is. And it's working brilliantly.
But just on some spiritual shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
On some spiritual stuff. Like, the birth of my children gave me an outlook that I probably wouldn't have had without having children, right? And it's interesting. My son was born first, and I love my son to life, right? I love both of my children dearly. I do. But my responses to my son are very different than my responses to my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Not because they came and showed up different. It's just the way the energy dictates us move.
Mm-hmm.
My son fall down is get your ass up and don't fall down no more.
Right.
Because you're going to have to face some of these failures and some of this pain, because there's a certain level of pain evolved in manhood, because in order to become a warrior, you got to understand defeat.
You must.
Right? But that's just I didn't train myself to think like this. I wasn't conditioned to think like this. I think this is just the natural masculine energy.
Mm-hmm.
But my baby girl fall down. No. Ain't gonna be none of that shit.
Right.
You understand me?
Right.
Ain't nothing more important than my baby girl. I'm not gonna allow you to be angered or hurt or any kind of way.
Right.
It just ain't gonna be.
Right.
And I think that's the very nature of how pureness of feminine energy works.
Yeah.
It inspires that man to blossom into that warrior spirit.
Yeah.
He gonna do whatever he got to do to make sure this never gets fractured. Right? So if sisters operated in that energy, and I'm not saying it's a one-way thing, but what I'm saying is just the energy of my baby girl can motivate me to a space that I didn't even imagine was real.
Mm-hmm.
And if a sister was operating in the pureness of that energy, what the fuck could stop us?
I think that's a good place to leave the conversation for today. I want to thank each and every one of you all for tuning in. We greatly appreciate it. We truly value your input. As always, it is valued. It is certainly appreciated. The comments were rolling through today. We tried to read through as many of them as we possibly could. Hopefully you guys will come back here with us on Wednesday. We'll be right here at 1 p.m. We'll be joined live in the studio by Craig Hodges and perhaps another very special guest too. We'll leave that one under the wraps. But we will see you guys back here Wednesday at 1 p.m. Thank you all so much for tuning in. For Toussaint Warner and for super producer Miss Sonia Escobar, the hardest working woman in radio. My name is Herb Howard. Coming up next, Chicago famous Mike Love and the Diz here with you from 3 to 6 p.m. Until next time, y'all be good to each other. Peace.
WIIFT PM. WIIFT PM. WIFT PM. WIFT PM. WIFT PM.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
Funeral expenses are costly. The Casket Store wants to help you save hundreds of dollars. You do not have to purchase a casket from the funeral home. Call now for a free in-home consultation. Call 773-445-6900. 773-445-6900.
Hey y'all, this is Salim Muwakil from Muwakil's World. In case you missed the last discussion, this is what you missed.
There was a time when there was a large-scale mythology that African people had no endurance. We were only good for sprinting.
Right.
And that was our forte. Other than that, we were useless in marathon races. Establishing your patrimony on the land. If you bury the dead, that means that this land is forever in your family.
Who are our ancestors, really? We are the living ancestors to a whole genealogical line going back hundreds of thousands, millions of years that we carry within us living today. Everyone who preceded us. Mm-hmm. However, that conception took place, whether it was violently, with rape, or whatever the case, but we are them living today.
That's why it's important to understand our capacity, man. Our capacity is unlimited. We have unlimited potential.
Absolutely.
So make sure you tune in Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 11 to 1 p.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Mike Love and Diz.
It's another one.
Chicago famous. Mike Love and Diz.
Classic.
Chicago famous. Chicago famous. You're listening to Chicago Famous with Mike Love and Diz.
Coming together is the beginning. Keeping together is progress. Don't let nobody stop you.
Chicago Famous with Mike Love and Diz. Monday through Friday, 3 to 6 p.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Change is the law of life. If you believe in yourself, you will always find a way.
Chicago Famous with Mike Love and Diz. Afternoons on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Hey,
Chicago famous Mike Love and Diz back on a Monday.
That's right. We are back on a Monday. We're going to be here all the way till 6 p.m. How's everybody doing out there? I don't know how y'all doing, but we are ready to get it on another edition of Chicago Famous. Once again, taking you all the way up to 6 o'clock. Shout out to everybody checking us out on YouTube Live, Facebook Live. Start sharing the video now. We shout you out for the share because that's how we care. But we appreciate everybody on YouTube and Facebook spreading the word over the weekend, letting us know what we had going on. We had a fun show Friday. We had a great weekend. At least I had a great weekend. I hope you had a great weekend.
Did you?
My weekend was chill.
What was so great about your
The weather
weekend?
was nice. First of all, the weather was gorgeous.
Wait, it was supposed to have been like 75
Well, yeah,
Saturday.
okay, let me back up because it got better as Saturday went along.
Okay.
'Cause Saturday morning was a little rough. I was out at the market, and we were expecting like 80-degree weather, and it was chilly.
Yeah, it was.
But Sunday was gorgeous, so that was all good. So, last round to get your barbecues in and all that before it starts really getting cold around here. So, yeah, I had a chill weekend.
And last chance to do any type of gardening or anything like that, right?
Yeah, pretty much getting my last harvest in, getting the last of the summer vegetables in. So, like, vegetables that have to deal with hot weather, like cucumbers, tomatoes, like, you got to get them out the ground now.
Right.
Like peas and beans and root vegetables like carrots, beets, stuff like that. I can take that all the way to November.
Yeah.
So, you got another round of tomatoes coming tomorrow. So, it heated up just enough Sunday to take those ones that were green or, like, slightly yellow, turn them red. So, I'll be bringing you a cup tomorrow.
I'm excited because, again, I went back to the store to get my little mini tomatoes.
Those GMO tomatoes, exactly. You might as well just eat some cherry clams, some cherry chons, if that's the case, man. Them tomatoes are garbage.
And the thing about it was I thought about coming to the farmer's market Saturday, but when I thought about it, I was picking my daughter up from work. It was noon.
And we were closed.
Shutting down.
We were shut down. By 12:15,
noon.
we were out the building.
Exactly.
But with that being said, I got to send out a shout out to Shaka and send a shout out to Tony, who check out Chicago Famous all the time. And they actually showed up at the farmer's market this week and supported my people. Al Shani's got the vegetarian soup.
Nice.
Got a little jerk chicken Alfredo.
Okay.
But big fans of the show, spent a little time with me, came over, talked about the show Friday and what we had, the guests that we had in the studio. So it was nice to talk to some of the people. Glad they were able to come out and support and definitely show some love to some people that we show some love to as well. So that was good.
So it's funny that you mentioned the jerk chicken Alfredo because that's the same dish that corporate is always losing his mind on.
It's off the chain. It's
jerk chicken Alfredo.
Off the chain. And I tell my guy Al from Al Shani's all the time. You know what I say? He should open up a restaurant like a barbecue / Alfredo place.
Alfredo.
Because I'm telling you, the jerk Alfredo is just fire. I mean, it really is. It's good. He makes his own sauce, so ain't nothing out of the can.
Right.
All that, So he
course.
puts it all together, homemade, and it's all that. I mean, it's definitely a big seller at our market.
I mean, there's been like a handful of corporate videos, and we had corporate come up here and hang out with us, and he's mentioning the restaurant. It's on I don't know if it's on the south side or west side.
I think there's two, one on the south and one on the west side.
All right. So he goes to this restaurant and like he puts it in his videos and he always and I'm like, jerk chicken Alfredo, man, we will jerk anything in Chicago.
That is true. Now we're getting creative with it though.
I mean, at first it was just like the jerk chicken spots.
Well, it's kind of like It's kind of like the Jamaicans. They'll jerk everything, and then once it got into the fabric of Chicago was like, all right, we gonna start adding a Chicago twist on it. What can we jerk? So it's like, let's add it to Alfredo.
So when I think of Alfredo, I think of the noodles. Yeah. And I think of strips of chicken or something.
No, it's not strips like you buy at the store. Like, no, they shred the chicken in there. Okay. And they put it with the white sauce and all that. They mix it all up together and bam.
So so the sauce is jerk or the chicken is jerk. Help me through this.
The chicken is jerked.
Okay.
And the sauce is homemade. And, of course, you got the noodles on there.
So you got the normal Alfredo sauce, jerk chicken, and... Yeah,
look, my market runs to the end of October. So if you get a chance to get up early on a Saturday,
and I am up
run through and get you. Oh, it's
not vegan.
Okay,
damn it.
We'll just make you hold some, and I'll eat it, and I'll tell everybody how good because it's fire. I eat it, so I know.
Right.
So yeah, it's
but
all good.
You're slowly but surely going vegan, though.
Not exactly, but at least we had a conversation after the show last Friday because I'm still in that vegan, that cardboard mind state. Like, back when people were first going vegan, everything tasted like leather or cardboard. And I'm kind of still there, but they've made so many new recipes and found new ingredients and new ways to make meat and spice stuff up that I can't think like that. And it's funny because my daughter, who's out in California, seems to be leaning more towards the vegetarian role because she has sent me a couple recipes of vegan meals she's made, including it was a pulled pork burger, but she didn't use pulled pork. She used like this oyster mushroom something. And she pulled the oyster mushroom and then added it with the sauce and put it all together. But that's like the third or fourth recipe she has sent me. And I'm like, okay, well, you are like really looking at this now. Yeah. So, who knows? I'll keep an open mind about it. I still like my rack of ribs. But, again, we're all getting older. And like Mike said, one of the reasons why he decided to go on a plant-based diet is because of the young one. And you want to make sure that he's here for graduations and birthdays and special days. And, hey, my daughter's 14, so I want to be around. So I'll do a little change and I'll alter the lifestyle a tad bit, whatever I can do, so I'm all right.
Yeah, like I said, Meatless Monday, you start out there, and you slowly take, it's baby steps.
Give me one day. And I'll start there, and then, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I'm all for that. My weekend was spent, I got called toxic over the weekend, man. I didn't know how to take that.
Toxic?
Yeah, me.
What? What?
Yeah, my daughter's mom in the text. First she left me on red, which I don't know if you ever, if you text, well, you're an Android guy.
Yes.
But left on red is like it's an iPhone thing.
Okay.
READ, not RED.
Okay.
So when someone leaves you on red, basically that means that you saw that they read your text.
But they didn't say shit back.
Yeah, exactly. So it gives you like, your text was read at 10:47 a.m. And then that's it. Like, mom.
So did you ask a question and that's why?
No. Sometimes we hold on to stuff and then when it bubbles out, then it's just, because I normally go see my daughter. Either I go get her and bring her to Illinois or I go see her.
Okay.
And I couldn't go see her because I had just some issues with the starter with the key because I got the key starter.
Okay.
So if the battery and all that stuff ain't working with that, you can't get the car started. So I had some issues I had to clear up. They all good. I'm getting to where I got to get. But I guess me, first of all, my one of my toxic traits is I don't let people know bad news until the last minute.
Oh, okay.
You know, so instead of, but I didn't find out till, right before I went to the car to make a quick run and then come back. And I found out my car wasn't starting on Sunday. So I was like, hey, just letting you know. And, that's why, I'm so tired of your toxic traits, of you letting me know at the last minute. I'm like, well, shit, that's when things come up at the last minute. And my other toxic trait, well, because she was on a roll.
I see. Did she get on a roll or an Esther roll? Because Friday you was on an Esther roll. Man, that's when I put tape on my mouth and was like,
she didn't get on the Esther roll. She didn't get on the Esther roll.
The women will go there.
They will. They will.
Sometimes you just got to let them go.
I think you got to let people know what kind of problems you got with them before the shit boils over.
Okay.
That's another one of those things that I learned in this book, But my other toxic trait is that I cut people off and I just disappear. Like, I just be like, fuck it. And, they don't hear from me. Ever again in some cases. In some cases, like maybe.
I could basically be the king of that because I'm like, I'm not talking to nobody. I'm not even answering mom's call.
See, that ain't
But that was kind of a different situation for me.
Yeah.
And I got to thank Felicia for calling me on that because she was like, look, if somebody takes the time out to reach out to you, to check on you, to see if you're okay or leaves you a message, sends you a card or does something like that, the least you can do is let the people know that, hey, I'm okay, or I got your card, or I got your note. I'll make sure I get back with you. But just don't straight up ignore them because I pretty much had shut the door on the whole world.
Yeah.
And she was like, look, you shouldn't be like that. If persons take the time to do that, then you should at least acknowledge that. So I've gotten really better at that. So
I guess I haven't. I still cut people off and then reach back out to them like, hey, what's going on?
Right. Like, hey.
And the reason I do it is because, for as long as I can remember, I've worked in an industry where people want something from me.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Radio or, just, whether it's tickets or something. So it's not hard to know who your friends are. When you get to a certain age, you kind of know who.
Oh, yeah, you'll figure it out.
Yeah. And it's
Let something go wrong in your life. Let things start falling apart. You'll figure out quick
Come on,
who's there.
preacher.
Preacher. We had this discussion
Preach.
already.
Yes,
so
we did.
Chicago Famous Podcast, you want to know more, go back and listen to that because we talked about that.
But so what I do is I cut people off and then reach back out to them like months later. And if they like, I don't fuck with you, then they never fucked with me to begin with.
Okay.
In my mind. And if they don't, so, she just reminded me that I'm toxic and that I need to stop cutting people off. Because who the fuck am I to just cut people off for no reason and just stop talking to them for no reason? So, I took all of that in, and sometimes you have to do that. You have to just go, you know what? Yes, those things. I do tend to sit on bad news, and yeah, even though it wasn't my fault with the car, and yes, I do tend to cut people off for no reason and just be done with them. I'll block people in my phone.
Really?
I'll do the whole I'll block you on social media, on my phone, every possible
Okay, let me
place.
say this. What I have stored up in my mind, and once again, we talked about this last week on our show, Chicago Famous.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about the whole funeral thing, about how I was going to have a list
Yeah.
at the door of the funeral.
I thought about that over the weekend,
yeah, there's
too.
some motherfuckers, I dare them to show up here. I'm going to hang out in purgatory for 2 weeks. I'm going to
Kill
make
me
sure
with that.
everything goes right. Yeah, I'm a poltergeist. I'm hanging out because there's a few things that I want to see go correctly.
Hilarious.
But, I got to thinking about that and
Mm-hmm.
just cutting people off and all that. And I have in the back of my mind, I have a next lifetime list.
Next
What-
lifetime
Yep, and what
list.
that
All
means,
right,
thank you, Erykah
Erykah
Badu, because that's exactly where it came from. The song Next Lifetime. Let me
Right.
tell you something. You have pissed me off. You have crossed the line with me
Cross.
so tough that I will have to die first. And then if I come back and you're still here, maybe I'm going to have a conversation with you. So if you ever cross that line and get on the Next Lifetime list, that's a bad place to be because, like I said, I'm going to have to die first, come back, and then maybe we'll have a conversation. But while I'm currently
Wait.
in living, it is never going to happen.
Can you break that down for me again? Because I don't really
Right.
understand it.
Okay.
There's people that you're gonna
So
talk to
somebody
on the other
that I trusted, somebody that
Okay.
was my main guy.
Uh-huh.
All of a sudden, the war got bad and we're in the foxhole together and we're shooting and we're doing what we got to do. And you said, I can't take it no more, Diz, I'm out of here. And you leave, you better hope they kill me. Because if they don't kill me and I get maimed or messed up, I will be haunting you for the rest of your life. You are on my next lifetime list. You have crossed the line. And I'm saying it's a serious point when you get to the next lifetime list. And I know it's probably petty to have one. And somebody's out there probably saying, dude, you shouldn't be like that. You should need to learn to forgive everybody. But right now, that list isn't long. It's maybe 3 people. There are 3 people that are
too many.
officially on
3
that
people too
list.
many.
I would have to die first, come back, and maybe we can have a conversation.
Okay.
So, and I know, like I said, I can be petty sometimes, and dude, you're blowing that way out of proportion, and it's not that serious. Learn to forgive, but sometimes when people have put you in a spot that you will never, ever forget, because I'm that guy too. I learn from, like I said, everything for me is a lesson. It's
Right,
not a
lessons,
loss. And, when you think about pain you've endured or things that you've lost or situations you put in when you didn't have to be put in that situation, somebody deliberately decided to do something to you to make everything just fall apart in your world. Yeah, you don't ever want to go back to that place again. When I was
Right,
suffering from
certainly.
depression, I don't ever want to go back to that dark place again. I never want to wish that dark place on anybody.
Okay.
But, anytime I will see somebody that maybe was the root cause of me for getting to that situation, that whole little thing just pops up on the side of my brain like, okay, here he comes. And they always want to show up like, hey, man, how you doing? Fuck you. Okay, next lifetime list for you. I'm just saying.
Thank you for the breakdown. Thank you.
Did I break it down enough for you? Did you get it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I completely understand.
And like I said, there's only like 3 people on that.
Yeah,
list.
I'm gonna. I am, because I have. First of all, this is Chicago. Chicago is the city of gangsters, and in the city of gangsters, there are
Warriors.
Just
had to go there.
Thank you. There are what we call sit downs. Now, anybody that's ever watched The Sopranos or any real gangster movie, as I know you are a big fan of, knows what a sit down is. It's like when you have two sides that don't agree, and you have a mediator sit down and iron that out so there's not bloodshed, because that's really what it's about in the gangster movies, and especially in The Sopranos. I saw this a lot, and I was like, oh my God, I've had sit down. So I am the king of the sit down. I am the guy who wants to understand your side, and I want you to understand my side. So I get what you're saying, and some people, kind of hold on to that stuff. But, one of the things that I, deal with or have dealt with is just, heart palpitations from dealing with things that you're worried about, and that's not good for your health. And I know it's not good for my health at my age. So A New Earth, Eckhart Tolle. Sit down with people.
Okay, October 1st is right around the corner. 2 days away? Make sure you bring that book up, because you are going to kick off the Chicago Famous Book Club. That's the first book, and we're going to put it up here at the show every day so everybody can see it. And for the entire month of October, that's going to be the book that we feature up here. So as I switch out the props up here on the set, we will always have that book handy, because that's going to be the Chicago Famous first official kickoff book for the book club.
So, that book changed my life.
So you bring that
real.
up.
And I still, to this day, I am trying to figure out how to get something. I know as simple as this is supposed to be, like I have it on my computer. Like I have the actual book, illegally downloaded, of course, on my computer, and I'm trying to get it into my iTunes on my phone, because
So why don't you just burn it onto a CD and then just put it in your...
Oh, because that's it. It's an audio book, an actual unabridged audio book, and that's like 7 or 8 or 10 CDs.
Maybe not that many.
No. I mean, either way.
Well, I don't,
either way,
because of how you download it. Because usually, if you legally download something, it actually tell you, okay, the audio book is 6 hours and 10 minutes.
Right.
So then you have an idea. Okay, that's going to be what, maybe 4 CDs, maybe. Yeah. So you could, but I don't know how you got it.
I have it on an old iPod, but. My point is that I pull it out from time to time, and now is the time that I've pulled it out just to kind of get refreshed on the teachings, because what it does is it helps calm me, and it helps center me, and it helps me understand how I deal with people.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
I go home and watch Casino.
Whatever
I
works.
Run around with my hair on fire. I'm like, God damn it, I'm pissed off.
Right.
Felicia's like, will you calm down? I'm like, no.
Right.
I'm not.
Everybody's got their way of dealing with things.
And then you know what?
And no one way is the right way.
And it's interesting because you have no idea exactly how far I came, because, again, during those depression times,
I can imagine.
man, you think about the health situations I was going through. My blood pressure at one time was 181 over 127, which is hospital emergency room. And it was like that all the time because I wasn't eating right. I didn't want to be bothered with nobody. I wasn't exercising. I wasn't doing any of that. And then finally, when things started to turn for me, I was able to go to the doctor and get some medication. I started eating better. I started growing my garden, and I was able to bring that way down. So now I sit somewhere around maybe 117 over 80, somewhere around there, which is like light years from where I used to be.
Certainly.
But I mean, again, when you're thinking about losing your home and you haven't spoken to your kids and you have no money and nobody's talking to you and nobody's reaching out asking if you're okay, then you will find yourself in a situation where you just don't know which way is up. And like I said, when I see people on Facebook or social media, friends of mine that are putting up, subliminal messages, maybe they're in trouble, I always try to reach out and be like, hey, are you all right? Like, just so you know.
Because you remember what it was
I've
like.
been there. And again, I don't wish that on nobody, because that right there was just crazy.
All right. We're going to take a break. On the other side, we got to Ask Diz, and we are going to do our headlines, talk about what's going on in the world, what happened, what went down over the weekend, what we saw. 4 o'clock, Jason Goff.
Yeah, that's going to be real interesting. So for all you sports nuts, I know you're looking right now at the broadcast saying, why is the Super Bowl shuffle up there? You know why it's up there. Because all you Bear fans are running around here talking about we 3-0, we're going to the Super Bowl. And I am a Bears fan.
Damn right.
But we are bum slaying. So it starts getting real this week.
All that after
yeah,
4.
all that after
Saving
4 o'clock.
all sports talk for 4, right?
All sports talk till after 4 o'clock. Right. So that's how we're going to do it. Chicago Famous, y'all. Share the video. Let us know how you like it. We got it going on.
WIFTBPM.
Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Tuesday through Saturday, or you can find them online at solobeauty.com.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
We Fun Guy.
What's tomorrow?
Fun Guy, what's up, baby?
What it do, baby?
Yeah, yo, what do you know?
You know what I'm saying? So I'll be telling you.
What's going on, Chicago? What's in it for the Black People Media presents?
I want to go higher. Oh, my God. Call your sons, call your daughters, call your friends, call your neighbors.
The Big Tuesdays and Thursdays, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. with Eugene McIntosh and Terrence Tomlin. We got what you need right here on What's in it for the Black People Media.
WIFTBPM.
In all my years of radio, I've never seen anything like this.
You're listening to Chicago Famous with Mike Love and Diz. So hit it.
Chicago Famous. Mike Love, Diz. 2020, the 2020 version.
My man just put up there, he's got a portable blood pressure monitor and just in case I need it. No, I'm actually really good right now. I get my blood pressure checked probably once every 2 weeks or every 10 days. So the nurses up at the Village Hall always look out for me. So I keep an eye on that nowadays. So nope, I'm good. I try to keep everything under control. Even as my fantasy team was getting killed yesterday, I was like, hey, what can you do?
Right.
Russell Wilson and Tyler Lockett just went off for like 70 points between the both of them.
Right.
It's an ass whooping. Take it. I'm like, what am I supposed to do?
That's football. That's football. That's why they play the games.
That's why.
All right, headlines in a few minutes. Let's start out with our Ask Diz question of the day. I was on Instagram, and I saw somebody post something over the weekend. Now, I could have – maybe they were trying to be respectful to 9/11. I don't know. But somebody posted a 9/11 conspiracy theory on the 26th. I was like, fam, you missed your whole window. But I get it.
Late to the party on
Right. What you're not going to do is post, But, hey, like I said, sometimes people don't want to – you don't want to take that L and, get hit in the head with that right on the day unless people already know you as a conspiracy theorist. So I got to ask you, what conspiracy theory do you completely believe is true?
Okay, I'll give you two, actually.
Okay.
So one of them probably a lot of people will agree with, and the other one they'll be like, okay, Diz, you on something. So the first one, only because my father used to bring it up all the time, was the assassination of Martin Luther King. You just going to tell me that this angry white man just acting by himself and just decided, oh, I can't stand that guy. I'm just going to go sit out here and just shoot him. Like, no. Okay. I think it was deeper than that. I think there's a lot of things that they're not telling us. I think the government was involved.
Yeah.
I think there's a whole lot of things that happened. And even Martin Luther King's children, they think that there's a whole lot that the government and people, of higher ups aren't saying. So my dad used to mention that all the time because he was like, there's just no way that just one dude.
he
just all of a
lived
sudden,
through that.
He woke up, had breakfast. I'm mad. I'm just going to go out and kill Martin Luther King. Like, it couldn't be that easy.
Right.
Like, they set him up. They cut deals places. And that's the way it happened. So that would be one.
Okay.
Okay.
The killing of MLK is one.
And that's my serious one. And again, I used to get it from my father all the time. He used to break that down for me and tell me about that. So that was that. The moon landing.
You believe it to be true. It really happened.
I don't think we ever landed on the moon.
Oh, you want to
I know it's crazy.
You're a moon denier.
Okay.
You're
all
a
right.
moon denier.
We live in the greediest country in the world.
Now.
Well, okay, we've always
Even
been
then
greedy.
in the 60s?
It's always been greedy.
Okay.
If
Manifest
America
destiny.
gets 5, they want 6. They want 6, they want 7.
Manifest
we can't wait
destiny.
to take over somebody's
I
shit.
remember that from
We can't
world
wait
history.
to go over to somebody else's
That is-
country,
that
take
is-
their oil, take their food, whatever it is, their natural resources, take their gold. We always want more.
It's the American
So
way.
you mean to tell me that in the 60s when technology was shit, we figured out a way to fly up to the moon one time, like nobody state claim nowhere up there, and then we haven't been back since. And look at all the upgrades in technology that's happened since then.
Right.
And
Certainly.
we haven't just said, you know what? Let's go back up there. We're going to claim this part of the moon, or we're going to dig for this. We just never went back at all.
Never
We
went
could
back.
go to the moon in 69 or whenever it was,
Right.
and we have
And
never
been back.
been
In 50
back.
years, 51
in 50
years.
years, we have never
Never.
been back there. In fact, nobody's been there. And you don't think? Hey, look, the Japanese, they haven't been there. Oh, now I know
Russians?
we didn't go
I think
there.
the Russians went, didn't they? You have to look that up.
Like, I'm just
Who's
saying. I
been
mean,
to the
like,
moon?
you know what?
Hey,
And
Google.
I've watched different. You're gonna
Google,
go to
who's been
Google.
to the moon?
Who's been to the moon?
I don't know, man. It's technology.
And
You
I
can just
know it
ask your
sounds
phone.
crazy, and
I like that one,
It's
though.
late at night, and I'm sitting up on Crackle or Tubi TV, and they got all
Uh-huh.
these weird documentaries you ain't never heard from. And there's always a moon landing documentary, and I almost watched like 3 or 4 of them. And if nothing else, at least they made me think. I mean, I could be totally off base on this. I could be crazy, but after watching these, they brought up radiation factors and the fact that how technology has advanced and all the things that have gone on in other countries around the world. How nobody's been there. Like nobody's put a satellite up there on the moon. As much as we have with 5G and all this other shit around here, they ain't found a way to just put station something up there. I don't know. I'm just saying.
All right.
So
According to Google,
what does it say?
missions to the moon have been conducted by the following nations and entities.
And people have walked around up there.
I don't know. It
Okay.
just says missions to the moon. I'm not going to do a deep dive.
Okay.
I'm not clicking on the link. I'm just clicking the little sidebar that gives you the little information. Thank you, Google. The Soviet Union, the United States, Japan, the European Space Agency, China, India, Luxembourg, and Israel. The Jews been on the moon.
I just want to know.
Let me
So
watch my
all,
mouth.
like I say again, all those people have walked
Israel.
around up there. They've like camped out and
I think
picked up a few rocks and
I
collected
think the
some
Israelis.
dust.
I think the Israelis
Took some pictures of the Earth.
went
Like
up
the
there and
only
was like,
pictures
"You
I
know
ever
what?
see are from that very first moon
Ours.
mission.
Ours.
Yes, ours.
Yeah.
So
one small step.
I don't know. Like again, you know what? I got to take the phone off the hook because right now that was like a very important event in my mom's life. She remembers that, watching that on TV,
Wow,
and
I
if she hears
bet.
me talking about this, she's gonna be like, "What do you mean it's not right?" Ooh, so she'll probably call me on the hotline here. So for the next 15 minutes, Mom will get a busy signal because I'm probably gonna hear that if she's watching.
I think
I'm just saying, Mom.
one of my favorite conspiracy theories since I've become a Chicago resident. It's like definitely like Black Chicago conspiracy theories. Is the old Harold Washington.
Oh,
Harold Washington was poisoned. That's that.
So you
might,
know that conspiracy went up. That whole conspiracy went twice, right? Because it went for Harold Washington and it went for the comedian. What's my guy, Robin Harris?
Did it?
They said he was poisoned too.
I didn't remember Robin Harris
Yeah,
being poisoned.
They said he was poisoned too. But
I know
back
that
to
was
Harold
just a few.
Washington.
No. I mean that's one of the ones that you just kind of feel like, here's this guy getting ready to go into his second term, and he's already making all these changes, this big change, and it's kind of like, well, we can't have that. This thing can't happen.
Right.
We gotta get rid of him, and put Daley in there, and the rest is history. Daley's in there. You just think you could have had a black mayor for 25 years. Instead, you had. Around too much.
Now,
sorry, I think I was I think I get a little happy up here or something. Thanks, Maze Jack.
Okay, can you all hear us now? Okay, there we go. All right, I don't know if you all heard, but I was talking about the super rat story that my dad told me back when we were kids in Chicago.
Right,
Chicago conspiracy theories.
Take two.
Yeah, and we were talking about how there used to be rats in Chicago that were the size of small beagles, and if you weren't careful, and if you were out late at night, you might get snatched into an alley by a super rat. And if you had a dog or a cat in your neighborhood, you better take care of them, or the super rat would get you. So I was always paranoid as a kid when we went into Chicago late at night because my dad always said that there were super rats. So you got your Harold Washington, I got my super rat story. I was trying to do the super rat with the sign language, but I couldn't quite get it right and how it would look. But now that they can hear us, it doesn't matter.
We got it. Shout out.
It's good, but shout out to the super rat stories from back in the day.
Absolutely. All right, let's get to some headlines. Indoor service to return to Chicago bars. Expanded restaurant capacity starts on October 1st.
Thank you, state of Indiana. Thank you, Hoosiers.
Wait. What does that even mean?
Thank you, Hoosiers.
Why are you thanking Indiana for our lovely mayor, Lori Lightfoot?
Because Lori Lightfoot put out a statement today, and she says, today's new guidelines are a result of the hard work and the hard choices you residents have made in bringing down the corona numbers.
That's right.
Maybe so. Okay, we'll give you that. But let's thank the state of Indiana for saying, fuck it, we are open for business. We are open. You want to party?
100%.
Come on over here. You want to eat in a restaurant? Come on over here.
Right.
And consider that Indiana is like 10 minutes that way. I guarantee you the pressure went up on that. Not to mention that the Colts are coming into town to Soldier Field to play the Bears this week.
Right.
So you're going to have some Hoosiers coming up here, and they ain't even trying to play that shit because they're open for business in Indiana.
That's real.
So why chase the money out? So if this is an opportunity for you to make
they
some
would
money.
probably stop on their way. Let's just stop.
Right, they can't go to the stadium.
Right.
But I mean, people still come up and do their little gatherings, and they can maybe hang out in the bars. Do that type of thing.
Or go to a restaurant.
Exactly.
Which now are up. The restaurants are raising capacities from 25% to 40%, which
is a big deal.
It is a big deal.
That's a big deal. So, who knows? Maybe this will backfire, and come Thanksgiving, all of a sudden we got another wave coming through here. Who knows? But,
oh yeah, and the CDC put out their Thanksgiving guidelines.
Yeah, I saw that. Right.
Be
You'll
mindful.
tell Auntie and them, nope, not having those gatherings this year. Good luck with that one.
Do you think that black folks are going to be mindful of gathering in large numbers for Thanksgiving?
You know what? Then that's interesting because 4th of July, holidays like that, at least you could be outside in the backyard. But Thanksgiving is usually always cold, so you got to be crammed into a house. And it's usually a big family holiday among black folks. So that means auntie going to be there, grandmama going to be there, uncle's going to be there, people who are probably more susceptible to getting COVID-19. So you might want to be a little more cautious. So, I mean, it's 6 one way, half a dozen the others. It depends on how you look at it and how, the family is viewing it.
Yeah, I think that it seems like people with these states, Chicago starting to go back to normal a little bit. Obviously, Florida and Indiana being completely open for business. You're starting to see some people let their guard down. And it's funny because one of the things that I've noticed is that a lot of the people that are kind of the most cautious, like they're always out and about doing their thing anyway. Like people are still living life, doing things, even if you're waiting for the what do we call it? The what is the moment? Where you're expecting everything to magically kind of go back to normal. Like you're waiting for that to happen. But I'm glad that people are getting more comfortable. People are following guidelines, 6 feet, wearing masks and things of that nature. I haven't heard as many as over the summer, like, issues and problems and people getting into fights and things of that nature. So it seems like people have kind of gotten used to the way things are going.
But it's interesting because I wonder, are they going to be better prepared for Thanksgiving and like they weren't prepared for Mother's Day? Remember that? When Mother's Day rolled around, let's flash back when Mike Love was out there in a line at Black Lobster that was 2 blocks long.
That was fun.
Waiting to get his eat on. Like, wow, like nobody prepared for that. Like everybody forgot that Mother's Day was one of those holidays where everybody kind of went out to eat if they didn't want to cook, and restaurants were not prepared for that. And everybody was doing their takeout curbside, and it was just absolute pandemonium. So, with Thanksgiving, maybe people are not inclined as much to cook as much because they don't want the big gatherings like they used to have in years past. So maybe they'll be looking to get some takeout somewhere or cater something in.
Right.
So hopefully those services will be more prepared for that situation because that Mother's Day thing was a travesty. That was just absolutely nuts.
So hopefully Robinsons will have like the fried turkeys ready and it won't be a problem to get those on Thanksgiving.
Right.
Because people will be ready.
You better start cooking them bad boys like 24 hours in advance because you can't just like roll that out. Restaurant opens at 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, we start cooking because, you're going to have problems.
All right. One of the big stories over the weekend, your boy Trump is getting ready.
What Trump story are we going to talk about here? We going to talk about CeCe Winans doing a commercial?
I'm talking
We're going to talk about he wants Joe Biden to take a It's Trump. That's what it is. You talk about Trump, you get us kicked off. All right. Shawnee, are we back on? Because I know you're listening. Mike, they got us kicked off twice. See? Talking about Trump. See? All right, we should be okay. I'm going to find out in a minute. I know I see Tamara says we got no sound.
We are back
yet.
on. That's because they're,
I know there's like 30 seconds behind.
All right.
Trying to make sure we're good.
Trump's platinum plan for the blacks is what I want to talk about.
All right, good. And I'll jump on CeCe Winans and the rest of them.
All right. So Donald Trump said, you know what? The Democrats have not unveiled a plan for the black people. Black folks have been voting Democratic forever. I'm going to roll out the platinum plan.
The platinum plan.
Perfect right up our alley.
Perfect right up our alley, right?
And where did he do it?
Pander on.
Where did he do it? In Atlanta. Home of the blacks. Little Africa. Oh, Trump. Mwah, this guy.
Rolled out the platinum plan.
He rolled out the platinum car, $500 billion plan for black America.
Okay, so he hooked the Puerto Ricans up first.
Yep, $13 billion for them.
He hooked up the Puerto Ricans first.
To take care of Puerto Rico.
Now he's hooking us up, huh?
$500 billion. A plan that includes opportunity, security, prosperity, and fairness for the black community. He's going to finally designate the KKK and his favorite Antifa as terrorist organizations, make lynching a national hate crime, and pledge $500 billion in access to and increase access to capital to the black communities.
All right, so he's rolling out something. So that's the plan, and that's interesting because hey, you got to think about it.
You got to think about it,
You
man.
got to think about it. Money talks, right? People sit there and go, okay. So now we look to the other side. So what are you all rolling out? Well, we just want to come over here and hang out and have a party or whatever. So if nothing else, he's doing this because the debate is tomorrow night, which is definitely must-watch TV. So we can't wait to see that. So he unveils all of this because he knows this is what's going to be coming up by the Democrats tomorrow during the debate. So this is kind of like his counteract before the debate even kicks off.
Right.
So whether he follows through with that, that's a different story. And, of course, if he's not voted in, then he'll be sitting there talking about, see, I was going to give you all $500 billion, but see what you got now?
Right.
And, that's how he'll play it.
It didn't seem to I saw a bunch of black folks post about it on the timeline. Basically, it's a plan that is going to help create 500,000 new black-owned businesses and help to create 3 million new jobs in the black community. Black people didn't really seem fazed by it. He didn't seem to pick up any new voters in the black delegation, according to what I saw on my timeline. Black folks weren't impressed.
Okay, with that being said, I would like to see the timelines of some of them black folks down south, because maybe some of them folks down there got impressed. Up here, we're definitely not impressed.
Yeah, this is still.
And again,
blue.
Didn't he say like up to $500 billion? Because you know how corporate will do that. They'll sign you to a new job and they'll tell you, yeah, you can make this and this and this, but yeah, you have to hit the incentives. You have to do this. There's conditions here. If such and such votes for here, if I win this state here, all these things have to go right to get to $500 billion.
Right.
You just might end up with $50 billion at the end of the day because, I'm sorry, but we didn't win this state, or such and such didn't come out for me, or such and such did this. So
Trump is petty like that.
You always have to look at the fine print. Read, everything is in the details. Pay attention to the details. Just don't get suckered in by the big number. Oh, $500 billion, I'm down. Yeah, okay. Think about it. Break it down and see where he's trying to give you this money.
He also planned to make Juneteenth a national holiday.
Look at that.
I'm excited about that.
Man.
Yeah. Come on. More money for black colleges and universities. Come on. I can go on with this, man. Job training, better jobs and training.
So how do you feel about it?
I think this is I'm putting this next to the wall.
Okay.
Right? So this is the black version of
the wall.
We're going to build a wall.
And the wall's like 3 miles in already? Just a 3 mile they got up already?
And just like he told the Mexicans, y'all gonna build it your damn self, he gonna do the same thing to us.
Right.
I know I promised the blacks $500 billion. That's coming out of y'all's pocket. Wait a minute.
Right.
How you gonna make us pay for our own platinum plan? You know what? We ain't got the money for it. I mean, it's always bullshit, man. It's bullshit, and it's
that first 3 months free. Then after that, the charges go up then.
Right. So I don't think, here we are sitting with no wall 4 years later and no platinum plan. I mean, he couldn't even raise the money to build the fucking wall. So I know these guys.
He knows what to say.
Yeah.
He's a professional hot button pusher. Yeah. And unless you see things with an open mind and you read the fine print and you do your research, you will get sucked into those things that make people hurry up and run to Facebook and post about something. Oh, he said, what? Oh, let me go post about that. Like, you have to deep dive this. We are talking about the leader of the free world here. Okay, This ain't your boy next door trying to tell you how much he's going to charge you to rake leaves out of your lawn here. Okay, you should You owe it to yourself to take a little time out of your day and deep dive what the government is actually up to, because this affects you. It affects your parents. It will affect your kids. Like, this is long term we're talking here, not short term. So always be aware of that, because, it makes a difference.
Trump went on to say, I stand here to offer you solutions. No one in Washington politics today has done more to hurt black Americans than Joe Biden.
Ooh, Grandpa Joe.
Sleepy Joe. Instead of fighting for public safety for these communities, the Democrats are attacking our police and empowering far-left rioters, looters, and anarchists. In the Republican Party, we believe in protecting all black lives, including the unborn. So a little wink to the people that, are anti-abortion. So a little black lives. Look at him. Not saying Black Lives Matter, but saying that he's protecting all black lives. So he's covering the bases. He got the KKK. He see y'all post about how come Trump, come on, man. Trump, stay on Twitter. He see the memes.
He see
the memes where y'all talking about the KKK ain't been made.
Okay, let's say maybe Trump doesn't stay on Twitter all the time, but his people do. Like, his squad that is working for him is incredible. Let me tell you how dope they were. Remember you pulled up that clip a couple weeks ago where Biden went out there and was pandering to the Latinos, and then the Trump thing went out? Okay, so over the weekend, what's his name? Common's girlfriend, or used to be girlfriend.
Angela Rye,
yeah. She sat down with Kamala Harris, right?
Yeah.
And asked Kamala Harris, who's her favorite rapper alive today? Right. And, of course, she said Tupac. And we're like, okay. And then she's like, oh, I always do that. It's just a slip of the tongue, but I like Tupac's music, blah, 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 blah. Dude, somebody on the Trump campaign retweeted out a picture of Trump and Pac at one of Pac's release parties. and Trump has got his hands up and Pac is in the background. I'm just like, oh, my God.
Are you serious?
This dude, and I meant to save it and retweet that to you, but of course it goes so fast I lost it. But it was a hilarious picture because there's Tupac grinning and Trump is right next to him, and he's grinning.
And it's a real picture.
It's a real picture. Like, it's way back in the early death row days, but oh my God, it was so funny. Wow. And I'm just like, this dude's squad is just they are lethal. They are on it, boy. Like, let somebody slip up. Like, they are on it like 24/7.
Now, what's the deal with Trump? Because I saw a lot of black folks a little upset at the CeCe Winans over the weekend.
Yeah, you see that?
About her being tied in with Trump.
Yeah.
That's a plot twist people were not expecting.
No, because they figured, hey, it's a whining.
Right.
It can't possibly be a whining. A whining can't be down for Trump.
Right.
But supposedly she's going to be in some of his upcoming ads.
Yeah, ad campaign downplaying the coronavirus. It's a $300 million campaign that's going to help to defeat despair. And I got to tell you, I already saw CeCe's she uploaded her spot, and it just is basically just someone just kind of reassuring America that everything's going to be all right, even with the coronavirus, as opposed to, and that's kind of been the Republican way, where the Democrats are, from what the GOP feels like, Democrats are like fear, bad news. The Republicans have always been like, let's talk about some of the good news. Like, can we see some good numbers?
Right.
And, that is one thing that I'm leaning conservative on. Like, I'm so let CeCe Winans get her check, man.
She said CeCe Winans.
CeCe got a check,
why is CeCe going to hell?
When's the last time CeCe Winans? Heaven?
Oh, no.
When's the last time y'all even mentioned CeCe?
Right.
When her and
When's the last time you even listened to CeCe
BB
Winans?
and CeCe did Heaven in 91.
Then you know what? That's funny because that's like like I said, it's so random because, again, when was the last time half y'all even listened to CeCe Winans? That's like saying Ricky Bell's coming out on a campaign for Donald Trump and y'all want to get mad at New Edition and be like, when's the last time you even thought of Ricky Bell?
Exactly.
We're like, but if it shows up and Trump's name's attached to it, then everybody's going to be like, I'm burning my new edition records. I hate BBD. We're like, you ain't played a BBD record in 100 years. Okay, that's not a true story. I just made that up. But I'm just saying because CC is just so random.
It
is.
is.
Like you bring it up and now everybody's just like, oh my God, I'm burning all my whining CDs. How dare she? But, you know.
Also, Trump asked Biden to take a drug test before the debate tomorrow.
Grandpa Joe just keeps messing up. I just think it's must-watch TV tomorrow. I think you know what? Again, he's Grandpa Joe, and we love Grandpa. Grandpa's great.
But why is he running for president?
But why are you running for president? Like, you are not the one I want in charge of the iPhone or any of the technical savvy things because it just doesn't work for him. And you know what I think? And I think that his squad is on some, we got to get Joe up to speed and we got to teach him how this internet thing works and how to use this iPhone and these apps. And that guy just didn't learn that way. It's like my mom. Like I could sit down with my mom for a month and try to teach her programs.
Your mom's age.
Right. And my mom will just never get it because that's just not in her DNA. She wasn't raised that way. My mom uses a dictionary. She uses her little notepads. She writes notes on pieces of paper with the sticky notes. That's how my mom processes information and keeps up with stuff. I think Joe's kind of the same way. And I think they try to like hurry up and rush all this technology on him. Obama got it. He figured this shit out and he ran it
in his 50s.
He ran it to a science.
He's a young guy.
Joe just doesn't get it. And Trump, he knows how the buttons to push, and his squad has just got him locked in on it. And I just think when this debate happens tomorrow, I don't want to see Grandpa just trip all over himself and just piss down his leg and go crazy. I think Trump just gonna go absolutely bananas on stage tomorrow. And by the time we get back here for Chicago Famous, it's gonna be one.
All right. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. We've got a young lady that's stopping by that is a Trump supporter. It's going to be very interesting.
Oh, my God.
So we can't wait for that.
Mike sent me this clip yesterday, and I was like, hell yeah, dude, put her on the show.
All right.
Put her on the show.
So we're going to talk about that tomorrow. But today we've got Jason Goff stopping by. He's going to talk sports with us, all things
Chicago sports and racism. Man, talk about a brother who has been catching it for, at least I know, for the last 2 to 3 years and catching it hard.
Right.
So we definitely want to deep dive with him on that. And, again, talk about the Bears and the baseball teams and everything else that's going on Chicago sports-wise.
All right. It's Chicago Famous Mike Love and Diz on the What's in It for the Black People Media Network.
WIFTBPM.
Boys, step aside. The Radio Rookie is in the building. The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Hey y'all, this is Salim Muwakil from Muwakil's World. In case you missed the last discussion, this is what you missed.
There was a time when there was a large-scale mythology that African people had no endurance. We were only good for sprinting.
Right.
And that was our forte. Other than that, we were useless in marathon races. Establishing your patrimony on the land. If you bury the dead, that means that this land is forever in your family.
Who are our ancestors, really? We are the living ancestors to a whole genealogical line going back hundreds of thousands, millions of years that we carry within us living today. Everyone who preceded us. Mm-hmm. However, that conception took place, whether it was violently, with rape, or whatever the case, but we are them living today.
That's why it's important to understand our capacity, man. Our capacity is unlimited. We have unlimited potential.
Absolutely.
So make sure you tune in Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 11 to 1 p.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
When you need vibrant, colorful gear that offers high-performance material that keeps you cool, call Agent Huff Custom Gear. Let us take your expressions and create something new for your everyday wear, your bedroom, or bath. For all your needs, we offer custom sublimation, silkscreen, vinyl, and embroidery. You can reach us on all things social at Superhero Huff. www.superherohuff.com or 630-476-9191.
Funeral expenses are costly. The Casket Store wants to help you save hundreds of dollars. You do not have to purchase a casket from the funeral home. Call now for a free in-home consultation. Call 773-445-6900. 773-445-6900.
I'm Dr. Willie Wilson. Tax burden of the average middle class American goes way beyond income taxes. There are sales taxes, real estate taxes, gasoline taxes, and many, many more. As an international businessman, I know that by reducing the billions of dollars we give to other countries, we could help fund our own country. We need to rethink our tax laws and lower the taxes for our own citizens.
Paid for by Willie Wilson for Senate 2020.
Now you can join Muwakil's World on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 11 to 1 on What's in It for the Black People Media.
What's up, good people? This is Herb Howard, one half of I Said What I Said. Make sure you tune in every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. right here on What's in It for the Black People Media. It is intellectual thuggery at its finest. The Blackest Conversation, Herb Howard, Tucson Warner, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday right here on What's in It for the Black People Media, 1 to 3 p.m.
WIFTVPN.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
In all my years of radio, I've never seen anything like this.
You're listening to Chicago Famous with Mike Love and Diz. So hit it.
Chicago Famous, Mike Love, Diz on the What's in It for the Black People Media Network.
Hour number 2, or dose. For Sonya back there holding us down the board. Hey. It's going on. We're going to take you all the way up to 6 p.m. today. Share the video. We'll shout you out. A lot of folks in the house this afternoon. We were talking in the first hour about just things that just gets on our nerves and headlines and things that were happening. 4 o'clock hour, we decided to save all our sports talk.
All of it.
Because we got a special guest in the house. And I've been a fan of this brother for a long time. I'm excited. He is in the building. And we are about to chop it up. All things sports, racist people, everything. We're about to let it fly. Cleaning up Hyde Park or Atlanta. We're going to talk about it all.
I thought we was going to talk about the conspiracies.
Man, this Jake's dad is in the building.
Yeah,
we're about to clown.
Jake's dad is in the building.
He is the host of Chicago Bulls pre- and post-game show on NBC Sports Chicago, host of the Bulls Talk podcast, and former host of The Score. Many shows on The Score. We're going to talk about all of that. Jason Goff has joined Chicago Famous. What's up, bro?
Dude, what's happening, guys?
Bro, you are Chicago famous.
Nah, not even. Not even.
Come on,
not
man.
Even. I'm kind of like Harvey famous. So, you know what I'm saying? Nah, this is cool, man. You guys don't understand. I was talking to Maze about it outside. Like, this is great. Not only is this an awesome platform from what it seems like and what it sounds like, but also you guys, man, you like real Chicago radio legends, and I truly appreciate you guys because as a kid growing up, you know, y'all was part of the soundtrack of my childhood. Thank you. So I appreciate everything you guys did, the birthday line and all. I mean, you guys held it down for a very long time, and we all know this industry is crazy.
It is,
and sometimes people forget the impact that people have, and you know that you start talking about them after they're gone. But
whatever happened to?
Yeah, right.
And that's why we try to make sure that we stay plugged to the fans, because the fans, as you know,
they hold you down.
They hold you down.
They hold you down.
The management, and you know, they might go in a different direction, or they might do different things. You know, they might one day. Management is on, telling you one thing,
and then all of a sudden you wake up the next day and it's like, what happened?
Yeah.
Can I get some?
Where's my man at?
Can I get some volume on the computer? Because I got one.
Oh, he got drops for you?
Yeah, I got drops. Because you were the guy that was like, you know, you were trying to do sports, and you know, while they were telling you to stick to sports,
right? And you
know,
exactly.
They were telling you to stick to sports,
and you were like, I got to represent the culture as well. And bro, we were there for it. I always tell people, you know, if I wasn't on commercial radio, I really felt I would have did sports talk, because I love sports talk radio. Listening to
you've been heavy for a long time,
right?
When it comes
Man,
to the sports talk
I've
radio.
always been checking you out. So yeah,
I appreciate that.
It's gonna roll like this.
And it's funny because, you know, I listen to The Score now, and I feel like
that's my bar. Shit. He copied my whole fucking flow. Word for word, bar for bar.
I mean, not saying no names or nothing, but I feel like you Soulja Boy. I feel like word for word, bar for bar.
Hey, listen, I didn't know it was gonna be this. I thought we was gonna talk Billy Donovan, get it over with. You know,
no,
do the birthday line song, and I get up out of here.
No, we did some prep.
Don't do that.
No, we got some prep.
Word for word, bar for bar.
Don't laugh. Don't smile. Don't laugh. This is an ambush. Hey, listen, I appreciate you noticing things that other people notice as well.
Right.
I'll just keep it at that. No, it was, listen, my love for that station to this day is still there because is what it
I've heard you on with Lawrence.
Yeah, exactly. And other people too, right? Like I'm not. You talk to people that you think are family, like family sometimes, right? Not everything's gonna be smooth. Sometimes you think family don't have your back. I'm not talking about Lawrence, by the way. I'm talking about the station.
Right.
Lawrence help me down, but
No
it's
doubt.
it's tough. Anytime I talk about it, it's a little tough for me because
it's still kind of fresh.
You relive it every day. Every day.
Right.
Like in the grocery store.
Right.
I'm hanging out with my baby in the park and like, hey man, miss you on the score.
Exactly.
I'm like,
See? We talked about the
some
same
other
thing.
things. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
We're here to talk to you about it. Just open up, bro. Open up.
There was never a canned food drive for your boy. Like things was decent, right? You know, like multiple revenue streams. But you have you set goals as a kid. So I listened to you guys as a kid, but I consumed all radio things as a kid. So I'm talking Ty Wansley, Ed Vidoliak as a child, Rush Limbaugh, like trying to understand how someone that is so diametrically opposed to everything that the people around me believe in, how does he keep a connection? Because it can't just be the people who love him, right? When you get numbers like that, you got somebody that hates you is listening to hate you.
Right.
So that, listening to Don Wade and Roma, listening to Crazy Howard McGee, listening to you guys, listening, like consuming everything, radio kind of was, that was it for me. When my mother and my father came to this country, from Belize, they, you had to speak the King's English, all those things. You had to present yourself in a certain manner because of how foreigners, were treated in new lands, right? So they passed that down to us and, try different things, stay up on current events, social, activity, all those things. And my mom listened to news radio all the time.
Okay.
So when everybody in my class was listening to y'all, I was listening to y'all, but during the day I was listening to talk radio.
Okay.
So when I finally got a chance to intern, I was like, this is it, finally. I interned at 19, got hired, and didn't look back. But radio has always been it for me. It's been a passion of mine because it's something that you can do in 3 or 4 hours that you can't do in 30 minutes or an hour on television. So the score is always going to hold a special place in my heart, no matter what happened. The people who I still rock with to this day, some of them are still there. I wish them the best. But, it's tough. It's still tough to hear about it. It's still tough to see when things happen to something that you loved, right? Where people get out of bounds and you're like,
right. Like this McNeil thing that happened recently, and people drag your name into it.
Yeah.
You were like, how did I get into this?
I was chilling, didn't know about it.
Right.
And got a text.
Let's pull this up, man. Jason sent a tweet out that day, the day that McNeil was fired. Now, if you're not aware, he was a part of, and this guy had been on and off. He had been fired and rehired.
Fired and rehired.
Right.
Fired
and
rehired.
So basically what ended up happening was when management decided to stick to sports and, have a bunch of guys, or at least that's how it was brought to us as the listeners.
Yeah.
So as we're
going to play the hits.
Yeah. So, literally, literally that's what Jimmy DeCastro said, play the hits, but from the sports perspective. So our man, Jason Goff, black. Got to be black. Got to talk black. Not just him, but he and his team. Not just you, Bernstein, as well. I mean, let's keep it.
Hey, keep it funky. He was like Jason's like he was the Colin Kaepernick of radio. Like he was taking the stand right, and now all of a sudden that's become fashionable. Now all of a sudden we can talk about it.
That's why I hit that drop.
No, let's share it. Let's get involved. It's like that dude. He was doing it before anybody wanted to talk about. Oh, he shouldn't go there. Why is he? Stick to sports. The only reason he was ahead of it.
The only reason I did it though is because I thought that it was understood, right? That if you are all the ideals and the citizenship and all the things that we talk about in this country, that that flag.
You got water over there, by the way, bro, if
appreciate
you need it.
That flag and this land is supposed to mean, right?
Right.
Everyone should get those. Those
Right.
liberties and justices for all is everything that we pledge allegiance to when we're kids to the time that we die. But some people don't get those things. And in that moment, I didn't, and on top of it, brothers are being shot in front of people with body cameras showing you the footage seemingly every other day.
Right.
I think the thing that pushed it over the edge was, I think it was the Walter Scott shooting, if I'm not mistaken. But at the time, my son's mother was pregnant with my son, and we were driving. I was taking her to work, and we were going up the Lake Street on-ramp. And we were listening to the news, and we were listening to everybody talk about this, and you're listening to talk radio.
Right.
And she just started to cry. And I was like, yo, like, what's happening here? But I knew what was happening. And she, we had talked about bringing a son into this world and all the things that he's going to face. And in that moment, with all the pressure and everything, still having to go to work, but seeing people that look like you dying, she crumbled. And she did it in the comfort of us, right?
That's
driving
real.
to work.
Right.
Still had to go to work. Still had to work that day. I'm sure nobody at her job knew that happened. Pregnant, right? And I pulled up to work that day, and Matt Spiegel was like, we can talk about this if you want to. I was like, nah, man, I don't want to do it today, right? Because I think that at some point, people don't understand how tired black people are of being vulnerable in front of people who don't care. Right? So it's like, how many times I have cried on the air 4 or 5 times in my career. And at this point, I was like, I don't want to do it again, right? So we kind of agreed that we weren't going to do it. And as soon as the show started, Speaks, and I don't think he did it purposefully, but he mentioned something, and then that's when I lost it.
Triggered.
I lost it. And, he gave me room to talk, and, it was tough. And I got all the pats on the back from Intercom and everybody in the company. Like, we're proud to have somebody like you on our staff to relay to people who don't know what's going on.
Right.
And the listeners did not feel that way. Now, I would say this, you know how it is, the loud listeners didn't feel that way.
Right.
Because we often feel that everybody listening is on the phone line, or everybody listening is right there with us. Right. But was it like 11, 12% of the people who listen to you, those are the people who interact with you via text or via Facebook. You got another 80% who's just chilling like, yeah, I agree with him, right? Or I hate him,
right.
But they keep it to themselves. But the level, the volume raised and continue to raise. And I'm sitting there like, wait a minute, I'm still the sports dude that you was rocking with before I said this.
Right.
Like I was your favorite black buddy. And I understand this because in the demographic that I was speaking to, these are men 25 to 54. And 80+% of them are white men. Right. So I know who I'm talking to. Right?
Okay.
Right,
okay.
So I know the introduction to certain music that dudes haven't heard before, or I know certain references that I find important that I couldn't wait to bless everybody with. You know what I mean? Like people would be like, "You haven't seen Rocky Horror Picture Show?" I'm like, "Have you seen Paid in Full though?"
Right,
and then right, and that exchange and that that cultural dynamic was what I found important in radio. I listened to radio and learned so many things about white people, like Depeche Mode and Duran Duran and all these things. I would go listen to those songs because I heard my favorite radio hosts talk about them. Right? So I couldn't wait when it was my turn to be like, yo, for all the kids out there like me who are listening, please believe I listen to the same music you listen to. I wear the clothes that you wear. I do things on the weekend that you not supposed to be doing on the weekend like you do as well. I stand on couches. We have fun. We do all those things, but I can also have a conscience, right? And it was jarring to me to find that the things that were important to people who look like me weren't important to everybody.
Right.
And if we talk this unity and this I see no color thing, which is a harbinger for bad news whenever you hear that. But when we talk this talk, it's like, no, you really do. And it's okay. So acknowledge it and either move on or acknowledge it and don't rock with me. But that's what happens. And
do you feel like white people want black people to, quote unquote, stick to sports when it comes to black injustice, or is it across the board?
That's the other thing, Mike. Like the people that I run into, the white guys and girls that I run into, they're like, yo, I understand. Right? So then there's the level of involvement, right?
Okay.
Like if
Right.
you're
You're
not
coming
outwardly
across.
if you're not outwardly racist, okay, we got that off the list. Okay, cool. But then like just yesterday, there was a young white lady who was talking about the violence in the city within earshot of me. And I was like, so what are we gonna do about it? Right? And she was like, I don't know, I'm just tired of it. I'm like, all right, so we are too. What are we gonna do about it? And I see the people who are in the streets and on the front lines and doing these things, the Inglewood Barbies of the world, like people who are in the city, Jamal Green, like people who have a high profile, but are also out there trying to do things. My hood, my block, my city, right? And for those people to exist and everyone within earshot or the Chicago that I know to not know of them, that's the problem. Like, can't wait to do the black on black crime thing, can't wait to do the whataboutism, but then when you tell them these are where these people are, 100 black men in Chicago, like these are where these groups are.
They exist.
You know what I mean? Right. The committees with ComEd, like the people that I know who are actually in these streets and making sure these kids feel like they are somebody. Because that's all it is a loss of self-worth. And then all of a sudden, you're like, if he ain't worth nothing, I ain't worth nothing, then we're going to figure it out because we ain't nobody worth nothing. And then we get treated like we're not worth anything. So if that's the case, then what we're going to do about it is what I say to people, right? And then it makes people hold me to a certain standard as well. Because if people need something, there are people in the community who know if they need something and I can do it, I'll do it. If I can't do it, I'll tell you I can't do it.
Right.
So when I hear, the city's violence, we gotta do something. What we gonna do? What would you like to do? Right. And these are the things along with sports. Like people find out that you're not this character. Like you're not just this sports dude or this sports nerd who has no other feelings or wants or like the moment I had a son is when I realized that this ain't about me. It wasn't about me before I had him, but it especially isn't about me anymore. And I fight it. We all go through our selfish days. We're like, come on, dog. Like, stop being 3 today. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. Stop being 3 today and let me just chill. But it's about him. It's about my guys, sons and daughters. Like, this ain't about us. So, like you mentioned, the cleanup. I had a couple of groups get mad at me because they were like, you doing it on a day that it's too early. We're going to all do it on Wednesday. You trying to steal the shine? I'm like, yo, I'm not.
Right. You just out there cleaning up, trying to do your part.
I knew the babies was getting ready to play on glass.
Right.
Because please believe, we pulled up on the west side, and there was an entire parking lot where kids were playing, baseball, like a little stick ball action on glass. And that's what I thought about immediately. I'm like, yo, these kids, no matter what happened, with this awful news that we keep getting and this awful news that we keep seeing, whether it be George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and then you get the protests, and then you get the riots, and then you get the looting and all that, what you gonna do? Right? Like, it's a lot of cubicle activism going on, and it's crazy to me.
So it's interesting, and I definitely want to ask you this because your main audience when you talk about sports radio was white males 25 to 54. And,
those are the numbers that Phil Rosenthal and Jeffrey Agrist and a couple other people didn't print when they did the hit pieces for Jimmy DeCastro. Okay. Those are the numbers that they didn't print for the people who are wondering all the time, like what I was talking about. Yeah, we don't go by 12 plus or 6 plus in men's sports radio. Go ahead.
Okay, so with that being said, you're a family man, and you're out there, and we did our thing on GCI, so we were basically the urban station.
Yes, sir.
So we were rolling with the brothers, okay? Yes, and I've been following you on social media for a minute, whether it was Instagram or Twitter, and the trolls that come for you. Yeah. I mean, and I tell people all the time, some people, they're spoiled. They live in Chicago. They see black people every day. They don't know the level of racism that's out there sometimes. You, on the other hand, I have seen people come for your head on Twitter and on Instagram and on Facebook.
As long as that's where it stays.
Emotionally, I know that's just got to wear on you sometimes, but how do you deal with the true hatred? I mean, people have come after you and your family just because you're expressing an opinion.
Yeah, just because I'm like, hey, can you stop shooting us? It's sometimes it's easier than other times. Sometimes some dudes are serious, and that's when you gotta take care of things. But yeah, most of the dudes, and it's always dudes, by the way.
Right.
It's always I tell
No Karens?
I've told no. I've told any woman that I've ever known, like, you don't ever have to worry about groupies with me, because let me tell you something right now. It's a bunch of dudes, a bunch of dudes named Bob who are angry as hell. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Dark shade.
Yeah. Oh, the Oakley's shining,
joints.
right?
The
what are the Army official Ranger joints that they selling on the infomercials?
Right.
Like, those are the dudes who are always coming at me or in my direct messages. So yeah, man, it's it got I don't want to say it comfortable, but like, this has been happening for a while. There's a guy who used to call back when we were at NBC Tower. He used to call because our numbers were listed for whatever reason. He used to call my office number, the voicemail, and he would ring all the time while I was on the show. And every once in a while, I pick it up and I just hear him breathing, right? Right? And this was a guy who used to say, like, I know where you work. I'm like, everybody does,
One
man.
of those.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Right.
yeah. I know what time you get off. I'm like, so does the rest of the city. Right? So it's like, it's only 2 ways out this building, right? And I didn't take it seriously then. And I think I got used to people not meaning it, right? And that was just about sports.
Right.
So now we got a different temperature where stakes are a lot higher. People are a lot crazier. You got dudes leaving from this city going to Wisconsin with AR-15s and shooting shit up, right? So now it's different. Now the company that I work for now takes these things very seriously.
Right.
So I know when to engage and when to stop. And sometimes, I think that, I don't want to say it's changing minds, but like, I feel like every once in a while somebody will see something and be like, oh, I didn't think of it that way. And they'll still get on their brolic, angriness. Mm-hmm. But sometimes you feel like some people ease back into a level of understanding. And that's all it is, man. Like, if we can't understand each other's plights and each other's grievances, then what are we doing out here? Like, the sports and the music and all these things are cool. These all come from black culture, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So what are we doing? Like, I heard Joe Budden talk about it. He said something to the effect of, everybody want to pick from the tree, but nobody's nurturing the soil. Like, all these people who love basketball and love football and love all these, where do you think these players are coming from? What areas do you think these players? You drive down the west side and the south side, you see 6'5" brothers on every corner, right?
Right.
But when they aren't the super Negro who has made it, who is above blackness, they don't have that value. So I've talked about this before on the air too. I mean, it's there's an understanding that we all need to come to, and I know it's probably not going to happen in my lifetime, but I'll be damned if we can't try to figure something out for these kids.
One of the things that you posted, I think it was today, which was kind of a play off of everyone's excitement of Nick Foles taking over as starting quarterback of the Chicago Bears.
Saint Nick
was a little. They weren't really on top of BDN. Because now explain this whole BDN thing that went down.
I didn't know about it until really this morning, but I guess it was bubbling last night. So Barstool Sports, I think they're selling something, a T-shirt, because in Philadelphia, like, I'm just piecing this together. In Philadelphia, Nick Foles was called
Big Dick Nick.
Yeah, there it is. Nick Foles was called
You can curse on the show, by the way. Are you comfortable? I know.
But you know what it is?
It's hard to get out of those habits.
Right.
But I just don't feel comfortable saying that.
See, hey, look. See,
That's
this
why I
phone?
jumped in. That's why I jumped in.
My mama will ring this phone in a minute and be like, son, did you say that?
But it's like, who, like
white guys.
That's your man.
White guys.
If he walks into a bar, is that how you got to greet him?
White guys.
You know what I'm saying? Listen, I had 4 white dudes live above me. My first place, 5330 South Drexel. They lived above me. University of Chicago kids. 4 of the most University of Chicago type kids you will ever see in your life, enough. Right?
Fair
and
enough.
I loved all Dex. Shout out to Dex McCauley, all those dudes. There was 2 great ones and there was 2 rowdy ones, right? And the things that these dudes used to engage in, and I'd be like, "That's your friend. Like why you trolling on him? Right, what I mean? Well, like, why you?" So the fact that a dude has coined another man Big Dick Nick.
Right.
That's the problem. So in Philadelphia, that was his nickname. He comes here. He has a good quarter, right? Because he was trash for a lot of that game when he took over for Mitch.
Right.
He comes in. These dudes on Barstool start selling Big Dick Nick shirts, but instead of Big Dick Nick, it's BDN.
Right.
So. And white dudes are on
We
Twitter
have it on the screen right now.
extolling the virtues of this shirt. Like, yo, I can't wait to get out here and show off my BDN shirt. And I tweeted one of them like, bro, don't wear that shirt.
Right.
Not in
This
city.
Not
Not on the south side.
This is your Blackie weather forecast. Don't wear that shirt. Don't wear that shirt. You know?
Right.
Like,
And
you got a bunch of white dudes walking around in BDN shirts. You don't know if they undercovers or you got to shoot at them.
Exactly.
Like you got the hood making a lot of decisions they don't want to make right now. So yeah, don't wear the BDN shirts.
For those on the feed who are not aware,
Go ahead and tell them, Mike, because you know.
Black Disciple Nation is BDN.
Shout out to the brothers. Don't want no problems.
Right.
Throwing up the forks all day.
I don't want no problems. Hey, my hand.
White Sox Dave sent the tweet out that said, "We took the BDN shirts out of the store. Our bad. Not one of us had any idea whatsoever."
And my response is,
I
employ and talk to black people.
Right. Some guy responded, "No," which is the
You see that, but the Twitter is hilarious.
Yeah,
because you want to see two Chicagos, you want to see two Twitters. The black Twitter followers that I have was like, yo, why are they doing this? What's going on? And the white guys are like, what's happening? We're like, what's the problem? I'm like, fellas. That's like telling me a Proud Boys event is just a bunch of dudes who are happy to be here.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
They're real proud guys.
Right.
They're proud.
And then you roll up not knowing what's happening. So,
Right. Are they related to the Proud family? Like, is that a black show? Proud Boys? Proud? Maybe it's a spinoff.
Is that Kenya Barris? Is that his new vibe? Like
that is absolutely crazy. But you hit it out the park with that. That was funny.
Yeah, I just don't. These are the things though, and these are like if you can laugh at that, then I know there's a certain you have to understand something. People who are racist do not have great senses of humor.
No, they don't.
So it's an indicator. I think satire and humor is like an indication of education level or like vibrancy. Like if you can pick up on certain things,
right?
Like whether it be sarcasm or just having a good time shooting shit. Like we had to grow up in this because we had to talk crazy about each other every once in a while, right? So once you get to a different level, you're like, oh, if you need that, I got that for you, right? I got that in my bag, but I got a suit on right now, so I'm gonna save it. But these people have no idea some of the shit that you have experienced. So it's like if you employ or talk to one black person before that shirt goes to press,
it doesn't go out.
Right?
It doesn't go out.
Like the Denver Nuggets, I think, had like a white night. What was it? Like 2-3 years ago, and immediately Twitter was like, "Yo, where are the black people in y'all organization?"
Right.
To tell y'all that because they were wearing their all white uniforms.
Oh,
and they were gonna have the seats.
White night.
Oh, like,
so yeah,
like the Klan.
yeah. I'm like, you telling every brother in Boulder stay home. You know what I mean? Like every dispensary is like, yo, fellas, come make y'all pickups before the game because it's a white night. Like these are the things where I'm like, just talk to a black person.
Please.
Just hang out with one.
See, it's just that easy.
Just make love to one.
It's just
hire
that
one.
easy.
You know what I'm saying?
We're all out there. All right, tell you what, we got to go pay some bills, take a break.
Oh,
We're
we
going
got
to come back
commercials?
with my man Jason Goff.
Y'all got money.
So look, when we come back, we're going to talk about the NFL. All
right.
We'll talk about the Bears. We'll talk about the baseball teams, and we'll talk about the Bulls because we know you're everything all NBA.
Oh, no.
So we definitely got to get you in
That's
on
a lot
that
of
as well.
pressure.
So
That's a
yeah,
lot of
so
pressure.
that's what's coming up right here on Chicago Famous.
And a finals prediction.
Oh, you already know what's happening.
All right.
You said you already know.
Chicago Famous.
WIFTVPN.
I'm Dr. Willie Wilson. Tax burden of the average middle class American goes way beyond income taxes. There are sales taxes, real estate taxes, gasoline taxes, and many, many more. As an international businessman, I know that by reducing the billions of dollars we give to other countries, we could help fund our own country. We need to rethink our tax laws and lower the taxes for our own citizens.
Paid for by Willie Wilson for Senate 2020.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality Black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe Black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of Black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
When you need vibrant, colorful gear that offers high-performance material that keeps you cool, call Agent Huff Custom Gear. Let us take your expressions and create something new for your everyday wear, your bedroom, or bath. For all your needs, we offer custom sublimation, silkscreen, vinyl, and embroidery. You can reach us on all things social at Superhero Huff. www.superherohuff.com or 630-476-9191.
WIIFTVPN.
In all my years of radio, I've never seen anything like this.
You're listening to Chicago Famous with Mike Love and Diz. So hit it.
Chicago Famous, Mike Love, Diz, back with Jason.
Can't go wrong with Nice and Smooth, man.
Man, you cannot.
Classic 90s hip hop, man. We
man.
dig in the crate. See, I keep a crate in the studio.
Hey, listen.
We can always pull something out the crate.
You should listen to Dwick once a week, if at all. Like it's like you got to make sure you put your reminders on. Like, okay, I got to take the trash out this day. Got to do this day. Got to listen to Dwick at least once
Lemonade
a day.
was a popular drink, and it still is.
Come on, bro. Come on, man. I like the new stuff, but I still gets busy. I'm an old man these days.
I don't like the new stuff at all.
None of it?
None of it.
None of it.
None of it. I don't even like the stuff I'm supposed to like the Griselda. I don't like it. Right. Take them off.
He just took his headphones off.
I'm supposed to like that. That's rap for guys over 40, right? For guys over 40, that's they want. I don't like it.
Mike.
I don't like Griselda. I'm completely old hip hop. Definitely not.
They're in the vein
I
of that.
know. Come on, dude. I don't like 45-year-old coke rappers. I did that with Pusha T and them, with Clips.
But
and the whole we got it for cheap. I lived through that.
Come on, give it a chance. This is gonna make me sad.
My guy keeps sending me their songs,
He
trying
should
to get me into it.
Pray for Paris. I mean, come on.
Wow.
Who made the
Griselda.
sunshine?
No. I'm stubborn when it comes to this. Come on, Mike. Yeah, I know that. I'm supposed to.
You're gonna be playing it at the stepper sets. In
Shout out to
15
Jeff
years.
Ellis. I knew.
Dude, did you catch that? He said the stepper sets.
You're gonna be playing at the stepper sets 15 years. That's gonna be the go home song.
I'm 54. I'm 54. I'm all right with just sliding into my old man
it's
shit.
True. I
you
got
know what I'm saying?
My
old rap.
My hip hop stopped with T.I. Once T.I. stopped, my hip hop stopped there. But
I feel like I'm getting to that zone with a lot of dudes. Right, like I feel like like after Kendrick, I should be cool, right? You know what I mean? Like TDE, but then TDE comes out with a bunch of new dudes, and I'm like, because I like Drake, I do like Drake. Drake. If you look at Drake's career, that dude is like, we're talking about like top 10 artists of all time in terms of just reach, right? The dude's a megastar, and on top of it, his corniness is like his allure. All the dudes who are like the problem to me with hip hop is like everybody, like no one takes their cool off, right? There's a lot of funny ass dudes in hip hop, right? So we gotta wait till we get a versus to see Jadakiss is one of the funniest dudes in hip hop, right?
You never would know.
Nobody takes their cool off. It's like sports. Like when you show me two talented teams, the team that's gonna take their cool off the first is gonna win every time. And a dude like Drake was like, yo, I'm a corny dude I'm half Jewish. Like I fawn over women, talk about them in songs, name check them when they're not my women.
Right.
I rap about simping. I talk about Marvin's Room is one of the worst great songs of all time.
Worst.
Right? But
Worst.
you sitting back like, yo, is there somebody I would do that for? Like, these are the things, right? So I'm just saying, like, there's certain dudes who I still rock with for the new. And, you know, my son is 3. He's going to start liking stuff. For him and me to have some kind of connection outside of sports, I'm not going to paint. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to watch Paw Patrol as much as he wants. So let's get these tunes on, man.
Right,
let's get these tunes.
That's crazy. Okay, let's get into some sports, man.
Uh-oh.
So I guess it's Monday, and the Bears are 3-0.
Yes.
Hooray! Look, got the Super Bowl shuffle up already. The meatballs then came out.
Yeah.
They're like already ready to go to the Super Bowl.
Parade, right?
All right, so let us know, because I've been talking about it for 2 weeks, like bum-slaying ass Bears team.
Hey.
I know you can only
That's what
play
it is.
who's on the schedule.
That's what it is.
You can only play who's on the schedule. I get it.
Did you?
I predicted a win.
Yeah,
I
I thought this was a worrisome game for the same reasons that we saw. That Atlanta team can score on you now. That
Yes,
Atlanta
they
team
can.
folds up very quickly.
Well, they just forget to run the ball. You got Todd Gurley with 80 yards. You got 6 minutes left in the game, and you basically got to run the clock
And
out.
just doing stupid things. Like they had six penalties in the fourth quarter. Like, you're supposed to lose, right?
Six penalties?
In the fourth quarter.
Yes.
They had 2 personal fouls. Keith Smith personal foul on I believe it was Tariq. Like, it's one of those things where, like, you know you guys are slipping and you're making those errors. So the Bears capitalize on some bad teams so far. They probably played 3 of the worst 10 teams in the league to start their season. This Indianapolis team is going to be a different test, and now you got Nick Foles, who Adam Schefter is reporting is going to be the starting quarterback for the Bears. So I thought the Bears would be 7-9. I still think this is an average squad. I do think with the benching of Mitch Trubisky, we're going to find out what Matt Nagy really is, because when you draft somebody as highly as they drafted Mitchell Trubisky, and I know Matt Nagy didn't draft him, but he spoke highly of him in terms of his draft process and interviewing him at the combine. Listen, man, I don't know about y'all, but if I have an asset and we are not doing everything we possibly can to get the most out of this asset before we throw it away, that's burnt money.
Right.
Like, you traded a lot of picks, third and the fifth, right? That's burnt money. Those are players that could have helped you. So now you got a dude who is now a reclamation project going forward. Right? Because once you snatch the ball out of a quarterback's hand, the whole team is like, all right, fam, you a ghost now.
It's a wrap.
Right. Like Nick Foles is the general. You go to any NFL facility, the quarterback is the general.
Yes.
Sometimes you got bad generals. Sometimes you got generals who stay out too late. Sometimes you got generals who are elite and understand what they have to do to prepare and get ready to play. Sometimes you got guys who aren't good enough, but they are all those things as well. I think Nick Foles is a combination of a guy who's going to stay prepared and be ready to play, but there's a reason why he's lost a couple of jobs, right? Gardner Minshew is a 5th-round pick, and as soon as Nick Foles got hurt, there's like, that's our quarterback now, right? That don't happen to do – like, you don't give away good quarterbacks unless their name is Cam Newton and he doesn't want to play for $1 million, and you disrespecting him by giving him a minimum, right? And now you got 31 teams looking like fools right now, including the Bears, with that situation.
True.
But Nick Foles – and for anybody who's like, yeah, Nick Foles is in the game, zoom out. Because if that dude is better than the number 2 pick that you spent all those picks on, your franchise is in deeper hot water than you think.
Wow.
Right?
True.
Like, this ain't a week-to-week thing.
No.
Because Nick Foles is not a foundational franchise quarterback.
Nope, he's never been.
So enjoy these. Yeah, they might beat the Colts. They might beat another team. They can win their first 6 games. How you feeling, though, when it's time to play against real quarterbacks?
I just get the feeling that we're going to see Mitch come back. Because you know what's going to happen? I think Nick
100%.
Foles is going to, like, ride this team. We're going to be looking good. I think we're going to hang with the Packers. We're going to be right there with them. And then right when we get ready to start playing the Packers, somebody's going to cave Nick Foles' chest in, and he's going to break him in half. And then we're going to have to roll Mitch back out there, and Aaron Rodgers is going to go, oh, goody. Here we go.
He's playing on another level right now.
Dude,
Last night was ridiculous.
was drafted like 12th in most fantasy leagues, and now this guy is off the charts now.
Aaron Rodgers is a monster.
Yeah,
I think he's going to get his job. Like, he's going to play again for the Bears this season. Yes. I would bet on that.
Right.
But now it's, okay, all the things that you were worried about, this is the same dude that wanted all the TVs off in the locker room.
Right.
So if that was bothering him in terms of his dissent when you hit rock bottom, there's only a couple things that can happen. You could bounce or you could stay there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're gonna figure out if he could bounce or not. Like,
All
the whole process is information slowly thing. Like, you saw in that zone, that last pick that he threw. That's a zone coverage that he should have seen the last 2 or 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I know he's only had 1 year as a quarterback in North Carolina, but this is big boy stakes, man.
I think he's a great guy. I just don't think he's a good quarterback.
Yeah,
I just don't think he's a good quarterback. He's a nice guy. He's a great teammate. I just don't think he's good at quarterback.
Whenever you draft a guy and he's not that guy, it's a good 5 years before your franchise even tries to get back to where it needs to be.
Mm-hmm.
And it hurts even more when you have Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes and these guys out here, setting
Killing
records and being MVPs and stuff.
All right, let's talk about your White Sox and the little bit of a tumble that they've kind of taken since the playoffs. We kind of went from this high of Sox back in the playoffs. First time since Jim Tomey was on the field.
And then let's piss down our leg real quick. Like, oh, my God.
The only solace I take, Mike, is that, the correlation between how you play going into the playoffs over the years in baseball, it really, it's damn near 50-50. Like, teams playing poorly going into the playoffs and are successful in the World Series, and teams that are on fire that lose in the first round. So the correlation is crazy that it feels crazy to be like, they're playing poorly, I should still be confident. But that's how silly baseball is. If Dallas Keuchel and Lucas Giolito go out there and shut you down, it really don't matter what you was doing 4 days prior, 5 days prior.
It's a new season.
Exactly. So, and I think Louis Robert, he needed some time, and hopefully he gets back in the swing of things because September was not nice to him. Right, Yohan Moncada is still battling. I don't care what. Well, he's mentioned it now, but he's still battling the effects of COVID. Right, his body isn't the same. He's not the same. You could tell, and he's mentioned it as well. For all the people out there who think that the young athletes, they can get through it. This dude in your face is struggling with it. Yasmani Grandal. There's been ups and downs, a lot more downs than ups this year. He's the biggest free agent signing in Sox history since Albert Bell, actually. So. Sox fans got a lot to be worried about, but man, it's been a while.
Right.
Like you mentioned, Jim Tomey. I got kicked out of McGee's that game.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
We got to hear this story.
Yeah,
you got kicked out
of McGee's in Lincoln Park. Me and my homeboys watching it. Yeah, me, Brendan McCaffrey,
the only
Weber,
black guys in the spot, I'm guessing.
No, the
only
black guy.
Yeah.
That was that crew.
The one guy want to dance. The black guy want to dance on the bar. They got a problem with it. Is that literally what happened?
I mean, so
I wasn't there. I'm
no.
Yeah, me and my guys used to dance on.
See him? Get his ass up out of here.
No, me and my guys used to do that. We used to dance on top of bars and white bars. In places that it was normal, because it was normal on normal nights. So we'd be like, that's how y'all do.
Little Coyote Ugly action.
Yeah, until the black guys get up there, then it's like
it's a little, come on down,
it's a little
fellas.
different.
Yeah, come on down.
Not in here, guy.
It was actually Herb Lawrence was with me, and like 3 or 4 other white guys, and Jim hits the home run, and we go crazy. Everybody in the place is going crazy, like tossing beer around. I actually leaned down. I'm like, yo, we shouldn't throw beer. We didn't throw beer. We're standing on the couches. Everyone is standing in the booths, right? I just see the security flash the light on me. And I was like, I know what that means. But, you with your white homeboys, they immediately activate. They're like, no, we're not going in. I'm like, listen. We are. We definitely
Time's
are.
up.
Right.
We got to go.
The beer here.
You want to go to the dating game?
Right.
Let's go. Go to Stony Island. Is Reds open? We're going to go down and watch the rest of this game.
I mean, hit the skybox, something, We can figure out some after entertainment. We don't have to plant our flag here in McGee. So it's been a while.
There was never a forcible removal.
Oh, no, I don't play those games. You're not going to put your hands on me. I'll leave your establishment. Just don't touch me. We cool.
Yeah.
Because, that's a security guard's dream is to manhandle a dude. Like, whatever life they live in before they get to those bars. And we all been around security. We brought their remotes. Those be our boys.
Yes.
And the moment the event starts, it is activation. It is them dudes.
Ta-da!
Oh, yeah.
Ready.
And they looking for it, too. So I'm like, nah, you ain't going to manhandle me. I'm out. You got it. I left your tip right there. I'll escort myself out. That's the tip for you guys out. Don't wait for security. Just leave. Just leave. If you fight that fight on Yelp, fight that. That's the other thing. A lot of people I don't know, because I don't wear suits everywhere I go. So a lot of people find out how shady they treat people from me through Twitter sometimes.
Okay.
So there's a couple of spots. Like, you treat me poorly, I'm never coming back.
Right.
And you treat me well, I'm going to big you up forever.
Right.
So there's a lot of spots like that in this city who, like, found out Monday morning that I was in their restaurant.
Right.
Right? So, and that's how we should all be. Right? Because we should only rock with people who rock with us.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely.
That's all I see it.
So, man, let's talk about NBA.
Oh, no.
So I'm done with Chuck and Duck basketball. I dropped off the NBA a few years ago. Mike, he's still rolling with the NBA.
Chuck and Duck
So,
basketball.
I mean, he had
What do you watch any basketball?
No.
None?
None. Damn. Dude, I just jumped off the wagon. Yeah. The Bulls
I was
watching
He's one of those when the Bulls get good again.
So you're a Jordan fan?
No. Well, no.
Would you call yourself more of a Jordan fan than a Bulls fan?
I mean, I watch basketball, but basketball doesn't hold a place in my heart like the NFL does.
Like football does.
Football,
Well, that's a religion.
Some stupid hardcore
Yeah,
football.
yeah.
Basketball, I'll
bubble
watch
bring
it
you
if
back?
I watch it. The bubble did not bring me back.
Did the Last Dance
took-
bring you back?
Now the Last Dance,
Look at him, look at him.
because
That's the
again,
basketball you want to watch.
Jordan.
but we had a connection with
Jordan,
that
right.
because that was going on while we were in our heyday on the air. So it was like that all tied in right there. So that we had.
we all in. Absolutely. Jump in that time machine anytime.
So this was Chuck and
Damn
Duck
right.
basketball was like,
Here we
okay,
go.
I'm just not feeling this groove
It might
anymore.
be. It might
but,
be changing here soon.
So
it might be changing here soon.
well, hopefully it starts changing for the Bulls. So you want to talk about the Bulls first, or you want to talk about the NBA Finals
All right,
first?
we can talk about the Bulls and then we can get to the good stuff.
All right, get down, man.
Yeah.
New coach.
I mean,
new
new coach.
direction. What do you think?
I'm cool with it. I mean, Billy Donovan is a dude who has won everywhere he's been.
Yeah.
Right? Now, the levels of winning probably hadn't been as high for certain people, but he made Florida a powerhouse. Like, we didn't think about Florida basketball before Billy Donovan arrived. And he recruited, was it Dan Cross and Mike North, that backcourt, and then got Joakim and Corey Brewer and Al Horford. He's a dude who I think is important for this year, but I think is also important for the summer because he's got a lot of respect around the league with not just agents but players. A lot of people love Billy Donovan. You know, Paul George, Russell Westbrook, Kevin Durant. Those are some personalities that sometimes can be tough to deal with,
Right.
and they have not said a bad word about him. Joakim Noah sings his praises. I would have loved to have seen Wes Unseld Jr. get the job.
Yeah, that was the first look that the first person that they announced that they were looking for. At least you guys announced that they were looking at.
Yeah, Dan Craig from Miami was also in the running, but Wes Unseld Jr. I think is going to be somebody who's really, really good coach.
Okay.
And I think a lot of people around the league, including a lot of black coaches, thought that Wes Unseld Jr. was going to get this job. But you know, Arturas Karnisovas has shown you that if it's something out there, he's gonna go get it, right? Like there's a bad taste in like yourself, like in a lot of Bulls fans or former Bulls fans' mouths because they don't know what to trust in. Like when is it gonna happen? Right? So you get these stables of talent that aren't good enough. They're just good enough to make us feel proud because they battle, but not good enough to win championships. Then you get Derek's knee and all the things that happen after that. But along the line, there hasn't been much difference in terms of the talent evaluators because you've had John Paxson, you've had Gar Forman for a long time.
Yeah.
I think if you're a Bulls fan and you're looking for a reentry point, I think this is a good time because Arturas Karnisovas is about business. He's going to bring the best people in that he believes will take this thing to the next level. And if you enjoyed, you didn't see it, but the Denver Nuggets. That Denver Nuggets team is what Arturas Karnisovas is trying to model this thing after. Right?
That's a good team.
And we don't see Denver here in Chicago.
Well, this is the thing too. Chicago has to, Chicago's in that weird thing where it's a big market, but dudes kick it here during the summer. They have places here during the summer. They don't necessarily have to or want to live here during the winter. It's a winter sport, right? So why can't the third market in the country get all the big free agents to come here? I think the LeBron thing was a lot closer than a lot of people think because Rich Paul and those boys was looking out in Deerfield and Northbrook and Long Grove for homes and all those things. Like those dudes were looking, right? Because they couldn't get people to come to Cleveland and they eventually ended up in Miami. But this is the third market in the country. This should be fertile with star power. It's New York, it's L.A., and it's Chicago.
Right.
It hasn't happened that way. So what I think is important is that these dudes are coming in like, yo, we are drafting and developing talent. We are not swinging for the fences because you take a lot of swings and misses in the NBA and you'll be Sacramento, right? You'll be these teams who are
real.
right, you know, or Atlanta's coming back. But Atlanta for years, like, look how many years we've been in the playoffs. Like, we know when y'all gonna leave though.
Right.
First, second round, you out of here. So I think AK and Mark Eversley too, the brother who's general manager. He helped put together that Philadelphia 76ers team. So if you need a re-entry point as a Bulls fan, hey, I'm not selling you a bill of goods. Watch the pregame show. You know, if you want to do anything else, watch the pregame show with me and Kendall and Will Perdue and our entire crew. But I think Bulls fans have something to look forward to, and I'm not just saying that. I think I mean it. I think this is going to be a different vibe around this team because this is a dude who doesn't have that allegiance, that tie with the Reinsdorfs and John Paxson was strong. Like that's like a son to them, right?
Okay.
So it's hard to part ways with that. But when you do, and you bring in somebody you've had very little interaction with, now you have a dispassionate talent evaluation period where it's like, I don't know him, he don't know me. So all we're going to go off on is the results. Right. It's not that he's, his wife is the head of all the charities or, you know what I mean? Like he's been around us for 20 years. He's been coming to things. No, he is an employee. I am the boss. Let me see the results. And I think when you have that kind of machine-like focus, that's the Miami Heat. They all speak the same language in that organization.
Yes.
The entire culture. They got coaches coming from their video rooms because they speak the same thing. How hard are you going to work and what are the results?
Right.
As simple as that. Are you here for dinner theater? Hey, go to UC. Let's go see everybody. Let's go see the stars. Let's take a couple Instagram pictures. That's cool. But then what? That playoff revenue is important. Those championship runs are important. 1998 is a long time ago, man.
Long time. You mentioned the Heat. I'm seeing a lot of love for Jimmy.
Yeah.
With Jimmy Butler being back in the finals. How do you feel, man? He caught a lot of heat from yes.
Yes. From me.
Yes,
yeah.
That's what I was going to say. So I'm glad. Thank you for. And that's what I appreciate you owning up to that.
Yeah, I'm not
so
a sucker.
I've always been a Jimmy fan.
Yeah.
Always roll with Jimmy.
I have too, though. And you want to know why?
But you're critical.
Exactly. You know what? I have because I feel like we're a lot more nuanced and complex than we ever lead on. So like there are things about Jimmy that I find like fascinating and extraordinary. But there are also some things that happen along the way that Jimmy was allowed to do and be because he was empowered by an organization, right? Where he was like Jimmy was moving a little weird. And then you go to Minnesota and then you go to Philadelphia. So the problem with Jimmy was, to me, and I think the same thing will make you laugh, make you cry. He is a hard worker.
Yes.
And I appreciate him. And when that man told the Bulls, I'm not going to take 44, I want 48, and they were like, we can't do it. And then he made them pay him 90, right? Like when you bet on yourself and win that way,
yes.
I'm like, I respect that. But along the way, Jimmy armored himself, to me, and this is just my opinion, Jimmy armored himself with his hard work and was able to alienate people because he's like, I'm working harder than y'all. So,
right.
and my thing always was, can you be a great leader if nobody's following you? And I think sometimes Jimmy ran into that. Like, you can punk dudes all you want.
Right.
But when you got to play with them, then what?
Right.
Right? Like, how are we going to play this? All right, so you're the best player on the team. You destroyed me in practice. You've been calling me all names for 2 hours.
Right.
You think we're going to go play the Magic
now?
He
did that here. He did that in Minnesota. You think he's grown now? Where do you stand on him now and what he can do against the King in the finals?
Listen, so you know how I feel about LeBron, too. I think LeBron is the greatest overall talent that has ever played the game of basketball.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
That's how I see GOAT.
Okay.
Right? Michael has 6 rings. Michael is the god, right?
Right.
But if I was making a basketball player,
fair enough.
I don't think we've ever. That's the thing that I hate the most about the LeBron thing is like there's so many people who aren't recognizing the moment because when this is over, like.
Right.
And that's when they'll recognize it. When it's over is when they'll see it.
Y'all remember 01, 02,
right.
2000 when it was like,
I remember.
I like Allen and I like Stephon Marbury, but like this, who gonna carry the league now? You know what I mean? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because Allen was carrying it for the hood, and everybody's like, yeah, we love Allen. But the league was like, hey, we need somebody to rise.
Cleaned up.
Yeah.
A little cleaner.
No, well, just to raise, like,
The
they
level.
needed They needed a vibrant star,
a face.
right? Like Allen was Allen no matter what, and you grew to love him because he was Allen. The league needs, because it's a black league that is marketed to a lot of white people.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So the league needs somebody who is willing to be open and talk. And you got to sell the reason why baseball isn't measuring and rating with black people the way it should is because the culture in baseball is stay in line, figure things out, don't showboat, this, that, and the other. And then all of a sudden, you got Jose Bautista 3, 4, 5 years ago in the playoffs throwing the bat 70 feet in the air, and you saw a whole bunch of dudes like, wait a minute, we could do that? And then baseball became cool to do.
Right.
Tim Anderson is a black superhero on the South Side.
Got that right.
I promise you, there are many athletes that I've had a chance to cover. There are very few that I am more proud of than that dude, because that dude has not buckled on who he's been the entire. Like, you see some dudes,
yes,
whether it be in the industry or in athletics, where it's like, that ain't you. You know what I'm saying? Like when I got let go, I turned around. I was like, there's a lot of people who turned into Malcolm X as soon as I got fired.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of dudes who was doing a lot, and I'm like,
right.
Like, no,
right.
And I loved you even if it wasn't that, right?
Right.
So I love to see dudes who are their genuine selves succeed. So the league, when LeBron is done, like, the league's gonna have to figure something out. You can love Zion all you want. You can love Steph all you want. You can love all these. Who's going to sell the league? Because when LeBron went to Miami, the league was at its peak in terms of you love him or you hate him. There was no in between. We all know, like, in radio and in any kind of media, the worst thing is indifference, right? Like, I got to touch something in you. I got to make you feel something.
Love me or hate me.
I think we're getting ready to fall off a cliff here when it comes to the league, because the hardcore dudes and girls going to watch it. Yes. But the casual fan, they don't know who they should love or hate.
Exactly.
And I think that's why this LeBron-Jimmy matchup is going to be one for the ages, because we only got like 2-3 of these left. Like, LeBron can't play 25. First of all, he got too much money to pay 25 years.
Right.
So enjoy it while you can. Even if you hate LeBron, like, enjoy that part, right? Like, wrap yourself in that emotion, because it's about to be done with very soon.
You know what? Before we let you go, I got to throw this out here. Will you tell Mike to enjoy and love Tom Brady playing football still too? Because
I would never do that.
He says Tom Brady's whack and he's garbage.
Well,
and
he's ridiculous, but you know why he's saying it. At least you know.
I'm admitting that it's coming from a place of hate.
Okay.
I will admit my hatred. Like, I wrap myself in the blanket of hate when it comes to dude.
And the NFL appreciates him for it, because when Tom is bad, Mike is out here like, hey, you see the Patriots game? Like, so they appreciate
game one?
Yeah.
Trash. Nigga, trash.
That's what it's supposed
to be. He was all over that game one. I asked him, I said, you see it against Denver yesterday? No, man, I didn't even see that.
No, you know what?
303 touchdowns.
I haven't seen the game since game one.
No, you left it alone. That's where the book stops.
That's all I need.
Nah, Tom Brady's an all-time great. You can respect the game if you don't agree with or respect him. You can respect the game. It's tough though. Trust me. I know what you're going through. I know what you're going through.
I am picking Miami in the finals. They remind me of the.
How much you want to do?
They remind me of the 2004 Detroit Pistons.
What you want to do, Mike? Talk to me.
I don't bet on sports. Well, I don't bet money on sports.
Do it for like a food pantry.
Yeah, certainly.
Because the Lakers gonna win this.
No, it's gonna be just like 2004 when the Lakers lost. I think I've gone on the record and said too many niggas. That squad.
In the league or?
No, on that squad.
No, it's the Diz and Donald Sterling up here. What's going on, G?
No, I mean that in a good way.
He said Donald Sterling.
I mean in a good way. This team reminds me of the 2004 Pistons because that squad was stacked with niggas. You call them dogs. Other people call them goons.
I know where you're going.
I'm saying they niggas.
I know where you're going. Even Tyler Hero, huh?
Yes.
More so.
Yes. At 37 points against a team of brothers?
Yeah,
niggas.
Wait till Jimmy find out that he ain't
Duncan Robinson. How many white boys you know last name Robinson? First name Duncan, a nigga. Squad all niggas. A dude named Bam.
To fight himself out of.
There's a guy named Bam on the squad, a nigga. Jimmy, a nigga. Nobody's.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Jimmy's a nigga.
Hold on. So when you say that, deductive reasoning then tells me is you think that the Lakers are bereft of niggas.
they don't have as many.
Hey, Jason, you should have seen when he was comparing the Heat to the Bucks.
Right.
And he put
'Cause
the
I'm a
whole
Bucks
Bucks
fan.
squad
I
up
put
on
the
the
squad-
screen. He was like, look at
You
these
have
dudes.
to ask
He was like,
yourself
look at
which
these
team
dudes.
is bringing fear to you. Like, these guys are stepping on the court and they are not afraid of anybody. They're absolutely no. This team.
So if I bring Larry Bird and Jerry West to the gym, you gonna bring all the brothers wearing the BDN shirt,
exactly,
and I'm not gonna win.
You walking in there with you Donald Haslam.
Right.
No, I just
Hey,
told
listen,
you.
listen, I will not ever on this platform or any. Speaking into a phone, Udonis Haslam's name rings out with as much respect from here to Miami as possible. There's certain dudes who, if he wasn't playing basketball, like he the mayor of Miami. Don't get it twisted. But Udonis Haslam is a dude, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. He's the scariest tattoo I've ever seen in the NBA. He got the whole state of Florida on his back. And in each city, Boca Raton, Tampa Bay, is denoted with a shotgun entry wound on his back, like a bullet wound, tattooed on it. I'm like, that's a firm decision when you get that, right? So when you walking around with that, I'm like, oh, you might be the toughest dude in this room, like you might be, and he is the toughest dude in every room. So whenever it's like saying Marvin Harrison's name. I don't play them games at all.
Just at me and Chicago famous when.
When
all.
what?
Yeah, when Miami wins the title.
All right,
just at me.
All right, Mike.
That's all.
We gonna be watching.
You think
they are absolutely going to win.
How you feel about LeBron?
I love LeBron, and I think he is, as you said, the greatest player playing on the court now.
I'm just trying to check your temperature because some dudes pick against LeBron because they don't like LeBron.
I'm not. No, I
you
saw
genuinely
this,
think the Heat are going to win.
this team, this Miami Heat team,
they're the best
dismantle
team in this playoffs.
motherfuckers.
They're the best team in this playoffs.
They are not playing.
But when we choosing sides,
all the bullshit and
here we go,
the Kobe and all of that aside, they're supposed to win for Kobe.
No, that's out the door as soon as the ball goes
out the door. Yeah.
But if we walk into a gym and the Heat roster is over here and the Lakers roster is over here,
yes,
and you got the first two picks of anybody in that gym, who are you picking?
I'm just going by team. It's a team sport.
He just can't say LeBron and Davis. He can't say that.
Right. Like
certainly.
If I walk into the gym with those two, I feel good.
I'm going into battle with that team.
I got you.
That team is better than the Lakers right now.
You might be right, but that don't mean they're gonna win.
We'll see.
We will see.
Yeah. Jason Goff.
Love y'all, man. This is awesome, bro.
Man.
It's hot as hell in here.
It is.
Yes, it is. We got two temperatures in here. We got winter and summer. That's how it goes down in here.
It's
so
hot in here.
A lot of people in the chat, man. A lot of people had great things to say, checking you out, man. I'll be returning those messages later, but we appreciate the love, y'all. Jason Goff, don't be a stranger to the show.
Let me know.
We check you out all the time. We definitely got to get you back down here, man, especially when the Super Bowl happens.
Yeah. Don't worry. I mean, White Sox going far. Cubs going to go far. The Bulls, they turning things around.
A lot of things happening.
Yeah, you should feel decent about Chicago sports. Not great, but decent. You should feel okay about it.
You know what I'm going to need you to do for us, man? Put in a word to Kendall Gill for us. Because Kendall Gill was at Rich Central when I was at Rich East.
Okay.
So I remember his squad playing against my squad that year. They went down to face King in the finals.
Boy, man.
And I was DJing a lot of the Rich Central, Rich East parties back then. So like him, Dan Hughes, Bobby Smith, all them players, or did he hoop with back in the day?
Yeah.
I'm cool with them.
You kind of side though, so
because Kendall is a maniac, dog. Like, have you seen Kendall lately?
I seen him
60-40 thing. So he's lost 35 pounds. Like, he's back to his playing weight at 53 years old.
Wow.
And Kendall got hands. So
he's a fighter.
I'm like, I look at Kendall like there's certain dudes that get you ready, and you're like, oh, the war about to jump off. Like Kendall out here in game shape. Like let me go to Chuck's real quick and get myself together.
Jason Goff of the Chicago Bulls pre- and post-game show on NBC Sports Chicago and the Bulls Talk podcast. Make sure you check him out everywhere you get podcasts. Let them know where we can find you on the socials as well.
Oh, yeah. If you want to troll or, send me some ridiculous direct message about how you feel about my views, at Jason, the numeral 1 Goff. So it's Jason1, Goff. And it's on Instagram and it's on Twitter. If you're gonna add me on Facebook, I don't add people anymore because every time I go on Windy City Live, it's like 45 aunties who want to add me, and then I talk about Breonna Taylor or something, and then it's like 45 white dudes who mad at me. So if you're on Facebook, you probably won't get in. It's probably to your benefit, but Instagram and Twitter at Jason1Golf.
That works.
Thank you for stopping by, Chicago Famous.
Thank you for having me,
It's
man.
the What's in It for the Black People Media Network.
WIFTV-PM.
Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Tuesday through Saturday, or you can find them online at solobeauty.com.
Chicago Famous with Mike Love and Diz.
The destined legend himself, Leon Rodgers.
Yeah.
What's going on, Playboy?
Man, listen, honored to be here with radio legends, man. Two brothers I looked up for and patted my success.
You walked away from your day job
said, what?
and you went straight in the
Man, brother, first time somebody called me to do the gig, they was like, hey, I got my grandmama's 85-year-old birthday party. She's turning 85. She has a brain tumor. I mean, now she's not going to be able to hear because she's in a coma, but she'll be laying in the room, and we just want the good vibes. Well, what is it? $75. We need you to do an hour. I'm there because of the passion. I wanted to do the comedy.
Yeah.
So I quit. But when you quit that job, and the job I had was decent. My father, every young black man should have a dad or a father figure in his life.
Yes.
When I say he went off on me.
My son works.
When I told him I quit to do comedy, my mom, mamas is always like, well, that's good, baby. You spread your wings. You realizing what God wants you to do.
Right.
My father like, you got to be the dumbest son of a bitch in the world. I can't believe you came from my ball sack. 65,000 a year. Me and your mama combined only make 80. You dumb mother. I mean, going off. Like me and my pops actually kind of fell out.
Old school black fathers, old school mindset. They came up working. They know how hard it is.
Hands knuckles black. Hands look like he worked at the steel mill, like he was dipping them in the lava. So he pissed. My hands manicured.
He's super cool and he know kung fu.
I'm clean. I work on computers.
Drives a $5,000 car and wears a $100 suit.
Right.
He like, I'm out here getting lung poisoning from inhaling all these steel mill fumes and touching people's mail. Look at my hands. I can't even pick up a fork and knife. Your mama got to cut my food for me. And you want to quit to do some damn comedy. He hell.
Chicago Famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
WIFTV-PM.
Chicago Famous, Mike Love, Diz, Hour 3.
All right. Hey, once again, we take you all the way up to 6 o'clock Monday through Friday. Shout out to everybody checking us out on YouTube because a lot of people on the YouTube and we don't have the YouTube chat screen up in here. So those of you listening on YouTube, we appreciate that love. Facebook Live as always. This is where we're at Monday through Friday, 3 to 6 p.m. every day, well, Monday through Friday. And we appreciate all the love, man. A lot of comments been coming up. A lot of people got to learn a little something about my man, Jason Goff, formerly of The Score and doing his thing on television. And that's really good, man. I'm glad we can have him up here.
Yeah. He's a funny guy. Fucking hilarious.
The BDN shirt was hilarious.
Oh, is that the craziest
That's
shit?
the craziest thing ever.
White, and it's so white, too. Like, so uninformedly white, like...
They just don't get it. They're
And
looking like, what's the problem? What's the problem? Like, okay.
So just imagine when those are the kind of things that happen with the Gucci's and the higher end, like when they, put out the monkey shirts and all of the things that like end up offending black people, because again, there's no black people anywhere at these companies, and the bigger that they get, the higher up you go, there's less and less black people, and this is, Barstool Sports. Don't get no whiter than that.
Right.
BDN shirts. Hilarious.
So you didn't remember the genuine draft thing, huh? The GD,
I do not remember the
campaign.
GD. We're going to have to find that.
Oh,
my God. Have to find that online.
I'll have to dig in the
And
crates.
I'm from Milwaukee, which is the crazy
That's why
thing.
I'm surprised you don't remember that, because, all my cousins was folks. So, like, when the whole GD campaign came up,
was a
they couldn't
GD
wait.
campaign?
Yes, dude. It was a big deal because it was genuine draft, but that was too long, so they shortened it to GD. Oh, the barbecue couldn't wait to happen. It was like, yo,
Right.
we got our own brew. We are repping. So, yeah, that was a big deal, man.
Yeah.
Hey, hurry up and put an M in front of that. Like, okay, MGD. You don't want nobody getting shot at the barbecue.
Not at all. Not at all. No, I'm pulling it up, and of course, it's just pulling up the older, and yeah, MGD. I'm definitely gonna have to look that up, man. That's a hilarious story. But no, he had some great stories, great guests. Of course,
Yeah, and him talking about Kendall Gill. Yeah, Kendall Gill, man. That dude, like I said, when he says he's in shape right now, I believe that. Because that cat is always doing something, whether it's boxing or whether it's hooping. But he's always been up to something. But, yeah, I mean, like I was telling him, I was like, I remember being at Rich East when that Rich Central team was balling.
Right.
And, I mean, I remember the time when Central came to Rich East, and you talk about a time where you could not get into the gym. I mean, the gym was wall to wall, just stacked with people.
Right.
And again, it was a school rivalry, but at the same time, kids at Rich East and Rich Central, we had a special connection because a lot of our middle schools, we were all together. And then when the middle schools broke, half of us went to East and half of us went to Central. So we still had friends in both schools, unlike Rich South down the street. It was pretty much okay. They on their own thing. But
Right.
Central and East pretty much got along, and I would go to their parties. They would come over to our parties. But that squad was so hot, and when they played against us, of course they beat us. But it was just the atmosphere was like, I mean, it was like playoff intense. It was crazy. And those were good times back then, man.
Yes. So
And that squad was crazy, too. I mean, not just, we all know Kendall Gill because he went on to go to U of I. And then, of course, he went on to the NBA. But, I mean, there was some talent on that squad that was crazy. Bobby Smith, the point guard, this dude, he was like Allen Iverson before Allen Iverson. Like,
Wow.
this dude, he was nuts. So, I mean, people take different paths and different roads, and it leads them different directions. But I'm glad that I got to witness that firsthand.
No doubt. All right. I just wanted to quickly follow up on something that we did. Remember, we were playing video Friday. We were playing video from the Back That Ass Up contest.
Yeah.
So if you had an opportunity to check us out Friday on Chicago Famous, our Bad Boy Radio Flashback Hour, which is this third hour, we dug into crates and pulled up some video. And I promise you, as we were watching the video, I was like, that looks like somebody familiar. I think I know that girl.
Uh-oh.
That looks like my birthday twin.
Okay, was she in the contest or she was just in the club?
Was it a contest? Any time that the song Back That Ass.
Was she dancing on the stage, or did you just see her in the background?
She was kind of on the side.
Okay.
She was the girl. I want to say the girl with the fat ass, but they all had a fat ass.
Sticky Nation, we love you.
She was not out on the floor. It was almost as if she was dancing on the side, and the cameraman caught her oh, she got a fat ass too. Let me show her.
Boom.
So I asked her, and I did a screenshot of the video. I sent it to her. And I hit her with "Is this that you?" Now, here's the thing with women. Are they ever really going to admit something from
Own it.
25? No, that's what guys do. I said this on Chicago Famous. A woman at 20 is not the same woman at 25. She's not the same at 30. So a woman from 20 to 30 is definitely two different women. Guess what? A woman from 20 to 40, she don't even want to remember that bitch no more. Excuse my language. She doesn't want to remember who she was when she was backing that ass up in the club. So needless to say, this girl, who I think I know her face. And I messaged her. I was like,
you know that was you?
She responded, LMAO, now I could have been there, but my ass drinks, meaning she drinks a lot. So I may not remember. So I play the video, and she says, absolutely not. I would never, and would never dress like that. So, you know, and then she sent a laughing emoji. She says, not my style. Only I would never do a watch me dance showcase of sorts at a club. No, sir. And I respond, well, she kind of looks like you in the face, though. But I was like, I don't ever remember your behind being that fat. And she replied, my ass is maybe that fat, but I try to downplay it. I'm a bit self-conscious about it. So I would never purposely showcase it like that in that type of skirt. So, it wasn't, and then she sent me a winking emoji, you know. So, you know, the bottom line is.
Wasn't me.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
She hit me with the wasn't me.
Right.
It was
me.
It was definitely her.
You know that was you? You know that was you.
It was her. But here, you know, and again, it goes back to your mindset when you cut the video up. Because you understood, you know, and
That's
you
true.
understand that mindset.
So I need to send you the unedited version so you can see it in full. Because obviously, if I send you the unedited version, you can see that for an extended period of time because each girl probably danced about 2 minutes. So, yeah, there was plenty of camera time and a whole bunch of other shenanigans. So,
yeah,
so
and
if
some,
you get the extended
and again,
joint,
and I understand, hey, that, you know, I understand that mindset. You know, that wasn't me. And it may have been at that time, but it isn't anymore. So that woman that she was in 99 is not the woman that she is in 2020. I just kind of wanted to see like what her response was going to be. Like I knew that she wasn't going to like own up to me. Oh shit, where you find that video of me? Can you send it to me? Hell no. She was like, what?
where did you get that from?
Right.
Because again, I always tell people, like there was no smartphones back then, so nobody was in the club holding up their smartphone taking videos of anything. The only way you could get video if you had a camcorder at the club, and I was the only one allowed to have one. So I controlled Ghetto Cam. So, like I said, hundreds of hours of footage was recorded on that camera just because I was allowed to have it. And the only way that exists today is because I kept the tapes.
Did you keep any tapes in any high schools?
You know what? You hit me on
I sent them a text.
The text about that, and I believe there are at least 3. I want to say I have footage from Marshall.
Okay.
I want to say there's a couple elementary schools we went to. There was one where we ran down onto the stage. Like they called our name, like they announced us, and you ran from one side of the auditorium. I ran down from the other side of the auditorium.
So much energy.
We jumped up on stage. We had the whole Coca-Cola thing going on. There's that one. And I believe there was one. It was another elementary school. I can't. Gwendolyn Brooks. I don't know. One of the elementary schools. But yeah, once again, I just got to get to cutting that stuff down. And like I said, I lost my converter a couple weeks ago, and I had a lead on one over the weekend, but it didn't pan out.
Oh.
So I'm back to square one. But I'm on it, so I'm hoping to have it fixed by this weekend. So then once that happens, then I'm just going to start rolling stuff off assembly line style. So
nice.
We'll have so much video, we won't have enough hours in our show to go through all of it. So, but it's there.
All right, so tomorrow on Chicago Famous, we're gonna have a young lady stop by, and it's gonna get real controversial in here. But
this is gonna be fun.
Yeah, we like controversy.
And you know Mike, he likes throwing gas on the fire and then running out the room. and this,
I promise not to run out of the room.
This will be a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, so this young lady is a black Trump supporter, but she's not like, you know how you have the. What is it, Diamond and Silk?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
yeah,
right. So you have generally, the people that are Trump supporters are usually Southern. Like, I think people would kind of put them in the category of sellouts. You know, like they're usually Southern. They're from the South. So you don't usually see too many people from Chicago.
CeCe Winans from the South?
I'm pretty sure she is. But this young lady is from the west side of Chicago. She's 30 years old.
From the west side of Chicago and 30 years old.
Yes.
This will get interesting.
Yeah, and but here's the thing. So either you're Candace Owens, where it's like, oh yeah, sure, white girl in a black girl's body, white husband, yeah, I could totally see her. Or you have Diamond and Silk. So one or the other. They usually, when you see people that are Trump supporters, they kind of fit into one of those two modes.
Mm-hmm.
This young lady doesn't fit into either one of those modes.
Okay.
Because she's from the west side of Chicago. She's educated, but she doesn't come across as a Candace Owens type.
Okay.
Except for, of course, when she's talking about her love for Donald Trump. So I figured tomorrow we've got the debate. Biden and Trump are going head to head.
Must-watch TV.
Much-watch TV.
I can't wait. I'm cooking a special dinner just for that. I'm putting it together because I can't wait. I mean, I'm playing that like tonight's Monday Night Football. Like, it's appointment television. Like, I'm here for this.
Right, so she's going to stop by. And, we might even take calls. Let's take some calls, get people's perspectives, their thoughts, because pretty much everyone, most black folks are going straight down the line Democratic, But right now we're in a time where people are, leaning left, leaning right, So there are some people that are leaning right. There are black people that are starting to lean right. And a lot of black people are doing it quietly because they don't want to be ostracized by.
And I think you are exactly right on that. I think a lot of black people are doing it quietly. I think they're not saying too much. They're kind of watching what's going on. They're seeing what the Democrats are saying. They're weighing the options, and they're like, you know what? I just might go in that booth and just check that box.
Right.
But they don't want anybody to know that.
Right.
Because if somebody finds out about it, they get blasted on their Facebook page, or it gets out in the family and then spoils Thanksgiving and Christmas, and all hell breaks loose. So they kind of keep it under wraps and not say anything.
And I think one of the big problems that we are facing nowadays is that people just are not old school when it comes to religion and politics. Like, that used to be something that you did not talk about. And I think that those are kind of the things that I draw the line at, as a Generation Xer.
So did your family ever have discussions like that? Because I don't recall that ever happening in my household. Like, you all got together and started talking about politics?
Other than how much we hated the president. that was about as far as a black father would go.
You brought up Harold Washington.
Right.
And I remember my father talking about Harold Washington. And I remember when they appointed Eugene Sawyer the mayor. Oh, my father just had a fit. Because he was definitely down with Harold Washington. And he couldn't stand Eugene Sawyer.
Right, because Eugene Sawyer was the man's pick.
Right, exactly. So that's one of the few times I remember my father getting animated talking politics back then, but I don't recall a time where the family actually got together. We were actually having Thanksgiving or Christmas, and the whole political debate broke out at the family gathering.
No, in the 70s, all the black folks hated Nixon. So I remember he was Tricky Dick. So they always made fun of him. So I remember my father, everybody, they talked about Nixon. They called him Tricky Dick. Other than that, after that, you had Ford, and then you had Carter, and then you had Reagan. So much started to change under Reagan because he was the first Republican, I think, since Nixon.
Mm-hmm.
So, but no, we didn't talk about it. I do remember in high school when Harold Washington was running. So I'm a kid attending a Milwaukee high school, and I mean, hell, look at.
Remember when Eddie Murphy brought up Harold Washington in Delirious?
That's how big it was.
Yeah, that was so big that when Eddie Murphy did his first stand-up, the Red Leather joint, Delirious, he was talking about Harold Washington running for mayor because he actually won. He was like, look at Chicago. They got a black mayor now. Now, Jesse, he going to be president next.
Exactly.
But, yeah, the fact that was so major at the time.
That was very, very so. In Chicago's biggest suburb is what I called Milwaukee growing up. It resonated all the way up there. And I remember having a substitute teacher who was from Chicago. And when all of this was going on, I remember him saying that he and his people were going down there to help campaign. And when it was around election time, that they were like, oh, we're definitely in Chicago. We're definitely trying to get Harold Washington elected. So it was a very, like, that story. That, and when we talked to Cootie about the Ben Wilson story, Like those are two Chicago stories that resonated throughout the nation, and reached all the way up to Milwaukee, which is an hour and a half, not a far reach. But as you said, even with the Eddie Murphy, like Harold Washington was big.
Yeah, I mean, that was huge. And like I said, it was funny because I just remember how animated my father was after Harold Washington died. Conspiracy theory.
My favorite conspiracy.
But then when they put Eugene Sawyer in there, like my dad just had a fit. Because he was still working in Chicago at the time. I think he was probably still at Harlan then, I think. But
what was his problem with Eugene Sawyer?
Because he was the man's man, and he just wasn't Harold Washington. He wasn't. It was kind of like the white folks saying, well, hey, he's a black guy too. Like, no, that doesn't count. Like, and my dad, he always thought that, there was something shady behind the scenes with that whole Harold Washington death. So, when Eugene Sawyer came in, my father came home from work, walked in the door, and was just talking to himself about it. Just like, Dad, what's going on? God damn Eugene Sawyer, for real. This city boy, it's all messed up. I'm like, okay, Dad, I'm going back in my room and play these records.
Now, how was he able to live in the suburbs and work in the city?
Because back then they didn't have that policy back then. Because my father started at Chicago Public Schools in the 60s, I think. Or, 69 maybe. But they didn't have that rule where you had to live in the city of Chicago.
Okay.
So he got in early. He was kind of grandfathered in. And then I don't know what happened when the rules changed. They did something, but anyway, that's later on my dad got transferred, and he got transferred to Orr on the west side, which was crazy because we live way out in the south suburbs, and going from Park Forest to the west side every day, that was a journey. I mean, my dad was leaving the house at 4 o'clock just to make sure he got there because, again, there was more cars on the expressway back then. The roads were actually more messed up than they are today. So it took a lot. It took a while to get there.
I can't imagine what the winters were like.
But, it was always interesting because, like I said, it was like my father kind of had his life, my mom kind of had her life, and I kind of got stuck in the middle and got to hear both of them. So, like, my father would come home griping about stuff happening in Chicago, and, man, I can count on one hand how many times my mom goes to Chicago in a year. She never goes into the city. And when she does go into the city, she goes to tourist stuff. Well, we're taking the niece down to see the Bean, or the grandkids, we're going down to see the museum. Like, she just ain't going to get something to eat, or just, we're going to go down to the lake. Like, my mom was never that person. Or my dad was always in Roseland.
Always in the city.
He was always at the theater, or he was downtown somewhere, because he had friends that owned clubs, that he worked with, so he would be out, doing that. So it was always interesting.
Sounds like it. I sound a lot like your dad, and my wife sounds like your mom. Like, she doesn't get to the city either. At all. And if she does get to the city, it's for it's something that I'm taking her to.
Right. So like when my mom would bring us fast food, we'd have McDonald's or we'd have Kentucky Fried Chicken. When it was Dad, it was Arthur Treacher's. It was Harold. It was like, what Dad bring home? It was like, and of course my mom would look at a greasy bucket of fish strips and stuff from Arthur Treacher's that just couldn't understand it. Like, well, what exactly is that? And my sisters would be like, where's the fork?
That had to be hilarious.
Oh, we are going to eat good tonight. So, yeah, it was just one of those things.
All right, let's take a break. It is our Bad Boy Radio flashback hour, so we'll flash back to some Bad Boy stuff. We'll also hit some headlines that we didn't get an opportunity to hit early. It's Mike Love, Diz, Chicago Famous on the What's in It for the Black People Media Network.
WIFTV-PM.
When you need vibrant, colorful gear that offers high-performance material that keeps you cool, call Agent Huff Custom Gear. Let us take your expressions and create something new for your everyday wear, your bedroom, or bath. For all your needs, we offer custom sublimation, silkscreen, vinyl, and embroidery. You can reach us on all things social at Superhero Huff. www.superherohuff.com or 630-476-9191.
You're listening to I Said What I Said with Toussaint Warner and Herb Howard.
Well, what was the power of the Bible? Most motherfuckers couldn't read. So the Bible legitimately changed the world because motherfuckers began to learn to read. And once I can learn to read, wait a minute, I can question some of this bullshit you talking
What school
about.
you go to though?
It don't matter.
A mind is a terrible thing to waste.
Well, no,
I went to Dunbar.
Yes!
That sounds Dunbar.
Oh, it's good.
People disrespect the city schools. This Chicago. And I'm a motherfucking genius.
And that's on period.
Shout out to the mighty man. Nah, I'm just playing. But seriously though, think about it though, right? The Bible legitimately changed the world, right?
What's up, good people? You're listening to I Said What I Said with Toussaint Warner and Herb Howard live on What's in It for the Black People Media, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
WIFTBPM.
Chicago famous.
Wow, the comments are hilarious. Well, everything that we've been talking about, people have been chiming in.
What up?
What's up, Sherrod? I see you. But yeah, talking about the good old days and talking about family situations and gatherings and no political talk at the dinner table.
None.
I tell you what I did have to expect, though, anytime the family got together.
Okay.
My father was always like that rock in the family. Like, if anything ever went wrong somewhere else, they always called June. Like, got to call June. We got a problem over here. One of the kids went to jail. Something happened. So you know how holidays are for black folks. Like everything starts out fine. We eat, have a good time, and then the drinking starts kicking in. Slowly kicks in the drinking hour.
Right.
And when the drinking starts kicking in, by the time 10, 11 o'clock rolls around, the card games are going on and the attitudes come out.
Right.
So my dad usually would always disappear sometime around 9, 10 o'clock because we get that call. Be like, June, you got to come over here. Auntie tripping. Be like, uh-oh.
Right.
Let's go see what's happening.
Yeah, that actually happened in my house on a couple of occasions. One I remember the most. It wasn't until after my mom passed that I realized that she really was jealous of her oldest sister.
Oh, wow.
My oldest aunt. And my oldest aunt, just like the oldest, versus because my mom is probably like fifth or something. She comes from a family of 11. So 11, you know, the big black families in those days.
My father was 12.
So, right. See?
There you go.
Right. So my mom was somewhere in the middle. And she was always getting into it with her oldest sister. And her oldest sister, my Aunt Barbara Ann, or Barbara Ann as we call her.
Barbara Ann.
Barbara Ann.
Old school name.
She was so unaffected by my mother. Like, she just was like, it was just always funny to her that my mother had like these little mini aggressions toward her. And one time, you know, just like you said, it's a holiday. Everybody's over the house. The drinks start flowing. People start feeling themselves. And next thing you know, mouths start wagging a little bit too much. People start saying, and my mama started saying some stuff about my auntie. And my auntie was wild. Like in the early 70s, like she did a little everything. Like she did drugs. She was out selling little pussy. Like she did it all. Like
we all got that one auntie.
Right. Everybody got that
We all got that one auntie.
Just, you know, was just wilding in the 70s. So my aunt, as the year, there's two occasions. So the fight that broke out at our house on the holidays, my mom and my aunt is going at it, and you know, my mama talking about how she don't like her, and you know, she never liked her, and, and she wasn't there for her when she needed her there. You know, it's all the old pain coming out, and they get the scrapping in the basement.
They start throwing bows in the basement. Oh!
I was like, Mama, no! You know, I'm all a 13, 14, if that. You on your mama's side, of course, you know. Man, they had to step in and break it up for somebody grab, because, you know, aunts would grab a sharp object.
Sure will. Because
in a
back then it was all
heart-
about the knife.
Yes!
It was all about the knife or the screwdriver. If there was
Man.
one laying around, they was picking it up. It was
Aunts-
gonna happen.
Black aunts was quick to grab a fucking knife, man. They will gut you like a fish. Fortunately, you know, the uncle stepped in, Pop stepped in.
So there was no winner?
No, I mean, you know, I can't remember. I'm gonna call it a draw.
Okay.
I'm gonna call it a draw. You know, simply out of respect for mom. You know, my aunt. And the other time they got into it was years later. My aunt was always at the, like, in Milwaukee, there's this old pimps, not even like how you have like a players ball. It was like a old pimp picnic.
Okay, all right. Like on what is it? Uptown Saturday Night.
Exactly.
Okay, there you go.
So just imagine them
Right.
40 years later. Exactly that. So my aunt, who was in the life, you know, I don't know what she was. I don't know if she was hoeing, but I know that she was in the life. All right. So I don't know why, but it's like, oh, this is a really popular picnic, and all the old hoes and the old pimps are there. And I decide to show up. I'm like, the pimp picnic is today. I'm there. Mom's there, auntie's there, and I promise you, like, my aunt was like one of the 3 or 4 most popular people there. Like, everybody knew my aunt and was giving her love and praising her. And my mama had a problem with it. Look at Bob Brand. She just know everybody. I'm like, Mom's was hating hard.
Wow.
And I promise you, my aunt the whole time, just like back when they got in the fight, she just smiled it off. She just looked at
Right, because she knew. She
Right.
knew she was getting under your mom's skin and didn't have to do anything. She knew
Exactly.
it.
She was living rent free in Mom's head,
Right.
and she was all right with that. That just, you know, I just think about that. And like I said, I didn't realize it till after my mom was gone. I was like, Moms used to hate hard on her sister, but you know, sibling rivalry, man.
Yeah,
it's
they're
hard
real.
to believe, right? Which goes back to what we were saying early in the show. If you carry shit that you never clean up, that you never take care of, that you never talk about.
So they didn't have to sit down.
They didn't have a sit down.
They didn't have a sit down.
You know, and like I said, my aunt was living rent free in my mama's head, and my mama just, you know, had little. And my moms could be like mad passive aggressive too, so she had that streak in her. So that's just one of the great stories. Thinking back to, you know, you talking about.
Yeah,
how
we
things
all have that aunt. In my case, in Sherrod, he'll let you know, it was definitely my Auntie Jean. God rest her soul. Auntie Jean, she passed about maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay.
And I had never been to a more entertaining funeral in my life.
Oh, she was one of
The
them.
stories that were told, because my cousin Street, my cousin Lawrence Blackville Jr., a.k.a. Street, he actually he was the pastor. He did the whole funeral.
All right.
And he was telling stories about my Auntie Jean. And when I say there was like more laughter than crying in
That's
that funeral,
dope. That's what you
people
want.
were falling out in the church because my Auntie Jean was wild business. I will never forget. This was 97. Because you know everything happens in 97, right?
97. The year.
So we having a family reunion in the Heights over my Auntie Beulah house, right?
Right.
So we all over on Center, and my Auntie Jean, she's sitting there, she's drinking her Jack, and she got the cars going on or whatever. So I show up, and I'm just like, hey, what's going on, cuz? What's on everything? And my auntie said, nephew, come here, let me talk to you for a minute. And I was like, okay, what's up? And she goes, when you gonna hook your auntie up? And I was like, what are you talking about? She was like, you ain't got no weed? And I was like, I said, auntie, I don't smoke. And she goes, I know you got the celebrity weed. My Auntie Jean, she said that I had access to celebrity weed.
Right.
And don't come up over here unless you willing to hand out the celebrity weed. And
Wow.
I just looked at my aunt and just fell out because she was the realest person I ever met. I mean, there was just no shame in her game. And God bless my Auntie Irma Jean because she was just the best and she was real. And when my cousin was up there giving a eulogy and breaking it all down, he was talking about how how many police she beat up, and, and you know how her whippings were legendary, and I mean it was crazy, but there's not one time I can remember going to a funeral where I laughed so hard. So
That's
I mean,
dope.
you know, I'm glad that I was there to know her, and she was a part of my life, and those will be the memories that I will always treasure.
What is the EPMD 12-inch? What is that
I don't know.
standing for?
I just actually put it up there
Okay.
to put it up there because Jason Goff was talking old school hip hop, and I put the Bears away, so I just put it up there. So it's the "You Gots to Chill" with Eric and Parrish on the front with the
frosted jeans,
their frosted jeans and their gold ropes. So yeah, and then on the back they're in the snow. So I don't know what that was all about.
You got to chill.
Oh yeah, there you go. See,
Look
I'm
at that.
slow. You got to chill. So take the picture in the snow. There you go.
Did you get a chance to see the Breonna Taylor, the killing
Yes,
of Breonna
and
Taylor?
shout out to you for putting that on my timeline because I saw that show up and I pretty much had to disconnect from the NFL for a minute because my fantasy team was getting dogged out.
Mm-hmm.
I was still like just overshot with the whole Bears thing, so I was like, okay, let me disconnect from the NFL for a little bit.
Right.
Let me watch something different and then plug back into the NFL. So I took the time out to watch it. It's on Hulu if you haven't seen it. And actually, it's part of, what is that, the New York Times series?
The New York Times,
Yeah, so you'll
New
see
York
like
Times documentary
Yeah, the
series.
New York Times documentary series. It's on Hulu. You can hit that, then you got to go through the episodes. And I believe right now it's the second episode. But yeah, I got a chance to check it out yesterday.
Yeah, and it's also, if you don't have Hulu like me, but I do have DirecTV, it is on demand. So, just search Breonna Taylor. I can't spell, so I was like B-R-I. Yeah.
Right.
B-R-E.
How does he spell that? B. That's one of the very few times I wish I had the talking remote where I could just pick it up and like say it in there.
Breonna Taylor.
Like then it just pops up.
Yeah.
But no, I'm sitting
Yeah.
there going through the scan. Like, all right, I got to find.
I
it
actually
sooner.
have the talking remote because I have the Fire Stick, and I still type it in, and I still typed it in wrong. Anyway, it is the documentary that our own Mike Brown from Triggered, he used bits on his show last week. So when we were talking about it on Friday and Mike Brown had played it on Thursday, that's where he got a lot of his information from. It's very informative, a lot of news that you might not have known. Was there anything that when you watched it, did you pick up anything?
It definitely did a good job of humanizing the situation, especially Breonna Taylor, because they were assassinating her character all through the media. And, you basically just know what the news is talking about.
Right.
And they did a good job of really diving into her background. Her friends got to speak up on her behalf and what type of person she was. And then I was very interested. I really came away from that after watching it, learning a lot about the two boyfriends. There's two boyfriends here. Everybody looks at that and they think, oh, it was just one boyfriend involved. No, there was actually two. So the dude who ended up firing off the shots, the boyfriend at the time, like after I heard what he had to say and the situation he was put in, I kind of understood it a little more. I understood why, you get these loud bangs in the middle of the night and they're like, who is it? Nobody's saying anything. And it's a stand your ground state. He had a gun legally. He could have one. He didn't know what was going on. He had no clue. So when the door all of a sudden gets blown off the hinges, he fired a shot. Like I could understand in the heat of that moment and because of what he had and why he had it, that he did what he did.
Right.
I got that. What I did know was the backstory on the other boyfriend, which was interesting because this is the dude that the police were looking for.
Right.
And this guy was using her address as an address to reach him and stuff like that.
And for packages.
And stuff like that.
I've seen something where the boyfriend has come out and said, packages, it was shoes. It was, like orders. Like, when you order something from Amazon, he felt like if the packages were sent to his house, somebody steal them. So he had the stuff sent to Breonna's house. And, if you think about it, like, I don't know, who's shipping drugs, But that was something that their relationship was, she's involved with this other guy who she's really into. And then she's got the boyfriend that's, calling, and they actually play part of a conversation that they had from, him being in prison. He was locked up, collect calls. She accepts the call.
Mhm.
They have a conversation. She tells him he loves him. Whole time she's in a relationship with this guy. Now
there were multiple calls, and this went all the way up through February. So the
Right.
whole incident broke out on March 12th, but she was still in contact with dude in jail all the way through the month of February.
Right. While she's in a relationship with another guy that's sleeping over at her house. So, I mean, but when you're young and sometimes when you're old, these are the same types of things that people do, still being involved with exes,
I watched that, and it brought up a situation that I had where I actually got cussed out. And I'll go ahead and say it. So, all right. So there was a little single period time where I was like, all right, I'm looking to meet somebody. So let's go talk to a few women and see what's going on. I remember sitting and having a conversation with a woman, and I'm trying to get to know her, casual conversation, where'd you go to school? What are you into? Those type of things.
Right.
And as I've gotten older, I've learned to ask the stupid questions because they may seem stupid now, but like I really want to know.
Okay. So
I said, have you ever dated a drug dealer? And she was like, what type of person do you think I am? Blah, 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 blah. Why would you ask me that? Okay. And I was like, I'm just curious because, there's situations where women have gone that way.
Absolutely.
Our girl Nia B, she loves drug dealers, so
she admitted it.
She says it. So you know what?
She got a Pele.
And if that's a situation where dude doesn't want to let go of the relationship, or maybe he still thinks you owe him something, God forbid, I'm sitting on the porch as you drinking lemonade one day and I get drive-byed on because dude won't let the relationship go.
Fair enough.
So I ask questions like that. I'll put it up there, but
Makes
this
sense to
woman
me.
was truly offended that I even asked that question. And I'm like, hey, it's real. Hell, ask me that question. How many stalkers have you had? Have you ever dated a crazy person? Have you ever been to? I asked her. I said, you ever been arrested? Why do you think I've been arrested? Like, I'm just asking.
This girl had a rap sheet, and I could tell from her reaction.
Because I'm just like, yo.
Let it go. Walk away at that point.
Yo, I just don't want to be sitting up in the apartment one day
All that
and
huffing and
weird
puffing.
shit happens, and I'm sitting there with my hands up like, what have I got myself into? Because, again, the older you get, the more bullshit you do not tolerate.
Certainly.
So back in the day when I was just asking stupid questions, basically like, where you working at? What you driving?
Right.
Who your girl over there? Now all of a sudden, 40-year-old me or like that. Yeah, I'm like, I'm just curious. So, you ever been arrested? You ever did drugs? I don't do no drugs. Well,
She did all the
drug.
She did all the drugs, had all the dope dealer boyfriends, held weight.
And you know what? And I appreciate a woman who would ask me the exact same questions. If
Right.
a woman came out
Why
and asked
wouldn't
me
a
those
person?
exact same questions, I would give her straight answers too.
And
I'd be like, I'll let you know.
And if you pissed a woman off by asking those questions, then she was obviously guilty of some shit. She was
I just don't want
definitely
none of them
guilty.
skeletons to jump out the closet while we trying to do our thing.
Absolutely. Women have asked, oh my God, the types of questions that women ask now, and what's your 5-year plan, and shit like that. Like if a woman can ask a man what his 5-year plan is, you can ask what your 15 years ago plan was.
True. I'll give
What
you
was
another
on?
true story. Look, this is straight
Come on.
up. Look, check this out. So it was late night at the 50-yard line back in 1997. It's always 97. Met this hot female smoking.
It was some
red
bad-
leather dress on, man. She was banging. Had on the black stockings and she fine.
Right.
So anyway,
Go
of
on.
course, it's after the club. She ain't doing nothing. She's digging on her brother. I'm like, yo, let's go to breakfast. Go to IHOP. Go ahead, get our eat on. And then she was like, well, what you doing? I was like, hey, I'm rolling with you. So I decided to roll to her house. She lived in Kankakee.
Oh shit!
So roll all the way down to Kankakee.
Hey, we'll do
All right.
30. We'll do 30 extra minutes for. Yeah, it is.
All
It
right,
is what
I'm
it
going
is.
all the way down to Kankakee. She got no kids. She's single. Nothing like that, right?
Right.
Walk in this woman's apartment. Walk into the kitchen. I kid you not. She has a triple beam on the kitchen table and about 3 bricks. And I stopped and I looked and I was like, yo, is that what I think it is? And she was like, oh, that's just my boy stuff. He just come over and he cut it here, but he ain't here. I was like, yo,
Red
I can't do this. As fine as you are and as hot as I am right now, I'm ready to do some work. I'm like, you know what? I'm about to flip myself around and take that 30 minutes north on 57 and head back home because that was a red flag. That was
Absolutely.
a sign that I just did not want to deal with because more than likely I would have stayed the night. And who knows if he'd have showed up in the morning or the police would have kicked in the door. So I was like, But I mean, it was just mind-blowing because she looked at it like, well, it's not mine.
Right.
I'm not doing that.
It's not my triple B.
You know, it's my brother's friend. He comes over and he does that. And I'm like, shit. And it's right out in the open. It ain't even under the sink and shit. It's right there.
Wow.
And I'm like, yeah, that's just what I need to get caught up in this thing. GCI, DJ, Diz, Bad Boy Radio, caught up in drug bust and Kankakee. I'm like, oh, hell no.
Yeah.
I am out. So, yeah, needless to
say.
say.
That's quite a story.
Yeah, the trooper, jetted right back.
Right out,
right
back
up
there.
57. Like, you know what? I'm sorry. I got to leave you. And, of course, she was offended, and she thought I was being petty. And, I told you it's not even mine. Why are you treating me like that? I'm like, so, I don't know.
Hey, they came in all shapes and sizes. Dope girls.
Well, she was fine. Smoking.
Yeah, of course she was.
I did not want that smoke.
Dope man's beat.
I did, but then all of a sudden I didn't. Like, Unifa, you got to go. I'm out.
That is absolutely hilarious. The stories that we share here, yeah.
Yeah, flashing back. That's what we do in the 5 o'clock hour.
Maybe she was a chemist.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Alvin.
She was a chemist, all right.
Yeah.
But again, she said, that was her brother and her brother's friends. Like, okay.
Right. Not her man. But
her brother and brother's friends. I'm like, your brother is somebody I do not want to know.
Absolutely. These are people that have, and I think a lot of young people, looking back on their lives, put themselves in certain positions and, dealt with certain types of lifestyles.
My dad always taught me to read signs, though. He was like, look, read the sign. If the sign says danger, more than likely it is danger, and always think of what could go wrong instead of what might go right. Like, okay, I could go ahead and hit this 4 different styles because I'm not down with missionary and go and have a good time, and everything will be fine. Or I could get caught up in this thing and go to jail and shame my whole family and then be sitting there with my hands up like, what the hell did I just do? So with that being said, I read the sign courtesy of my own man and was like, yo, I'm back in the ride. So
and a smart move on your part and a little shade on missionary and go. I'm not mad at that. It was 97, you were 28. You still had some moves, and your testosterone levels, as I talk about regularly, were extremely high. You weren't even halfway down the hill yet at 27, 28. You're still going. You're still going. However, different story for your guy. But I don't have anything remotely close to that. I think that's a great story. I think that you made the right decision. Anybody that steps away from, especially if you're not built for that lifestyle.
Because I'm not gonna lie, she was fine.
Right.
She was thick. She was smoking.
Yeah.
And I had plans, and I was like, nope.
Sometimes, the best laid plans.
Nope. Tonight it's going to be KY and go because I just can't do it because I don't want to go to jail.
Right.
And soon as little Rick show up in the morning to get his bricks and I'm still laying there trying to eat waffles and Cheerios, that's when the police kick the door in. So I'm like, nope, don't want to be a part of that. Like I said, we had just got things jumping on Bad Boy Radio. That would have been an ugly look.
I mean, the funny thing about it is that you wanted to have sex and spend the night. Like, first of all, it's
far.
No, go home, fam.
That's cake and key.
No.
Far. And it's late. I had just DJ'd till 3:30 in the morning and treated her to breakfast. You damn right I was staying.
No.
I was like, nope, I'm
son.
leaving in the morning.
Nah, son. Nah. Hit and go. Hit and run. It's hit and run time. Sun's hitting your ass. Come on. At that point, the sun's hitting your ass. So you left the club at 3:30. You do an hour breakfast, another 30 to get to K3. What's it like, 5 o'clock in the morning at this point?
Somewhere around there.
It's
so
5-ish. You are
talking November, so it's still dark out.
All right.
I know it was in the fall.
You hit it for an hour. I'll give you an hour, Mr. 5 Positions. You hit it for an hour. The sun's up. I got to go. It's been one. Thank you. You already had breakfast. You don't owe her anything. Breakfast and cock.
I'm just trying to marinate.
Yeah, that's
I'm just trying to marinate.
You're such a great guy.
I'm doing some work here. I just want to marinate for a while.
know.
I don't feel like rushing. All of a sudden, just pop up and go.
You like the ejaculation guy. You're like, I'm done.
Besides, there might be an extra round left, so I'm going for all of it. I'm greedy. I'm taking all of it. But the situation presented itself, and I was like, "Yo, gotta go."
And you know what? I had a wife at home, so I.
Right.
No, I'm not
You
saying that I
had to get home.
I'm not saying that I would
There was
do that.
nobody in Disneyland back then. Disneyland was empty until I got back to it.
I'm not saying that I was doing that type of thing, but I have a wife at home. Somebody's got to be out. So it's deuces, peace sign, and it's been one. Thank you for allowing me to take this trip to your home. You have a beautiful home, but I've got one too, and I got to get to it. I'll holler at you. I got your number. I'll give you a call. Better yet, I'll text you. Not even text. It was page back then.
It was page back then.
I'll page you. Page, man.
And I swear to God, I always ended up with long distance chicks all the time.
Those were the ones that were going.
I'm like, wow, you live where? Bolingbrook.
Right.
Yeah, I live in Innsbruck off of Boughton Road. I'm like, God damn, that's far. Hell no, I'm not driving home.
Right.
I'm driving out to Bolingbrook. Aurora. Oh, all the way out to Farnsworth Avenue?
Dude.
Like, oh, you better believe.
They was always bad and always going.
Smoking. I mean, where you from? North Chicago? God damn, North Chicago.
Right.
Like,
Schaumburg.
Can I get University Park somewhere local? Like,
Never.
every time I met
Never.
somebody, they were a million miles away.
Never.
But, hey, had a new ride, needed miles on the car.
Guys know. It's something about those long distance women. They are going. So you're going to.
I stayed in state though. Sherrod once drove to Iowa.
Fuck that.
I'm okay. Hello?
Shout out to you, Sherrod.
Then tried to drive back, and we know how that ended up. But
I'm a
whoa,
cuddler. I understand.
Cuddling. Oh, okay, no. All right. Anyway, we'll say that for another time.
Chicago famous. Another one down. One down, FOMO to go.
On with the show. Tomorrow, we're going to do it all again starting at 3 p.m. all the way up to 6 o'clock. We're getting ready for the debate tomorrow. And tomorrow will be a very interesting show. We got Westside Trump Girl with us tomorrow, so that ought to be a whole lot of fun.
All right.
I can't wait to hear what she has to say. We definitely may take a few phone calls,
We
get
can't
your
wait
feedback.
to get your reaction as
we
well.
want to know what you all think, so we appreciate all the comments you guys have put up in there. Thanks to my man Jason Goff for stopping by today.
Thank
He was
you.
a whole lot of fun. We got to talk an entire hour of sports. So that was a lot of fun. Shout out to Carla Brown for always holding us down. We appreciate that love. Nia, we see you and all your gangbanging friends. So that's good too.
Shout out to Sonia Escobar, who keeps us live, keeps us on air, and keeps us going. Thank you for your energy. Thank you to Maze Jackson, always running in and out, making sure everything is switched and where it needs to be. We're going to be our own switchers very soon.
Yeah, going to switching class tomorrow before the debate.
Right,
so
switching class.
Taking care of that.
We'll see you guys tomorrow, 3 o'clock. Make sure you join us right here on the What's in It for the Black People Network. It's Chicago Famous.